Alright, let's make sure our audio's good. Sounds like it is. Let's make sure that I can hear things and you guys can hear things.
Max the Hype Nitro.
And we have to see how much of the...
Sounds like that's good too. Alrighty, so today we're going to be watching some more of the coverage from Nationals. And I'm going to be sorting all my High Seas bulk in the background, so feel free to hang out and enjoy the card sorting ASMR. And of course, answer some questions from chat, hang out with you guys, just shoot the shit, talk about what's going on. Without further ado, let's just jump into the game, and you guys can feel free to ask questions as you guys roll in.
Armory deck Benjamin has chosen to incorporate into this Max deck.
Almost none, Punkage,
Actually,
unless you're counting reprints.
I think
Right.
I want to change this a bit so that way my switch which monitor is which, so this is going to look scuffed for a moment here. Because I currently have my camera in front of the national stream, so I can't see shit. That's not very helpful. Let's put chat here, Streamlabs here. Probably want to resize this a bit. Grab my keyboard so I can resize it. Professional YouTuber here. I think that's good. Make this a little smaller. There. Now I can actually see the game. Kind of important. Kind of need to be able to see it. Just camera dead center. Lol. Okay, let's jump into the game.
Right, well,
Almost none.
So we got Vincent versus Max. It's so funny that the Max Armory deck came out and Max's win rate in Talishar went down.
Cards are actually playable. It seems like Benjamin has said,
It makes sense, you know, we got more people experimenting with the cards that previously weren't playing Max. And they don't know what the game plans are. They're just trying to figure out how to use these new cards. So it makes sense that the win rate would go down. But it's just a funny stat to look at. Let's go with Zeppelins first.
Both these heroes really enjoy going first. Max to set up some token hyperdrivers, and Andrew to set up some cards in Banish and set up some rune chants, maybe even rune chant generators. So Vincent Player over here has rune chant Malefic.
Interesting that he's going with adaptive plating in the head slot. Wonder what that's for.
Sorry, wrong name for a moment. There's Jeffrey Mazar representing for the Vincent side of things. Excited to see Vincent down in our feature match area for the first time. Kind of middle of the road for representation, but a couple of Vincents off to a good start here at this event. Punkage, what
I think Vincent's a pretty reasonable deck.
In the metagame? It feels like the buzz is always there around Vincent.
It's just got like the Levia problem where you just like shit the bed sometimes.
Just something that can hold it back, but top players can mitigate that. We know players like Laura Ferris, for example, extremely high on this hero. The power level is there. It's gated a little bit by the inconsistency, so it's very much on the pilot to be able to navigate that.
Yeah, I got to call out Battle Hard in Hartford a few weeks ago. It was 200 plus players showing up to play that event, and Vincent Mirror in the semifinals. Vincent absolutely capable of getting the job done.
And we have to point out the choice of weapon over here, not sporting the wrench, not sporting Banksy, instead having...
Oh, that makes sense. All the wrench shit sucks.
Over here as his weapon of choice.
And Max getting the hyper
that Armory deck
rolling
was not it. Let's just say that it was not it.
That Nitro Mechanoid, classic Max gameplay. But over on Jeffrey's side, a strong start with that Malefic Incantation. Let's see what these rune chants are going to transform into, as they quickly become some impressive damage on the part of Vincent.
Looks like 2 3-cost rune gate cards in the Banish right now. As you may 2 rune chants, as we says,
not going to be a problem. Deadwood Dirge cleans things up, and Shadow Puppetry
Ooh.
also going to give a little go again here. So we're expecting some
Are we breaking
fireworks
gloves this early?
out of the Banish zone.
And if you start with a Deathly Whale over here, he can close the chain, go right back up to 3 rune chants, making 2 from Deathly Whale because he has lost life. Benjamin's certainly going to lose life because he did pay for Vincent, so the first rune chant is unpreventable. So both players have lost life. Deathly Whale will create 2 on the back, and thanks to Malefic Incantation, that would be the third.
Oh, that's a good turn.
For Jeffrey to go ahead and resolve the Phantom Banshee in the Banish Zone. This is the power that we're talking about. It's a very small hand because a lot of the cards were just in the Banish Zone. That's the power of Shadow Heroes. And Jeffrey's able to convert them all and send a whole bunch of damage off of very few cards.
Really nice start here from Jeffrey Mazar. And I think this is almost a pure race punkage. It's all on the Vincent to offer as much damage as possible before Max can get the Nitro Mechanoid set up.
Nice thing, too, is if you think the Max is going to go for it, you do have disruptive effects that you can use to stall Max from going off or stop them all together. Like, if they have the mech suit in Arsenal and you play the yellow Blood Debt, kill their Arsenal card, like that, your combo's over.
Could be a Rebel and Rune Bloodline. We already know Jeffrey wants to close the chain after his Deathly Whale.
I'm going to flash that Phantom Banshee, show that has the goods ready to go out there in the Banish Zone. It's that vanilla 3 for 7.
Is Benjamin going to respect this on hit? Now, Jeffrey already has a card with Rune Gate in the Banish Zone. It looks like he will.
Oh, it's a yellow.
6 block is going to be successful here.
Huh.
Widespread Ruin going to be deployed. Just doing it the fair way, offering 1 and 6 here.
This is great. So he bangs the 2 rune chants for the following turn with the Phantom Banshee in his Banish already.
Yeah.
So once Vincent happens at the start of the turn, he'll be right back with the 3.
Is this right?
We'll be able to play it.
I almost feel like we're supposed to play the Succumb to Temptation here so that way we can get our weapon in. Maybe that's wrong. I don't know. I'm not sure. That's interesting. There's a lot of ways you could have played this hand. I guess you don't want to Arsenal the widespread.
Flurry of damage early on, and as we said, we think this is going to be a bit of a race here.
And this comes back to the turn 0 setup from Jeffrey. You see the rune chant and the Malefic Incantation, and you're like, that's a very strong start. But he was forced to Arsenal a Rune Gate card, which is not where those cards want to be. The Rune Gate cards in Arsenal can often be very, very awkward. So, but he did manage to deal with that by clearing it out by just pitching at the fairway. Gonna end the turn with 2 rune chants. And as Vince said, this is the train you need to keep going.
Yes.
That's why Malefic Incantation is so strong. Just lets you keep the rune chants flowing turn to turn, because once that rune chant flow stops, that's when you end up bricking.
I will say, Max doesn't really do anything to stop you from setting up. There's not much disruption typically in this deck. It is mostly just damage as it tries to race to set up Nitro Mechanoid. And I think as a Vincent, that's a great spot to be in because it's not that extremely oppressive burst of offensive output the way something like a Syndra can offer offensive output. It's just kind of slow and steady. Hope I get to my Mechanoid. And I think that plays right into Vincent's game plan.
Max is an aggro/combo deck,
And Vincent really wants to be blocking a little bit.
More mid-range, a little more on the value train. So
Not completely block out, just like a little bit, so they can get full value on their hand. Because they do more value on small hands than big hands. So Max doesn't really have much of an option other than punching with the mouth. I guess they can play items, but I can't imagine they're playing enough items that they can consistently deny you block value.
With an interesting block with a block of machinations and chose to hold on to the haunting rendition. It looks like he was holding that for a potential pistol shot, but Benjamin instead is just activating Max, making a hyperdriver. Now Jeffrey's left his block card in his hand. Can of course just banish it to Vincent. Looks like that might be the name of the game. Also, we spoke about inconsistencies, Brian. No attack to speak of in Jeffrey's hand over there. So forced to banish a block card, effectively covering a full card for just 1 rune chant.
It does have a bailout here, though, in the form.
We do have a attack and banish too that we sandbagged.
Already in the Banish Zone. Malefic Incantation also going to get refreshed by the Sonata Galaxia.
No go again in the Galaxia though, because X is just 1. No cards would pitch to this. 3 rune chants.
Because X was a 6-0. Oh, okay.
Yep, so no go again. So Jeffrey just opting for another setup turn. We saw him do this
Oh,
on the
interesting.
turn as well. Perhaps responding to the way Benjamin is playing this game. He's saying, okay, you are looking to
I assume we're setting like an extender then, like another Shadow Puppetry style card.
Setup, and he had bigger turn to get through the way you are playing. So let's go ahead and set up another Malefic, keep my card and banish, and over to you.
Now, it does ask a question of Benjamin what to do with these hyperdrivers. We know the priority is get to Nitro Mechanoid. How quickly can you find the powerful construct? How quickly can you establish the third hyperdriver you need out there? Boosting obviously chips away at these
You know, given that we got all these galvanized cards that let you make golden cogs, I'm surprised that in the max deck we didn't get a galvanized make a hyperdriver.
Yeah. Benjamin's choice of
That would have made a lot of sense.
adaptive dissolver instead of something like a Crown Providence. Well, oh wait, no, instead of another mech headpiece, because you need a mech headpiece to convert into the mechanoid, but it's a blade break piece, so you can't really block with it either, so it just lets him be flexible. Maybe some games he's like, oh, I won't need to transform this game so I can use it as a block. Other games he just converts it to transform into mechanoid.
This is coming in for 5. Go again. On hit opt 1.
Oh, he played a recharge, that's why it's still around.
Refresh that hyperdriver.
I mean, we could play the mech next round. Or even this turn, but I don't think we have the money to do that. Oh, we could have the money to do it.
Again, vanilla damage.
Because we got 4 floating.
Opt 1, not that scary. Although it does get you closer to
We could chest to
Mechanoid. Not
5.
And Benjamin is representing that he can
So we
actually
need...
get into mechanoid.
I guess we just need an up hitch card to activate hero power, right? Like,
Hyperdriver and
we don't
your
even have to chest if it's a yellow in hand.
Are we going to see
Scary
that happen?
spot to be in for Jeffrey Mazar. That would be a very, very...
Yeah, it could be getting the mech time.
Looks like chain isn't being closed here.
Pay 1. Play Jumpstart. We will boost. The hyperdriver. This is 5 go again.
So does have some main deck hyperdrivers in Benjamin's deck.
Yeah, that tells me Benjamin is really...
So I guess we're not
trying
mech
to turn
suiting.
to that mechanoid setup. Of course, is able to boost here because hyperdrivers have already contributed the resource for the turn. Just wanted to clear that hyperdriver into the banish zone, but now Max Nitro doing his thing.
Next
sets
turn,
up
though,
the
we can get in the mech suit immediately.
Is cranked here.
So can fire the pistol. The pistol gonna come in for
Surprised we're cranking.
Hyperdriver set up, full suite of mechanologist equipment there. Benjamin just needs to find the mechanoid to jump into it.
Odds are pretty good. We've seen a good portion of the deck thus far. I don't know that we've seen mechanoids. I don't know Benjamin's hand here. Could already have it for what we know. I think the line would have been slightly different if that was the case, but we'll see.
Very, very likely. Problem is, you can't boost anymore if you're trying to keep...
I think sandbagging the mech for neck round doesn't really make sense, given the opponent has cards that disrupt our arsenal and we can't really interact with it. So surely we would just slam it if we had it.
You need to keep the boost crank train going to just swing with your weapon. But with Technoplasma Pistol, you can actually, without...
So I don't know what we would bother setting here. I don't think I set random boost card. I just send it.
Until you find the mechanoid.
Hey, good afternoon.
Try and sneak a peek at the
Widespread destruction. That was the card. Ooh, that's tough.
That's a problem.
So it depends what the arsenal is. If you can clear out that arsenal, and
Just block out.
mechanoid in there,
Set the mech. Pass.
actually be the line he tries to go for. Remember, you can still play a boost card and just not boost.
That's totally fine. As you said, Punkage, it really does depend on what's in that arsenal. How about some more setup? How about the third Malefic Incantation? And now it feels like Benjamin...
I'm also pretty down to just block out until all these Malefics are
The
gone.
next few turns from Jeffrey are going to be hellacious.
And this time the Sonata Galaxia did have go again, because there were 4 rune chants thanks to Vincent, giving Jeffrey 1 extra at the start of the turn. And Machinations, go again source, that's what you want. When you have set up multiple rune gates in your banish, you need to go again. Vincent can often be a little bit...
Machinations was from Arsenal, right?
But cards like
So it was an extender?
definitely helps shore that up.
Yeah, in a great spot now is this Vincent player. Phantom Banshee kicks off the turn and is going to offer 7 go again, and you know that widespread ready to go as well after this rune chant refresh.
Well, we spoke about how Benjamin wanted to clear his arsenal. Widespread from the opponent's side.
Fair enough, yeah.
Might just help him do
That
that.
might be your out.
And Jeffrey once again has set himself up to end the turn with 3 rune chants, because he just doesn't need to close it. Oh wait, no. No, Malefic don't work the same way as Deathly Whale. Correct myself on that. These rune chants will be expended should he choose to send the widespread destruction, which you have to imagine he will.
Yeah, I think you just want to keep the train rolling, as you said, Punkage.
And you
So
see
we
the
are going to
equipment
see
being blocked.
defenses. Yep, makes sense.
It's a little bit of an alarm bell ringing from Jeffrey's side. You see the mag start putting out equipment. You know they want to transform.
There is that widespread coming through. 6 clearing an arsenal if life has been lost.
Was there an on hit?
Exactly the sort of card you want when your opponent is posturing that they're going to transform at any time. Mechanoid typically going to be sitting on the arsenal.
Why did we give armor to that? Am I missing something?
Plenty of life has been lost on this turn. Benjamin's arsenal to be no more very shortly. Is going to defend 6 here. So just a setup turn, going to get that Nitro Mechanoid into arsenal.
And there's a blue T-bone arsenal. Benjamin happy.
Bro, why didn't we send the blue T-bone last round?
Still had the option to play the T-bone.
Why did we set that? Huh?
But here we go.
If you're
Question marks?
Jeffrey spot, how certain are you that that's a Nitro Mechanoid here?
Very, very certain. The equipment had been blocked with, pretty sort of snap blocked with the equipment, and just went and seemed happy to get the arsenal cleared out.
Now, one thing that's nice though on the Vincent side, after we get in the mech suit on the mech side, there's no more AB, so we could just dome them with Arcane for the rest of the game.
And he's got double reduced to Rune Chant. Not a good time to pick those up for Jeffrey. Let's see what he can produce from this hand.
Might be a Vexing Quill hand. You just pop the Vexing Quill hand, you get to at least send the widespread destruction. You end your turn with 3 rune chants at least, thanks to your triple malefics, which also turn on your reduced rune chants.
The good thing about this hand is that he did find the widespread destruction, and we know with that Mechanoid in arsenal, we expect Jeffrey knows there's a Mechanoid in arsenal, a good time to go ahead and find some really important arsenal.
So, do we have a shadow card to go with that though to activate our hero power?
Alongside the rune chants as well.
Because otherwise we just block this out.
Probably does mean the end of the Quill hand, though, as we expected. That is activated.
And that's one bailout. That's inconsistency of Vincent. So powerful turns.
No.
But at some point,
No.
you have one bailout with the Vexing Quill hand, and now no more. If you're in that
No shadow card.
on Jeffrey's side,
Cards in front of cards. We got a blue. We got 3 blocks.
Benjamin go ahead and weather the storm here and prevent all the damage. Does have the blue here. That's step 1 for AB. Now has to cover up this widespread destruction, offering 6. Real question.
I guess if we can creepers in something
Have the resources necessary. Checking spellbound,
and then
wondering if there
leak
is
damage, then close the chain.
in this hand.
technically, I suppose, you could spellbound creepers out to succumb to temptation and then send the flail, which kind of would. It would be a very aggressive line from Jeffrey's side, I think. I think he's just happy to just leave the rune chants up, as he has double reduced rune chant.
See what Benjamin wants to do here. Yeah, 2 more cards committed to the block, 2-3 blocks. It has accomplished its job. Benjamin has protected the arsenal.
Shoot the gun, I guess.
Quasi-bricked,
Actually, you probably don't even shoot gun because you're giving him a chance to block with oh, there it is, reduced rune chance. Yeah, I just don't even attack.
So does not have what was needed to go ahead and set up Mechanoid here.
And he's just not going to boost, which is very telling from Jeffrey's side, and gives him a perfect opportunity to play the reduced rune chant. Not only needs more rune chants for rune gate at this point, but just happy to get that much value from your defense reaction.
My turn, I will banish Vanson Raid.
This turn likely to go much better for Jeffrey. Mordred Tide also going to get in the mix here.
Mordred Tide is pretty interesting.
And try and get that rune chant train rolling even harder. Malefic going to do its thing here.
It's going to make 4 rune chants on the back, and we know he's sitting on another reduced rune chant. However, on Benjamin's side, happy to not see any more disruption. No widespread annihilation or widespread destruction, but not happy to see 4 reds, Brian.
4 reds, again, dooming a hand for one of our players in the feature match area this go-around.
Brick City.
You could keep the whole hand and resolve your Mechanoid,
Are
but
you
if
even
you're
in a
taking
good
11,
spot? Yeah, like I don't know that like, let's be clear. Just resolving Mechanoid does not win you the game in and of itself. You still have to continue to play Flesh and Blood, and you want to be in a good position when you're.
And you don't want to have
and I'm not sure Benjamin
a super low life total when you resolve it, because you're gonna just die to rune chance instead.
Another aspect we haven't quite spoken about yet, Brian. No arcane barrier.
Yeah.
Against a deck that is
very true.
spitting out rune chants. Your Mechanoid doesn't have arcane barrier either. You are on a clock on Benjamin's side. Yeah, Mechanoid.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the arcane hat. Okay.
And this is why you see Benjamin with head in hand at this moment. This is a problematic state to have reached in this game.
Oh, succumb to temptation, Brian. He has taken arcane damage. I mean, obviously he has no arcane barrier. Does succumb to temptation.
He has arcane barrier. What are you talking about?
Arsenal or hand.
Right?
If he just tries to commit to.
Yeah, he has adaptive dissolver. He AB'd last round.
He could just get juiced by succumb to temptation right now.
Yeah.
He can gonna play around that card? Are you gonna respect it? Looks like lining up a 6 block.
Block 6.
Looks like that's gonna be the name of the
Yep,
game.
Benjamin showing patience here, and I think will be rewarded for that call. Jeffrey just draws back up. 2 cards left for Ben.
We will pitch to load pistol.
But the threat of the Succumb to Temptation is just going to remain because Jeffrey is going to his turn with 4 rune chants up.
And just more 0 to 60, no boost. Jeffrey still at a healthy 26. It feels like this is not a winning strategy long term.
Not if Benjamin keeps drawing 4 reds, for sure. Definitely not.
Surely Benjamin's luck slated to get better.
I don't even know how you win with this deck now that you lost High Octane. Like, actually, how do you win?
Jeffrey's hand also loaded up with reds.
But Vincent gets to cheat a little bit on the resource curve. So, a little bit happy on his side. Also, 4 rune chants is a very important break point for Vincent because of widespread annihilation. Just yet another disruptive piece that we haven't quite seen from Jeffrey's side yet.
4th rune chant lets everything be available. Jeffrey just taking advantage of a basically free block there from a redundant card, and now heads back to his turn. Gets to set up with the Vincent ability, Deathly Wail.
Also, excuse me, I didn't misspeak. Adaptive Dissolver does have Arcane Barrier, so that's how Benjamin isn't fully, naked to arcane damage. But once he transforms into Mechanoid, he will be.
Deathly Wail with some potential to refresh the rune chants. I will note we have burned through a lot of the rune chant generators at this stage.
I think we might be too low now.
Jeffrey's seat.
TBH. I don't think we can win anymore on the max set.
He did leak 2 arcane over here. Is going to be susceptible to Succumb to Temptation. That's exactly what's happening over here. And this one, Jeffrey gets to look at the hand and choose a card.
And we'll see if Jeffrey can go ahead and blunt Benjamin's turn here.
I mean,
yep.
There's 1 red hyperdrive there. You can just leave Benjamin with that.
It will be blunted very effectively by the Succumb. And Succumb offering extra action points. Flail doing its thing. Benjamin creeps ever lower.
Yeah, surely we're too low now.
And that's a no block on Benjamin's side. So Jeffrey once again gets to go into following turn with 3 rune chants. This Flail let him spend his own life to have Deathly Wail trigger on both players' life totals changing. And then Flail, of course, as on-hand make a rune chant. So once again, the rune chant train is just flowing. This has just been a story of back-to-back disruptive turns into a brick from Benjamin, into more disruptive turns.
Just
from
good
Jeffrey's
timing.
side.
Good timing for Jeffrey for sure. The quasi-bricks he faced were fated pretty well. And just a pistol attack here.
Oh, that's funny. He loaded the pistol even though it's loaded. Just get rid of this non-block.
Even if it already has counters on it.
Yep, it's an if statement.
I'm sorry.
So you can't pitch to it, you just won't put a steam counter on it.
I thought that wasn't the case. I may have been playing this wrong for a while.
No,
No?
I don't think you have, Benjamin. I think you are in the right here. Not sure exactly what happened there.
We're just gonna shoot.
Oh, unlucky. Opponent doesn't know how your cards work, and you knew your cards better. Never trust your opponent.
Looks like players might have missed that, so it looks like Benjamin will be holding on to that red hyperdrive.
I don't think that's going to actually matter to the outcome of this game, but
still has a
that sucks.
fantastic armor speed up, and this disruptive turns, Brian. It feels like this matchup came down to that. Of course, all reds as well.
I'll take 2.
Okay.
And Jeffrey's choosing to take 2.
I'd like to attack.
So now the question is, with no existing Runegate card and banish on Jeffrey's side, can he actually resolve? Can he actually convert his hand? I mean, he took.
Well, he didn't block,
something
so surely.
And something in up his sleeve, and a card we haven't spoken about yet, Brian. Cull. We haven't seen it yet from Jeffrey's side.
Good point.
But that's one of those cards that can help Vincent convert big hands. Look like that's not going to be the name of the game here. Jeffrey's just going to be setting up a Runegate card in banish and pitching for a card the normal way.
Firing that widespread ruin the fairway.
Full
Vincent,
10 damage.
yeah, only getting away with the heavy red hand so many times. Hyperdriver going to go ahead and prevent a little bit of damage here.
Question is, do you respect a Succumb to Temptation again if you're on Benjamin's seat?
Alright, and then this is 6.
Well, if you do that, you won't be able to resolve your your Mechanoid. So he's just saying, all right, do you have it? Nope, doesn't have it this time. Goes down to 8 is Benjamin.
It is a max V.
Cool. I will.
However, is that going to be enough for him to come back from this life total deficit? Because once you pop in the mech, you have no more Arcane Barrier.
Yeah, that feels like the big problem here is you sort of need to get into the mech at a very healthy life total.
I'm going to.
Otherwise, there's some problems.
Oh God.
Play.
I don't even know if that's the play.
To nobody's surprise, Jeffrey certainly knew that was the card sitting in Arsenal, and now
Now we're just dead.
in the mech suit, Nitro Mechanoid has been completed. Is it going to be enough, Ponkage?
Certainly
Max
not.
has done the thing.
I just want to reflect back a little bit. It was turn 3 when Benjamin had 3 hyperdrivers up and was ready to hop
It
in
was
the mech.
set up really well.
It was all the way turn 7 where he actually jumped into the suit. There was more turns where he was ready. After, yeah,
Maybe not enough blues in the deck.
Now 6 overpower coming in. But he's at 8 life. Life totals, I believe, haven't been updated yet. With no Arcane Barrier to speak of.
You know what, though? You're in a mech suit. Like, your life is okay. As long as you're in a mech suit, it doesn't really matter that you don't have AB. It doesn't matter that maybe you're going to lose the game. You're cruising around in a mech suit.
It is a really fun card. Also has a whole bunch of block value.
Get in the mech, Ben.
As well, so
Get in the mech.
Like, that's another, like, 15 life or something on the block value on that card. So Benjamin kind of probably will only be dying to arcane damage, but of course Vincent can send quite a bit of it.
Reduced to Rune Chant. Going to get those Rune Chants built back up. That'll be important for Jeffrey. How many Rune Chants can we find? And as we mentioned, Vincent can brick. Jeffrey really needs to avoid those brick hands over the next few turns.
There's a world where you just block out on Jeffrey's side and just stack up 11 rune chants and just like don't do anything else. But I feel like you're giving Ben a chance to win by doing that.
Pitching for reduced rune chant as well. That's what happens when you end your turn with no rune chants and you're forced to pitch reduced rune chant. Never feels good, but sometimes you just have to turn break your turn. So let him go up to 2 rune chants on his turn thanks to Vincent, and then has a 2-cost rune gate in Banish as well.
Jeffrey just checking in on that mech suit, making sure he understands exactly what it does. Fires here from the Banish zone.
Probably not. I don't think they're going to be worth that much. They're kind of shit, right? Like,
and you have to wonder if he just could get in the mech suit.
I think that if the gold packs weren't 1 per box and it was random if you got one like MST, then maybe they'd be worth something, because then it's actually hard to get them.
6 though, thanks to the disruption and the bricks.
But they're going to be super common.
Yeah. That feels like you're on a 2-turn inevitability clock, basically. And I don't know if this Mechanoid's going to be able to offer the damage quickly enough. Does have a clean block here on the Deathly Delight. There is some life loss, though, so life gain going to happen here.
So I have to point out Phase Purgatory as well on Jeffrey's side. Might come into play now that Benjamin's holding a big hand.
Sure.
Yes, thank you for.
Also, all the max Vs are gone, right? Just like, how do we ever win this game?
Did he draw the cards to be able to turn on Phase Purgatory? Looks like no. 3 attacks and a block card.
That block card, though, potential to go ahead and make more rune chants. And to me, that's the name of the game right now. How many rune chants can we make?
Let me just double check real quick. I'm like 95. There it is. Okay.
Double checking as a hyperdriver in the Banish.
So the next boost is going to get +2.
Gas up, going to go ahead and refresh that hyperdriver.
I was wondering what payoffs Benjamin had in his deck for having real hyperdrivers. The Max Armory deck was the one that sort of propagated that sort of game plan of having more real hyperdrivers in your deck. But Benjamin isn't playing many of those cards, so what was the purpose of the non-token hyperdriver in his deck? And here we see the answer. Blue Gas Up. Very innovative.
I don't know if Blue Gas Up is
Yeah, I remember
necessarily that much of a
really
payoff.
trying to do a lot more with the real hyperdriver in deck and gas up, trying to get that combo online as soon as possible.
Which also means he got to crank that hyperdriver, and that's why he's able to send his Nitro Mechanoid first, because he has an extra action point to go ahead and do things with on the following turn. This also insulates him from Phase Purgatory because Nitro Mechanoid has overpower. So this Jeffrey can't turn on Phase Purgatory this turn, but Benjamin is still expertly playing around it.
Jeffrey, though, does find good defenses here, just blocks with a card and uses that Haunting Rendition. Picks up an extra rune chant.
We are going to play Crankshaft, spending 2.
Yep.
We will boost.
Yep.
It's a T-Bone. We'll trigger Hyperdriver. Go to
And this one does get +2, thanks to the Blue Gas Up.
From the
Don't love the blue crankshaft. Would have loved some offensive output here, but
We found our pitch
doing what
cards, I
we
guess.
can, come up with 5 here. And the turn not over yet. Still more cards left for Benjamin. We're still going again.
And
The
one
life total
floating.
is getting lower here for Jeffrey.
One floating as well. We can send the Mechanoid again. I just love how he played around Facebook trivia. This whole line, he still has a card in hand, didn't need to use it. Just goes to show the sort of expertise that he has on his deck. Was a little bit punished earlier. The deck was not entirely too kind alongside Jeffrey's disruption, but he's still playing this deck excellently.
Yeah, and is chipping away. Rune Chants are a problem. Mechanoid still has 4 block available, so pretty well defensively insulated on this turn. Has that arsenal. Feels like this is a bit of a make or break turn on Benjamin's side.
And if we don't die here, there's a chance we
Get
could
away
win.
without taking too much arcane damage this turn. He's in a really good spot. But with the presence of this deathly
Opponent's
whale,
also going to take 1 blood debt.
you have to assume this is a 1-turn clock. Next turn, the game is over, is my expectation.
Exactly, because he's ending this turn with 2 rune chants. 1 from Deathly Whale, 1 from Malefic Incantation. And Benjamin's already down to 3 from the 3 rune chants. So on Jeffrey's turn, he banishes to Vincent. He has 3 rune chants.
Yeah.
Which would end the game unless Benjamin has some sort of life gain.
And that Phantom Banshee is also set up in the banish zone. So it is just going to be, can you go ahead and take every single card from my hand? That is your out. Benjamin needs to produce damage next go around.
Through Carapace, through Faceburger Tree.
And has to defend this card as well. Like, you can't just take damage from this or you shorten the clock. So
you have to give 1 card alongside the Mechanoid block. So 3 cards in hand plus 1 in arsenal. Is that enough for you to take every single card from Jeffrey's hand? Seems like it could be
huge ass.
If you can take all of his cards, you could just make him bleed out from blood debt.
Give it his best shot though. Has navigated trouble.
And then we get to play a 4-card hand on the following round.
Feature match area, but still influencing the puns here.
Oh wow, and you're calling me out on the puns, Brian. Some hypocrisy there.
I just expect better from you, Pankaj. I don't expect better from myself. I know who I am.
Reasonable. Looks like Jeffrey was thinking of doing something with a priority window there, perhaps, and has succumbed to temptation just to send a flail. Potentially.
It is going to be Succumb deployed here.
And then pay 1 life to swing a rare chance and the flail at you. So I'll go to 19.
So this way, he's ending the turn with 3 rune chants.
Picks up an additional 1 from that Deathly Whale.
Exactly, which means he can fully block.
Did he say 9 or 19?
To banish to Vincent to get the 3rd rune chant. He's telling Benjamin, take. Yeah, it doesn't matter. You have to kill me.
Kill me.
I will give you full 4 cards to block all my armor and still send enough arcane at you to end the game. And this is regardless of whether the flail hits or not, because Jeffrey has now lost life. Oh, no, but it did consume the incantation trigger though. So the flail does need to hit for him to have that line, but is taking another card from Benjamin.
And Benjamin does not love seeing this. Has again put him back into the tank. And that tells me he probably felt decent about his chances going into this turn. But it seems like things have changed here.
Yeah, because the 4 card is sort of, that's enough cards for you to maybe resolve a Pulse Wave Harpoon, maybe just try and disrupt your opponent back a little bit. There's potentially an out there, but now
I'll take 1 blood deck.
this is a lot harder.
And I will pass back.
I wonder if maybe missing a rune chant there, Pankaj.
I think so. Should have been 3, 2 from Deathly Whale, 1 from
It
Flail.
shouldn't matter, but
Shouldn't, yeah.
it could.
Yeah, because now he needs to keep a card for the Phantom.
I guess if we go to
Yeah.
2
Let's see.
on Jeffrey's side, we could also just attack with the flail and kill with the rune chants.
Kicks things off with recharge here to juice up that hyperdriver a little bit.
Can he navigate his way out of a Face Purgatory this time? Looks like, yeah, he's playing a bunch of front pumps. No more hyperdrivers in the banish, I believe. So as long as he has a boost card right now.
But does not have the hyperdriver. And Fast and Furious kicks things off here.
And yeah, just confirming stuff here. Yep, boosting to throttle.
Cool.
This is getting +6. It's coming in for 9 go again.
9 is the offer from Fast and Furious. Not really demanding too much as of now, but it is going to go ahead and get that Face Purgatory.
8.
And draw a card.
Yes.
Has the pieces necessary to refresh the hand. Just takes a little bit of damage here, and there's plenty of cards
that's tough.
to put this hand together.
If he got online like a turn sooner, I think he could have had it.
6, which was face up from Benjamin's size, not even lethal.
Should be on 1, should be on 2.
So he could activate Max here.
To close Just to get more action points in, or more actions before the end of the game, we're gonna max.
Yeah, get your game actions in. You're in the feature match area, Benjamin. Take advantage of it.
Feature
Make your
measure of
hyperdrive.
US Nationals, exactly. And then 6 overpower. It's not lethal. Jeffrey can just do whatever he wants here.
Yeah,
Make a
phase
rune chant
this
and send.
very easily. Uses the Carapace block for the first time. Still has those Spellbound Creepers untouched throughout this game.
Salt in the wound as well over there. Just dodging the overpower with a block card completely.
And the world now, Jeffrey Mazar's Oyster has everything he needs to go ahead and close this game out. Vincent Trigger does banish another card here. We tick up to 3 rune chants, and then we're just going to go ahead and fire literally anything, but we'll make another, again, get your game actions in, another Malefic Incantation. It gets the fist bump for Jeffrey Mazar, and Vincent moves on.
Oh, that was tough.
And you have to feel
Brick City.
just a little bit. He was set up a Mechanoid head.
Head on down and see just what we're working with. As we've got Anthony
Vincent versus another mech.
Player.
I think this mech probably has a more solid game plan than getting the suit.
Do it twice. Honestly, you know, we had to check in, see we've got a 3-0 Puffin. Just happened to queue into the Vincent, so let's
Not that the player had a bad plan, just the as a hero, the plan of what you're doing I think is better as Puffin. I don't think getting the mech suit is a real game plan, at least right now.
Screw 'em boost is his tagline. It's his motto, shall we say. And let's see if he can do the boost and take it to the victory. I'm going to be honest with you. I know I'm supposed to be the expert, the color commentary here. I have absolutely no clue in my mind how this matchup is supposed to play out. We see Spitfire on Puffin's side of the table, which I suppose leads us to expect that perhaps Anthony is on maybe some of those copper cogs you talked about, maybe something like Gold Wing Turbine. He's not on Crown of Dominion. I mean, he's not starting the game with that gold. Might make it a little bit harder.
That reminds me, I gotta pull out my Crown of Dominion.
In the direction of
That card
Vincent.
spiked in price, holy.
Curious how his deck is going to operate. Speaking of operating, Jeffrey's deck is kind of coming out swinging here. 2 Malefic Incantations coming down on the very first turn. A red Rune Gate attack finding its way into the Banish Zone, starting the game with a Rune Chant.
What card's mid-octane?
Yeah, and ready to fire off next turn. Yeah, pretty good on the turn 0. Just going to go ahead and get the 6 value that those Malefic Incantations represent. That is a huge, huge way to start this game for Vincent. And Anthony has to respond with some major fireworks of his own, immediately getting the Polycranka into the arena. Here comes the T-Bone. We're going to go ahead and boost with it.
Is Anthony the same one that we watched earlier? Nathan? No, so this is a different one.
Fast and Furious is going to trigger, immediately putting a counter back.
Interestingly, the poly can just get flailed, right? Does the flail specify that it has to be a hero? When this hits, make a rune chant. So you can just flail the poly and make a rune chant. I guess I want to play the poly when Vincent's on a big hand. Because if they're on a small hand, they're just going to flail the poly and go next. But if they're on a big hand, they got to prove to me that they can actually spend their whole hand and still have an action point left to flail the poly. Oh, yeah, that, I also have no idea. It usually takes me months to know the card names from the new set. This one? No. Maybe? No. Cog in the Machine? Cog in the Machine. This guy. I did not see that. That would have made sense. Mid-octane makes sense now.
Now Vincent here, have to imagine it'll likely be go again into a flail of agony.
Is that supposed to be the sound a parrot makes?
Because
Naya?
Vincent's got a lot of big attacks, not the kind of thing she wants to throw into the squawking bird. Pitching into the zipper hit here, 2 floating, boost again, Golden Skyward, it means his 5 more go again. the last Puffin game we saw, they also only ever boosted away the Golden Sky Wardens, not block with them or play them.
Yeah, definite skill issue. You definitely want to draw those cards, not boost them.
Always fun when, you know, the gem gods place
A good player would know that's the top card of their deck.
Twice. It is rare, but when it happens, you have a chance to forge a little bit of a legacy and put some impressive moments together. No blocks. It's going to be the reduced to Rune Chant here.
Is this the same Vincent as last round?
Make a Rune Chant and block.
It is.
A total of 4, but 1 damage will still come over the top from the zipper hit. Here comes the Zeppelin coming in for currently 5. Pretty brutal chain. And
The Zeppelin is so good.
5, threatening either 7 damage or 6 with a pretty significant on hit. And like I was talking about in our previous Puffin game, the power of these once, twice, thrice per turn instant mechanologist attack actions in high seas is that they represent such a nasty blocking situation if you don't have defense reactions to handle what they want to do. Let's see just precisely how Jeffrey wants to block this out. Looks like gonna go ahead and put a couple cards in front of it. Mordred Tide is an interesting inclusion. I haven't seen that registered in quite some time. Gonna turn it into 7 to at least get a piece of damage over the top.
Shink.
No cogs for the on-hit, and Anthony will go ahead and place
Plop.
the final card in the arsenal. Everything untaps, including Polycranka. Let's see if Jeffrey can find the action points and get that bird out of here. I believe he can. He's holding on to a Machinations of Dominion. Likely he kept that specifically to deal with Polycranka.
Play Machinations of Dominion.
Yeah, there's the go again. There's the Deathly Delight.
Good timing, Orc Knight.
3 and 5 overpower, and of course the on pain here of the life gain from the Deathly Delight, and the go again means that Flail of Agony can come in on this chain, turn on the symmetrical effect from the Deathly Delight, and clear out that pesky little parrot. I believe there are also some malefic.
Not sure where you're getting at, Kaizuki.
Oh yeah, well this is probably we're probably on Rune Chants.
maybe resolving the Rune Chants.
Resolving Rune Chants.
Man, I'm so sad. Pre-release was the same weekend as Nationals for the Final Fantasy set. Really wanted to go to that. And now I can't get any of the Final Fantasy stuff. Can't get the Secret Lair. Everything spiked in price. None of the stores have the Commander decks. The one time I actually want to spend money on Magic, literally can't get the shit. So cringe.
No blocks on 5. Anthony is just going to go ahead and take all of this damage. Should be down to
I will say the Poly looks so good in full art.
But down to Rune 30. Rune Chance will come in on the attack, which is going to go ahead and refresh 1 Rune Chant there, thanks to the trigger from the Flail, because it hit, even though it didn't hit the hero, which is nice because as we see that Eloquent Eulogy in the Banished Zone, now that 1 Rune
That was a good turn.
able to help it out. Because listen, if both
Still at 40 though.
had been cleared and there were no Rune Chants left over, it would have been a little trickier for Jeffrey to continue the turn, but luckily Flail of Agony providing that nice on hit even as it strikes down.
It's like almost, but I don't go too crazy on sorting it. I just class sort it and then card sort it and pitch sort it. And then I usually sort the classes in the order that the sets are sorted by Fab or by TCG Player. I'm just listing all this on TCG Player, so I just want to have it loosely sorted in the same order it's going to be on the pull sheet. I could go slightly more anal in my organization for it, but it doesn't matter, as long as I know where it is.
I was very curious about, obviously we see the copper cogs, which are part of his plan for resolving these Spitfire attacks, but Goldwing Turbine is very much one of those...
And then I also got to make some full sets of commons and rares for my locals. I got a couple people trying to get full sets of stuff.
Spitfire. And I'm really, really interested to see. This is a very different take than the last Puffin deck we saw. Yeah, that's part of what I wanted to highlight with those equipment.
I mean, you can't... I don't think you can use a Pigeon Ultra if you got one.
Considerations if you're just trying to use that.
It might actually, if it's an Ultra, it might be fine.
Cost curve in the deck. Golden Turbine card we didn't.
Yeah, pretty much. As long as I know where it is and I'm not going to struggle finding cards, it's fine.
Impressive as the Zipper hit comes in for 8. 2 floating and a card left in hand. 1 card was drawn this turn thanks to Puffin, and just a plethora of gears on.
Oh, sick! Thanks.
So many that he has to remind his opponent how many
Thanks, Naya.
counters each one should presently have.
By the way, I'm going to be paying extra on Final Fantasy stuff if you do have any like actual cards to sell.
Card out of Anthony's hand. That's usually kind of the optimal quote-unquote timing on Face Purgatory is when you can kind of strand your opponent. You know, you light that card on fire. It's a little bit less flesh back.
Oh wait, you could take a picture of that and just
In that way.
put that on your
Go ahead. and
poly.
get the 3 power here from the Spitfire. Buy another block, like you mentioned, Ellie. Did it buy the block? I didn't see her. Did he just take it?
He did block.
Did block. Did
The
buy another card.
Phantom Wraith. Uh-oh.
Deadwood Dirge is going to turn those 2 rune chants into 4. That means Widespread Annihilation is going to come on in for 10 damage. Eventually, 2 more Malefic triggers are going to happen as you hear Anthony just say, oh yeah, I know those are coming.
yeah.
I'm not looking for
Oh yeah.
The kind of break point here on the rune chants is kind of going to make it challenging for Anthony to not just lose a card from the hand, but the Tunic can come into play here for that extra piece perfectly on time, and maybe part of why it's in for the matchup. Let's see if 2 more cards are committed or if Anthony is content to lose.
All right, so
no, he puts 2-3 blocks.
if Poly is canonically, dies during games, does that mean there's a potential of us getting a reanimated Necro Poly in the future?
You are forced to. You can just block quite well. Most of your hands block for 12.
But that does mean we can go ahead and use both of those final cogs, just get a free attack for
This is a
3
common.
and establish that arsenal. Anthony, he's 1 turn away from working through those Malefic incantations. If he draws enough blues and blanks enough turns, perhaps he'll be able to put the pedal to the metal and really force Vincent into some tough blocking decisions.
This is really the power of Spitfire. Just a 0 card 3 here. Hunting Rendition, pretty clutch here. Getting another rune chant for Jeffrey to work with on his next turn. Eulogy is starting to get pretty exciting.
It's got like an eyeball hanging out of it, but the mech parts are still kind of working.
I'll banish the Deathly Delight.
Banish the Deathly Delight. Up to 4
There's like necrotic ooze coming out of the wings.
Let's see what the follow-up is.
Pretty sure Portside Exchange comes in the armory deck. Where's my armory deck?
Through the first couple, but the third here just in time to continue this train. You can see a little bit of a sigh from Anthony Pham, as this is really when the Vincent deck is singing, when the incantation.
Okay, so I got Portsides.
Harmony 1
I got
into 2
Murderous
and 3,
Rabbles.
and allowing for this deck to play on just some ridiculous
No
action.
scrub the decks.
Looks like he's lining up a hand ready to be committed to blocks or a cane barrier here. Maybe just decided he's
Sure, I'll let you know.
too much and it's time to just preserve
I'm
some
probably
life,
not gonna be
deny these on
like
game
buying
back,
product or anything. I'm just gonna be getting like
until the
cards from
incantations are gone.
people that sell me cards and then eventually buy singles like
And make those
half a
3
year from now.
chants on the back, and just once again,
I will be right back. I'll leave the stream running though.
and we're seeing the same play pattern for a couple turns. Anthony is just going to go
I'll be back in
ahead
2 seconds.
and try to withstand this salvo and put Vincent into a position where her turns are a little more manageable. Both cogs disappear. Jeffrey takes some damage from the blood debt.
This is a pretty, I believe Anthony has kind of found the window he's looking for. Jeffrey does not have a Blood Debt attack action in this hand. His hand is Mordred Tide, Haunting Rendition, Malefic Incantation, and a Shadow Puppetry. Not only does he not have a Blood Debt attack here, he doesn't have an attack to send at all outside of the Eloquent Eulogy. He's going to be forced to, quote-unquote, intellect penalty, banishing the Haunting Rendition to Vincent's hero ability. He'll get to send something with the Eulogy, but when you have full tempo as the Iron Maiden, this is not the follow-up you want to see, and that Mordred is really not going to do the work it would have done last turn with 3 incantations on the board. A little bit of an awkward timing on this hand.
Let's see just precisely. Jeffrey wants to work through this. It's another Malefic Incantation.
Holy.
And yet
Okay,
another.
maybe Mordred Tide's pretty sick right now, actually.
Yeah.
My bad,
Hold on.
Jeffrey.
Mordred
I'm sorry.
Tide going to be played to turn this Eloquent.
Yeah, but there's some cards that are like in the set also. I already have like all the armory deck set aside over here, but I don't want to double pull cards if it already came in the armory deck. I don't want 6 copies of a card for no reason.
He's been ABing, he's been blocking, but will the salvo prove to be too much?
Making the best out of a bad situation is Mr. Mazar here. He also is holding back that Shadow Puppetry to stick in the arsenal, setting himself up with a little bit more go again, maybe trying to capitalize on Anthony's play pattern here of trying to slow the game down and do a little bit of blocking so that he can just, he's like, you know, if you're going to sit here and block, you're going to try and slow this game down. I'm going to set myself up to go over big time.
Anthony, he's really got to think about this turn and the next couple, as he's once again just going to go ahead and Arcane Barrier, deal with the 4, as 6 Rune Chants are made in the back. And yeah, we can see...
All the
Anthony,
Malefics are supposed to
7
trigger
turn
before you
so
pay for the
his
Rune
last
Chants,
2
right?
turns, he's pitched a red and a blue, so if he thinks, I'm going to try to take this game long, I'm going to try to get to second cycle because, dude, what you're doing is looking pretty nasty. At least it's not all blues on the bottom. He's got red, blue in his pitch stack from the last 2 turns. For Anthony, he's keeping his life total high. He's trying to work through these Malefics. The onus is on Jeffrey to really put...
Yeah, there's just like no reason to actually play the game while there's Malefics on the table. You're never winning the turn cycle.
Pham to take some damage because he's just getting full value out of his cards defensively every single turn cycle here. Will it be enough?
We're about to find out with Shadow Puppetry coming in, promising go again to this Deathly Whale. He has another Malefic Incantation in his hand. I'm curious to see if he has a particular plan for the Shadow Puppetry. Maybe he's going to pitch into the Widespread Ruin in his hand, or he might just be looking for an attack action card off the top.
Here's the thing, the Tunic counter is back up for those 7 Rune Chants if Anthony wants to attempt to deny the ability for Jeffrey to gain as much advantage from the Deathly Whale. He's already lost the 1 life, so there's already 1 Rune Chant being created on the combat chain closing, but there's the Tunic.
Yeah, that's how I thought it worked. I don't like the push forward Rune Chants, wait to tick down your Malefics.
Cannot be prevented. So Anthony here should actually have the 1 floating.
It feels like that's in between a mistrigger and a misrepresentation of board state.
Shake his head. Not sure he would have utilized the Tunic if he didn't have to.
He is Deathly Whale with go again, so it is likely he still gets to expend that resource for value on this turn, but it's definitely not what he was looking to find with it.
Block for a total of 6. Let's see what the follow-up is here. Jeffrey can just go ahead and pitch into a big attack, and a lot of damage might now come Anthony's way. All the defenses have been thrown down. And here comes the Widespread Ruin, so here's 9 more damage, and Anthony can do nothing but accept it. 1 resource means 2 damage is coming through, and then the 6 from the Widespread Ruin. All 6 going to be taken. Both heroes going to banish a card from the top of the deck. Let's see if it's a hit from Jeffrey.
Another piece of Blood Debt here would be absolutely integral to his game plan. He's trying to roll these
That's tough.
back to back to punch through. Anthony just trying to play on the defensive, and this Widespread Ruin hitting Phantom Wraith off the top while he arsenals another Malefic Incantation is exactly what he needs to find a way through. Puppin just deciding to block out like this.
Yeah, Anthony is doing his darndest to force Vincent into some uncomfortable, awkward turns. In the first turn, we thought that might happen. Instead, it was Malefic.
On the right side, at least you forced the Vincent into taking some Blood Debt there.
You're desperately trying to get this game
Like,
into a more manageable
he got a full card, but he also took a damage to get the full card.
Turn 0 and beyond
Silver lining.
just been backbreaking. Jeffrey has not kept his foot off of the gas, and he's not looking to start anytime soon.
Speaking of backbreaking, this turn is not getting any easier for Anthony to deal with. Not only did he arsenal that Malefic Incantation, Jeffrey has also found more go again in the form of Machinations of Dominion, a Beseech the Demigod, not only a 3-value non-attack action promising extra damage on one of these nasty on-hits, but it's also a shadow non-attack action. He can make it impossible for Anthony to continue to protect his arsenal by using
Holy crap, is Murderous Rabble like really short printed or something?
Just get rid of
That's all I got for Murderous Rabbles.
Incantation again. We've seen,
Huh.
I believe, all reds, and now
That's kind of crazy. That's like
Beseech the Demigod.
over 20 boxes.
Action go again. Which usually this is the plus power, so plus
Huh?
3.
Yes, choose a red, choose an attack action card in your banish zone. Tear through the portal is choose a
Tear
color
through the portal, yeah,
matching
yeah,
this
yeah.
card.
It's hard, you know. Beseech the Demigod, it's a big hand. The other card's called Tear Through the Portal.
And it's all
The one thing that's kind of annoying on Anthony's side here is his deck's very good at, you know, the on-turn, off-turn thing of like, oh, I'm going to block and get value on my Galvanizes. But if you go consecutive off-turn, once you actually want to block to get value on defense, you don't actually have any items in play because you've taken multiple off-turns. So he has to, like, eventually have an on-turn to get back into that cycle.
At some point, I feel like you have to cut your losses and decide, okay, trying to fatigue Vincent isn't really working out.
Yeah, it's a tough thing. I've played against a fair amount of Vincent in my time. As we see the Crown of Providence be committed here because there are a couple of 2 blocks in the hand with the soup up, and we're just going to get that arsenal on the bottom. Keep the value, get another blocking card potentially in the hand. Let's see what he's working with. Give me that Palantir Aeronaut, yep, and the Skiff.
And do the Skiff off the top to match the Aeronaut in his hand. It's 2 reds. He doesn't have much of a fireback if Jeffrey chooses to end his turn here, which he just did.
And you can see Anthony, another shake of the head. He was expecting to be able to utilize these cards for some defense. It's just
Ooh, pitch Palantir, that's tough.
This is not breaking his way.
And the funny thing is, if Jeffrey has something in his hand, like one of those defensive pieces, which
Like
he does,
reduced
he
to
has
Rune Chant, you
reduced to
mean?
Rune Chant.
Like that?
He actually goes ahead and gets value out of Anthony attacking. You see Anthony kind of look up to the heavens, puffing, used to
I'm
seeing the sky.
all of my
That
stuff
being said, is he
on the
utilizes
table
darkness of night,
matching,
putting
and all the stuff in my deck
of
matching
bind.
gamer.
As Anthony, listen, I played against Vincent a
So
lot.
long as it's all matching, I'm
Another
happy.
Rune Chant
So
up
I would
here.
prefer all reverse foil
Like
or all non-foil or all cold foil on the table, and all non-foil in my deck. If I have to pick, I probably go all cold foil on the table, but that's going to be dependent on if all of it comes cold foil, or can I access all of it cold foil? Like, if I'm using Tunic, I'm just going to go all rainbow foil because I'm not getting a goddamn cold foil Tunic.
Of their defensive cards like Reduce to Rune Chant and Test of Strength, those cards have a lot in common, and that's really showing.
Alright, let's see how Jeffrey wants to
But,
use
like,
this.
when I'm playing Illusionist,
Last Malefic
I'm a
Incantation.
cold foil enjoyer because I can get everything cold foil, so I do.
Possibly resolve, and we're not close to second cycle. Like there's only been like basically 15 minutes that have elapsed, and almost every single Malefic Incantation that could trigger has triggered, and the next one.
That being said, because all the Malefics are gone, the game should get easier from here.
In this game, I don't know what will.
Vincent's first cycle of the deck is incredibly hard to fight through,
Still have
but
one
they start running out of steam.
With that one incantation left, though, it's possible that Anthony is about to finally turn a corner. Jeffrey opting just to pass through with a couple cards in his blood deck. He's decided he's almost out of incantation gas here, and he needs to set up to hit Anthony hard.
And this is why Anthony was so defensive early. He was waiting for Jeffrey to take a bit of an off turn because Jeffrey is aware that if Anthony successfully gets all the threats out of the deck, the Flail of Agony is no match for the Spitfire. So the question is now, with this turn,
We both have zero cost weapons. Mine does 2 to 3. Yours does 1 and then deals you 1. I know who I'm putting money on in this fight.
See that red throttle pitched in conjunction with the Tunic counter to follow this up with.
By the way, is the audio fine, guys?
Pretty nasty, threatening either a 2-card 8 or a 2-card 7 with an on hit, depending on how Jeffrey blocks.
Yeah, fascinating from Jeffrey there. He had the
Is the balance between my voice level and the stream's voice level fine?
Points. He wants to go wide. We saw that was how he got so much of the damage he's gotten in this game through was on that big widespread ruin turn where he was able to work through the defense and then present a whole second threat.
Bit of a classic
I
Shadow
don't
Hero thing.
know if that's actually good luck, to be honest. I don't think you actually... I think that's actually kind of clumped. I think you hitting them all that close to each other is kind of a negative.
Or Tapacog is an instant
I think you want them more spread out.
God, this card is so nasty.
Because then you run into this problem where now you've run out of steam.
All of a sudden, he's facing down a potential for 8
If you're in a matchup where you know you can close in the first half of your deck, then yeah, that's really good, but
adapting game plans on the fly.
I don't think this is one of those matchups.
Jeffrey has had so much going his way early in this game. Will the advantage that he gained from those early turns
It just looks really impressive, but if you consider the macro of like what actually matters in the matchup, because now they're even on life, and he still needs to close the game.
Value out of his cards. Can he turn the corner? I love it. This game's great.
Just happy to be
I'm
here.
just happy to be here at the end of the day.
It's very likely that in the next couple rounds, he's going to be in a spot that he just has to block with his whole hand and stack rune chants and pass. He still has the gloves to bail out once, but
I'm laughing with Pankaj.
Okay.
this is probably that turn. He's probably seeing this as one of his last opportunities to play a big grip and hoping to just push his opponent low enough. So he's just going to play a 5-card hand with gloves, with rune chants already in play. So he's like 5-card hand starting with 6 damage on the table. Hopefully, I can close from here. But
See what Jeffrey's been
with all
doing
those cogs in play,
for
if
another
there's enough
damage
galvanize in the opponent's
advantage.
hand,
Shadow
he might not be
Punch
able to actually,
gonna
like,
hit the chain. I believe
leak
he's gonna
meaningful
one life
damage.
down to 9. He wants to force this Deathly Whale through to generate some extra rune chance. This is why he passed last turn. He didn't have a way to continue rolling rune chance together, and now that he can, this Katamari Ball of Death continues to roll its way towards Anthony.
Yeah, I would expect this to be the last big turn of the game
Anthony, he had
from
all the
Vincent.
blues on those early turns, and this turn it's a bunch of reds. So he has to take the rune chance down to 14. He goes, couple 3 blocks. But with the 1 damage paid to the Shadow Puppetry, the Deathly Whale can make 2 more rune chants than Anthony can do not but stare at and accept.
The upside of this situation is that if he is forced to give his whole hand on the defensive here, he will still have 2 cogs on his turn to swing for a 0-card 3 with Spitfire.
And the cogs will still be in play, so that way he can galvanize them on the following turn.
Up to 3 rune chants. Game is getting down to the wire. Machinations of Dominion.
This is the big turn he was setting up for. Passing through is clearly shown to be worth
God,
it. This
look at the
Deathly
difference
Whale
between yellows and blues.
countering
The smaller pile is
Anthony's
blues.
life total like
This is
this,
Fiddler's
but
green.
attempted to motor through
It's like
Buy a block for a total of 6. There's
like
the
60,
temporary
70% more.
Make a cog on
Crazy.
defense.
not really doing what you want to here with it.
And there's more yellows than there are reds also.
Another
Interesting.
way to make a cog on your opponent's turn. Pinion Sentry, Tough Old Wrench, teeth the cog so that you can draw a card on the defensive. He's not really getting that value here just
I'm surprised I haven't really seen anyone talking about Fiddler's Green in CC. I think this card's kind of really good.
Eulogy is gonna follow this
I don't know what the
up.
home is for it yet, but it seems incredibly powerful.
Some point of this damage and the combat chain is still open from the widespread
Go back
ruin.
to sorting after this turn. I want to watch how this ends.
Effect is already online. Anthony's going to take the 4 down to 7. He's going to go ahead and banish. That's not a hit, but there's still a card left over, and the Eloquence means all of the avenues are open for Jeffrey.
I actually think that missing on that widespread ruin was a lot better for Jeffrey here than if he had hit. Blood debt can start to rack up when you're this low.
Did we
on
get the
life
blood
in
debt?
Single digits like this, and not having
Gamers,
to
did we get the
spend
blood debt?
an extra point of blood debt is gonna really pay out for him.
Elvis
Committing it is
We did not get the blood debt.
even if an extra point of blood debt is gonna really pay out for him. He doesn't have to care about this.
Gonna mansplain how our opponent's gun works, but not gonna take our blood debt? Okay.
Life total. Even if
Aware.
Anthony either gives this +1 or go again and follows with Spitfire, he has no way to truly threaten Jeffrey.
Okay, we took the blood debt finally.
To Jeffrey's life total, and Jeffrey still has a ton of armor
Safe.
to work with. 3 life in the Dyadic Carapace and 1 with the Spellbound Creepers. Though, if I'm being honest with you, I suspect he wants to use the Spellbound Creepers on this coming turn in conjunction with that Eloquence token.
Why into Assassin? I feel like that's not what the game's about.
With the haunting rendition.
I feel like my life total isn't the relevant factor in that matchup. It's me getting fatigued out of allies.
Very different. It was the plasma pistol utilizing a lot of cards to pitch into it. Yeah, so one prevention floating. So take 2, so down to 6 goes Jeffrey. But we're seeing again this Puppet deck built very differently, really wanting to utilize multiple cogs and get the value out of the Spitfire attacks for free versus the ability of gaining the action points coming in with the plasma pistol.
I think this is, yeah, another 3 cost in conjunction with a Deadwood Dirge. This is, oh, this is so interesting. He chose to Arsenal with 2 cards in the Banish Zone rather than send anything at Anthony. I'm so curious to see how this breaks for him.
Yeah, fascinating. Anthony now has all the tempo. He can come in and attack, try to work down.
Oh, is this what I said before? Or he was forced to take an off turn?
There's a potential that Anthony will get a lot of cards out of the hand to block.
What happened?
The Spitfire, we're seeing how the
Jeffrey's
So we attack.
he wants to use
He
the
blocks.
Rune Chant firework cards to pitch
Shoot.
into, so down to 6,
Block.
get the val-
Oh my goodness.
Do nothing pass. Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. Where like
We're on Jeffrey's side of the
Anthony will get a lot of cards out of
you just need to
hand to block. Luckily, though,
you just need to pass because your deck can't convert anymore. So like all the Malefics clumping earlier kind of bricks your hands.
actually also
Hey Chris, though technically we're just sorting the cards from our boxes yesterday, but yeah, I was too lazy to update the thumbnail. I can't be bothered.
Reduced to Rune Chant, as you can see there in the hand, so that's another way to make a Rune Chant on defense, means the Deathly Whale will be an option on the next turn. Here comes the Oval to get the value when he can. returns to the side of Vincent.
Pretty interesting point of texture in this specific turn cycle is that Jeffrey chose to just pass through rather than sending anything Anthony's way, and I think it's actually been pretty solid for him. Taking a look at Anthony's hand, he's holding on to a Cloud Skiff and a
Yeah,
Fog
that makes sense getting cut. I just don't think that's what the game's about. Maybe if the Assassins decided that I can never fight over your board and I just need to go face, that could make sense. Like, punish them for their only way to win. But I think them trying to fatigue you is like a legitimate strategy.
Anthony is sending Cloud Skip as just a critical strike. This is 1 for 5. By no means a slouch in terms of stats, but Jeffrey's got...
Yeah, we're not shitting on Vincent. You missed our conversation earlier. Someone said that Jeff kind of high-rolled for seeing all 6 Malefics in the first half of the deck. And I was saying, I think that's actually a low roll. I think you want them more spread out. I don't think you actually want to hit all 6 next to each other, because then it leads to you breaking later. So I'm referencing something I said earlier in the stream. And now we see the punish for that, where, well, now you just have to start taking off turns because you can't convert your hand. Though it looks like he made it out healthily, but he might just die to his own blood debt. This is a little spooky.
And another yellow in the form of widespread destruction. I think we may see that card hit the pitch zone to activate Spellbound Creepers. Here comes a big old Deathly Whale. I believe he's paid 1 life, like we're talking about, to a Shadow Runeblade. The life total is immaterial. And
my brain keeps taking psychic damage every time I hear whale because my brain is thinking flail. Hey Josh, what's up?
The life point that truly matters is the final one. He's leveraging all resources, life included here, to try to finally get through this game. And Anthony holding on to just 3 red cards here. Any future arcane damage is going to be pretty brutal.
Yeah, and that adaptive dissolver, it looks like the adaptive plating, but it...
He may still very well win this game. I'm just pointing out the weakness of a draw like that. Like, it's not just free, you know? And Anthony's playing a deck that's very good on defense, though he does not have a board state that lends itself to being good on defense. So, a little concerned about that. I'm currently leaning towards Jeffrey winning this game, but I think if we can block out and make him bleed out, then we could win this game on the Puffin side. Like, I just really want to block out here. I don't think taking damage to play anything really makes too much sense, because we're just going to give Jeffrey value on defense, because he's going to struggle to play all of his cards, so I don't want to let him block with them. I want to tell him, prove to me that you can actually block with all your cards.
Only 3 cards in Anthony's hand. I think Jeffrey might have the knockout punch on this turn.
Can't relate. I'm not a nap gamer.
Anthony here has to first think about the Deathly Whale.
He has an effective 15 life to work with here, in the form of 3 cards that block for 3 and 6 factual life on the board.
Gonna go ahead and block for 6. Wants to get the full defensive value out of his hand.
Down to 4.
Close the chain. 2 root chance created. Down to 4 goes Anthony.
I believe.
Yeah.
That is it. This is gonna do it. I think it's mathematically impossible for Anthony to survive this following salvo with this Deadwood Dirge singing Anthony's final moments in this game. 4 rune chance on the board, an action point, because this was played at instant speed. Vexing Glow in, following it up and making it 6, and Anthony says, brother, you're done. You don't even have to finish. I'm cooked.
Yeah,
that is it.
That's tough.
Pham extends the fist bump, and Jeffrey...
Yeah, he needed to push a little bit harder towards the end there. Maybe we need to take a little bit more damage so we could push at the end to make it so Vincent can't start cycling our hand. Punish them when they stumbled. I'm not sure. Just gonna finish fishing out all the money for your lives, and then we'll go on to the next game.
Buried under the rune chance, but at X and 1, very much alive in our tournament.
Very much alive in our tournament, just like Jeffrey Mazar, really masterfully piloting Vincent through these Swiss rounds. Really excited to see how the rest of his bracket goes.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it's a pretty big read, some pretty big plays, some pretty big call-outs, so we've got to wonder, will he be able to parlay that further?
And And here you see our players on the left-hand side. It's Bryce Henschel piloting Kasai, taking on Jacob Paccio on Dash.io.
And lots of intricate things in this matchup, lots of things going for both heroes. On the one hand, Kasai really likes when the opponent has mostly attack action cards that block, and Dash.io is mostly blocking attack action cards. So both these Centauri Sabers, you can expect, will have their effect online.
I feel like Money or Your Life could have been a common.
On the Dash.io side, between boom grenades and just overly strong turns...
And then that would have been an interesting card for Commoner.
Put Bryce in the blender where they cannot actually hold enough cards to refresh the Valen Dynamos. So between having breakpoint blocks that boom grenade threatens and just overwhelming amounts of damage, if Jacob's allowed to put Bryce in a position where the Dynamos don't...
Start with Tekla Core, that's pretty strong.
That's how he can leak enough damage to get over the Warriors' defenses.
We'll have to see if Jacob can put that game plan together. Bryce representing Team Second Cycle. Seeing more Team Second Cycle
Ooh.
match area over recent times. Got to call out their performance.
We're Coggin?
Here we see a big new pickup from High Seas for these Dash.io decks. It is Cog in the machine. Tell me about why this card is so important, Ponkish.
It's anti-fatigue. You can put this on the bottom of the deck from its own accord, in which case it means you can always have a functional weapon, because it's always going to be shot as a crit.
I mean, Pay Up has Overpower.
This was a weakness of Dash.io before the release of this card, especially with the loss of High Octane as well, that if sometimes it might just run out of gas. But
it also blocks for 3.
That Jacob saying, I will always be able to refresh Symbiosis Shot. You don't have...
I don't think this is strictly better.
Cards, because I will have a functional weapon at the end of the game.
Hotly debated card in the dev environment. We questioned a lot. Is this okay to give to Dash.io? Is this too much? Obviously, at its heart, a Puffin.
I don't think that matters.
Dash.io would be capable of just
Dash.io has enough weird anti-fatigue tools that if it really wants to go down that rabbit hole, it can include those cards. They just usually choose not to play them.
The bottom right now, which means he can just keep boosting for the rest of the game until he hits the cog in the machine at the bottom of the deck. Until then, he's fine to boost. You just need one cog in the machine, and then you are set against fatigue.
Slice and Dice kicking off the turn here. Beautiful full art. Slice and Dice. We see a yellow one pitched as well. We have our first Centauri Saber attack of the match coming in 4-3 for the time being.
I mean, while we're talking about bling, then Marvel Adult Kasai as well right there.
Love seeing these players come to the table.
Kasai's getting one of the pool party variants, right, from Singapore?
We mentioned the full art Slice and Dice. Whether bling will be present throughout the match. We see those golden cogs shining down there in the feature match area.
Well, Jacob with a little bit of a resource-rich hand there. 3 blues in there, and he managed to set up a Tekla Core at the top of the deck and on turn 0 as well. So, few too many blues in his hand to be comfortable with. Is going ahead and blocking with one of them.
It's really weird to me that they went with Syndra. I feel like they should have gone with 3 heroes that care about gold tokens. That would have made sense, right?
Set that one up in Arsenal, just prioritizing the damage here. With Dash.io starting out at lower life, you can understand why. 6 damage coming through.
Yeah, it may seem like an interesting decision to pitch that away, since you want to be defensive against the Dash.io typically, but you really want to get the value from the Slice and Dice as well. And aside from just fatigue and potentially running the Dash.io out of threats, another potential win condition is actually just to kill them. And these Kasai decks these days can be quite aggressive.
I think full turtling is actually a recipe for disaster.
I think I already thumbed through this pile and messed up.
That's not saying you're locked into winning by damage. You still may try to fatigue this Dash.io, but just sitting back this early in the game is not a winning strategy.
And very importantly for Kasai, also have to note, she does want to fill up the graveyard to go ahead and activate her abilities. So that's 2 reds now that are in the graveyard. It's a few yellows in there, and you can start activating Kasai. And once you can start doing that against a Dash.io, you can seriously outvalue them. Every time you pitch a gold, you're effectively just drawing a card. Every gold creation Kasai.
Oh, interesting. We're playing the no weapon helmet.
To be a very good blocking deck. So Kasai,
interesting.
Make use of Alaniz over here. Make those coppers, make those gold, and then go ahead and overwhelm the Dash.io with value.
I don't know if I like that.
Zipper hit kicking off the turn here. There we see a yellow block in the form of this blood on her hands. Not choosing to push those Valiant Dynamos in quite yet. Looking for a better spot down the chain, perhaps.
Okay, gamers, who else makes gold? Who else gives a shit about gold? Olympia? Is that it? Do we have any other heroes that care? Even if they're old, I don't care. I guess it's just Olympia, right? Sure, let's include Blitz. Just like literally, is there anyone else that cares about gold tokens? Like specifically on the hero text? Does Betsy care about gold on the hero text? Just literally doesn't. Sure. Imagine we got pool party Betsy. Sheesh. Oh man. Nobody asked for that. Do any of these not legal heroes care about gold? I don't think so. Unlucky. Yo, pool noodle? I fuck with that. Okay. We get a pool party weapon that's an alt art of a spear for Olympia. Because he definitely needs to get a spear weapon, right? So we get a spear weapon in the expansion slot, and then that's how we first get it spoiled as the promo for Singapore. And we're like, huh? What is this weapon? And then we see it later as the expansion slot card. Gamers, I think that's the play. I really wanted to get like also alt arts of hot streaks for Olympia if I ever played him, and make them the Blades of Chaos for God of War. I thought that would be sick. Anyways.
Also point out the
And then make it a spear that you can return to you or something. Oh, okay. This was the other thing that I really wanted Victor to do. When I saw that he was going to be like Hammer Guy that cares about gold, what I wanted was, what if Victor had a hammer that returned to him like Thor's hammer, but instead of it returning to him because of Fugazi magic, it returned to him because he paid one of his servants to go pick it up. And he's just like, look at the magic that returns it to me. And then one of his peasants runs off into the battlefield and returns it to him. He doesn't acknowledge the servant existing. Just everyone just needs to pretend that guy doesn't exist. What are you talking about? It magically returned to me. Throws like 3 gold at the guy. Be gone!
So now in the Dash IO that High Octane's not a card, but Cog in the Machine does still let you send 2 Symbiosis shots on one turn, should you choose to use it that way, and Kabuto can potentially just give him a couple, maybe 2 extra points of value. Oftentimes, Dash IO's turns are pretty telegraphed that they're going to send a Symbiosis shot at the end, so you can just have your headpiece block for 4 instead of 2 effectively, and that could be just enough value to get over the top.
Did have our first officer of the match go ahead and join the arena here. That is online now. See if this chain is going to continue. Looks like Teklo-Cord, last card in Jacob's hand.
Don't really want double Teklo-Core.
Getting a result, this means that
I feel like we just want to shoot the gun.
turns can effectively go pitchless.
He's going to pick up a card here.
We're going to overcap on counters.
Processor.
Maximum velocity on top, Brian. With the blue in hand.
I don't know about that. I set the boost card.
Blue in hand with a Teklo-Core already. If he draws enough boost cards, might be able to just resolve that maximum velocity.
Yeah, I think they were both blue, and now with the non-boost card in Arsenal, it gets a little harder. Does have a Cerebellum processor there to go ahead and find another card off the top. Of course, with that Dash IO knowledge of exactly what's going on. Single Centauri Saber kicking off the turn here. Could be a light turn from Bryce.
And another Blood in the Hands pitch as well. We saw one being blocked with and one sent to the pit zone right now. That makes future Spoils of War potentially a little bit less threatening. It's only one blood in the hand remaining in the first cycle of the deck.
And Jacob looking to shove in the crown here. This feels to me, Punkage, like an offensive crown, looking to reset that arsenal, look for another boost card.
100%. And he knew what he was going to draw as well. So he knew he was going to draw into a second maximum velocity. We could potentially see a double max V turn if he manages to get another boost card off the side.
Double max V seems ambitious.
He has plenty of resources. His boost cards are cost 0 and cost 1 as well. The current ones, at least, in his hand.
We'll see if we can see some.
I don't know how we get the action points to do all that. And enough boost cards.
One more turn. As you mentioned, resource rich. Tekla Core kicks it off. Of course, Tekla Foundry Heart. Also, very importantly, going to be able to reset that top card in deck for Jacob and get a little bit closer.
Forget the odds. Is there physically even a way to? Is there physically even a way to double max V off of any 5 cards in the deck in this situation? Okay, he'd have to pitch a blue to cover both max Vs and still have $1. So then his hand is max V, pitch card. He hits an item off of the top, so he gets the extra action point to play both max Vs. He then cracks his boots, so that way he can draw a card off of his item. And the rest of his hand is 3 boost cards, and one of them can cost $1 if he activates his chest. I think that is the only setup that allows you to do it. I can't think of another way. I guess you could hit item off of the top. No, that doesn't work. I was gonna say hit item off the top, and it's another processor, and he draws another card, but I don't think we have the action points to do everything then. We could also just spread out the max Vs. Just, like, set one for next round. I don't know about that, though.
Exactly the boost card needed to go ahead and unlock here.
Could even set up just a single max V on this turn, and you set up the other one in Arsenal, because your opponent is very likely going to block out when you do a full max V.
Seems totally
What does this card even fucking do? I've never played this card.
Oh, no, is it Tekla Pounder?
Yeah, wants to reset that one.
This card sucks.
You're going to see a Tekla Foundry Heart right now. Is he happy with the top of the deck?
Bryce fine staying defensive so far.
I have to note a little bit of awkwardness with Pulse Wave Harpoon and Tekla Foundry.
Also, like, max V isn't that impressive if we don't have Boom Grenade in play, to be honest.
Get your full selection from your opponent's hand.
You're gonna get damaged, but I want to connect with Boom Grenades.
With the extra resources, you're probably just happy with that.
Yeah, it's just going to go ahead and fire that Pulse Wave Harpoon now. We'll still have the resource available for the future.
Is that a cog in the machine?
It was, yes, it was a cog in the machine.
He needs to find the 3rd boost card. Currently holding 2 maximum velocities and a Tekla Core. If you can find a 3rd boost card, you'll be able to resolve at least one of these max Vs.
Delayed Flurry going to come down.
I really like
Damage leaking here for Jacob
them
so
being transparent about when heroes are coming back, so I like the Aurora thing coming back.
Chain now gets
I do not like other heroes not being announced
It's Foundry Heart.
that there's any plans of them coming back anytime soon.
Foundry Heart going to clear that T-bone and
I think if all heroes had some sort of timeline,
Boost card on top of the
even if it was a loose timeline, I would be pretty happy with that.
I found another item on top. I'm gonna
Just like knowing that your hero's coming back at some point soon, I think is kind of relieving.
If he doesn't find it, as a red T-bone would have been happy with that. Oh, that's
Like, I've been
on top, I think.
not that excited about Fab because of not having Dromite or
Either way.
a Prism adjacent deck to play.
The card off the top.
Still has 1 action point remaining thanks to Heavy Industry.
OG Prism, of course. We don't talk about new Prism.
In the end, a blue one again. Jacob, we saw him take risks again and again to try and have a red boost card.
Yeah, it actually made me just hold on to all. Like, I think that also does something else positive where it made me go, I'm just going to hold on to all my Aurora cards instead of dumping them into the market. Because I actually really enjoyed playing Aurora, and knowing that she's going to come back soon, and it's going to be exactly Aurora, not just some random other Runeblade, made me go, okay, I enjoyed playing this hero, I'm going to keep my cards, because I would like to play it again. I actually really wish that I played Aurora sooner. I had a lot of fun playing Aurora right before she LL'd. I took her to, like, 2 Pro Quests and a 1K, and I won 2 of them. It was so much fun. I barely knew what I was doing, just moving cards around, but the, like, how to think about your turns, I thought was really engaging, and like how to set up, how to sequence. I just really enjoy that. I'm hoping that playing Gravy is going to scratch that itch a bit, because I find that there aren't enough decks in Flesh and Blood that how you sequence things matters too much. It's just play the math of your hand a lot of the time. So kind of getting one of those decks back is I'm gonna enjoy that. Anyways, rambling.
That could have been really, really rough if you just found another item, and like an attack low pounder.
What am I doing?
The non-attack.
Tit for tat.
Like the cog in the machine on top.
Yeah, but posting a decent turn here on the back of that Max V, coming in for a big 10 on the end of the chain. A lot used on that turn though, Ponkage, and thus far results not that impressive. Still multiple cards left here for Bryce that he could use on.
Are we just IPing a card here?
I would have to say a small win for Bryce in this exchange.
Bro, what is going on?
A boost card that he could pitch into. Like, I think he would have been happier with a zipper hit or even a throttle probably to make use of the extra cards.
I'll play Tackle 4.
Yep. Pitching a tackle card.
Okay.
Same Bowser.
I guess that sets us up for the Max V next round.
High octane, those shots can be difficult to get full value out of. Cog in the machine does help a little bit. And with the industry gear shift gone as well, Jacob, not too many options to get multiple action points on a turn to really make use of all the Symbiosis shot counters.
Yeah, if I'm in Bryce's seat, I feel pretty good about weaseling my way out of that turn at a healthy life total. But unfortunately,
I feel like we're gonna get a Flying High promo at some point if we haven't already, and I just didn't notice. This feels like a card that we're gonna get as like a ProQuest promo.
As well, which should help get any number of boost cards that Jacob needs on this turn.
So his arsenal is also a maximum
So he's
velocity.
seen all
so
the
once
Max
again,
Vs at this point.
but this is not how you want to see Max V with like a few other boost cards. This time, it's even worse because he's not resource rich as he was earlier. Backup Protocol can help you get a boost card, but it does cost quite a bit.
Yeah, and there's actually no blues in that hand. It's just a yellow.
And this time the boost cards aren't cost 0, they're cost 1s. And we've seen Dash Oil be very explosive. Just today on stream already.
Oh!
Sometimes the resources don't line up.
And we don't have to Max V here. We can Max V next round.
Let's find a Boom Grenade off the top.
Okay, so we're getting value on this turn. We are clunky, but we're finding a little bit of extra spice to add.
And then we just
on
pitched
top
the other
of
Max V for later.
Again, awkward breakpoint into Kasai. Of course, those Dynamos plus a card can cover up your 4s very nicely. 5, little bit.
It buys us space so the opponent just fucks off this turn.
Forcing Dynamos blocks when you are sending a wide enough chain is that it's difficult for the Kasai to refresh the Dynamos following up, which means you can continue threatening those breakpoints because Jacob didn't crank that Boom Grenade. Even if Bryce survives this Boom Grenade turn and it doesn't pop, there is a following turn, which this time might be a maximum velocity turn. A lot harder to block out Boom Grenade.
They're from Skirmish? That's cool.
I think it's worth pointing out, Bryce has been very patient with those Dynamos, knowing that he'll be put into defensive posture quite regularly in this.
Is this Skirmish season LL?
Without those available to take care of a really important on-hit that may come further down the line, probably in the form of Boom Grenade or, God forbid, double Boom
I basically only go to Skirmishes if they're LL now.
I have to wonder what Jacob is thinking of. It has a line where he pitches the Max V for zipper hit and then just resolves the backup protocol, not cranking it, leaving the options open for the following turn.
Seems okay.
Yeah,
I like that line.
Because if you already have a maximum velocity in Arsenal, it's really awkward to hold on to another one. It's difficult to do.
Yeah, fuck all of those but LL.
The heavy industry
I don't give a shit about any of that.
Also, cash and backup protocol right now.
Is cranking here.
And here we see the awkwardness of the Symbiosis shot grind.
You're happy Gem Pack 2 has some reprints, specifically Hunter's Glaive? Yeah, they need to do something about the
We are just gonna immediately
prices of cards right now.
protocol. Return another zipper.
Hey, Julian.
Okay. And fire that one off with the Max V.
Boosting it as well, wants to at least fire the Symbiosis.
I'm expecting them to do some more aggressive stuff about
A lot of cards,
reprints
a lot
or
of
like
resources.
bringing down the cost of the game in the next like
Back into the
8
deck
to
for the pitch deck. And again,
18 months,
a really
because it's going to take a while for them to actually enact anything because of just how long it takes for them to, you know, the lag time on printing stuff. But we're still probably going to be dealing with this for a while if I had to guess.
Those Dynamos on this turn cycle.
And Symbiosis
It's really annoying because like
happy to take that 2 damage.
despite me being like not that excited to play Fab over the past couple months, I still want to shill the game to people. Like I still want to tell people this is the best card game you can play, even though I'm not like I just don't talk about how I haven't been having fun recently. I just still would like to shill the game, and I can't in good conscience shill the game right now because of how expensive it is. Before, I could stomach telling people all you have to do is get your set of Command and Conquers and, like, a Tunic. You don't even need E-Strikes. Just, like, get your couple staples and you're good. It's like getting your mana base. Now it is so egregiously... I can't tell someone, yeah, get into this game for the low cost of over $1,000 for your staples. It's so ridiculous. And we're not even talking about getting your class cards yet, because now class cards are also expensive. It used to be get your staples, and all your class cards were pretty cheap. Like, maybe a $20 Majestic for your deck, and a $20 Legendary, unless you played, like, one of the older classes and you had to get, like, Grasp or something. It's so ridiculous now.
Extracting value game time from the Kasai over here.
Classic Kasai, I would say. Kasai was at her best in the metagame.
I like just didn't pay attention. What happened last turn?
In the hands of folks. Able to refresh those.
He shot, attack,
Back during heavy hit.
move to sleep phase. Okay.
Take me back. On Jacob's side,
I'm gonna keep it a buck. I don't give a fuck about Project Blue. Until they tell me Project Blue is an official tournament format that I need to learn for Pro Tour Worlds, I do not care. It's like... Okay, I'm gonna give you an analogy. Imagine you were a Runeterra player, and then they shut down Runeterra, but then made Runeterra 2 Electric Boogaloo. You cannot convince me that I should give a shit about Runeterra 2 after what you did to Runeterra 1. They, like, haven't done shit with Living Legend or Commoner, and now they're making Commoner 2 Electric Boogaloo. Like, I do not care. Like, until you properly manage your other formats, why would I care that you're making a new one? I do not care. I'm sorry. Like, you know what? Go for, like, I'm not going to yuck anyone's yum. Anyone that has fun with it, go for it. But me personally, I don't care. It isn't... Until I know it's a properly managed format, I'm not going to pay an iota of attention. I just don't care. They need to properly manage LL and CC first. Like, if they're going to put LL at Worlds, they got to manage that first. I do not have the confidence that they have the bandwidth to properly balance LL and launch a new format at the same time. So I'm going to not pay attention to the format they're launching and just focus on what matters to me right now. But again, if you're having fun with it, you do you. I'm not going to yuck anyone's yum. I want people to play the game and have fun the way they want to have fun. There's no wrong way to have fun unless you're hurting someone else's ability to have fun. These other supplementary formats aren't fun to me, so I'm not going to play. I'm not going to give a shit. But that could change. I'm willing to give a shit about these things. If they properly support these formats, I'll pay attention. But until, like, prove to me I need to pay attention to this before I start paying attention to it. I'm not going to just, like, hype up the format when it's, like, not a real thing yet.
Grenade in your hand has an on-hit, however, quite easily blocked out, especially by a deck like Kasai.
Yeah.
Third blood in hand.
Bro, imagine missing bonds. Like, you literally printed Demonic Tutor that searches Demonic Tutor and didn't think to check, is Demonic Tutor broken with Demonic Tutor?
Yeah, it doesn't feel like the card for this matchup, honestly.
So silly.
Things have trended pretty hard to Bryce being defensive.
And
As we said,
not to, like, this is part of my not having fun with Fab. Like, some of those types of things have been really irritating the shit out of me. Like, it feels like they're... I don't know if there's the right word for it, but, like, disconnected from the player base of some things. Like, you look at how they talked about CYB and how it seems like they perceived CYB to be balance-wise internally. I think their perception of it was completely different than reality and was disconnected with how people felt about the card. To my understanding, their thought on CYB was essentially a get good type of thing. Like, there is enough tools to deal with this. Players need to adjust. And while I agree with that on some level, the tools did exist, players needed to adjust it, that does not paint the full story of CYB. It is bad for tournament logistics, first of all. It is a miserable play experience, and it creates a burden on deck building in the game that I don't think that we really have the ability to properly deal with, especially given the fact that they seem to be really leaning into a card design space that is essentially gem roulette. They seem to be really into that gem roulette style where decks just can't beat other decks. Well, now we're adding in another layer to that, where my deck only 50% of the time beats this deck, depending on how they sideboard. And if I guess wrong, I fucking just lose. That's not a good tournament experience. I'm not going to fucking fly around the world to play a tournament like that. That's not why I play Flesh and Blood. I play Flesh and Blood for the opposite of that. If I wanted that kind of experience, I'd go play fucking Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Pokemon. Like, I'm not flying across the world to flip fucking coins. and that's what it can feel like. Now, that being said, I typically play decks that shit on CYB, so that was never a big concern to me. Like, the types of decks that I play just inherently lined up well into CYB, but I know that that was an issue for a lot of other decks. You know, it's funny with this, the Luminaris thing. I've been thinking about it for the past, like, 8 months, just like in the back of my head. I am wondering if Brian was right and we just didn't see it. I am wondering if I went back with the knowledge that I have today of all the Arclight shenanigans, if I could have made it work with the old Luminaris. Because the new Luminaris does it better, but it still worked with the old Luminaris. So, I don't know. There's a chance that it actually still works with that weapon. Yeah, with tomes. But we didn't see the vision of you're just supposed to play Shariah and just chain Arclight someone. That being said, I don't know if they saw that's what you're supposed to do either, though. Because if they did, I think they would have banned cards sooner. I don't think they saw the vision of just play Shariah, don't let your opponent play for the next 4 rounds. And when they finally do, you have a million permanents in play and they never get to play the game again. Because if they did, I don't think they would have designed Prism to do this. So, we'll never know when it comes to that. But yeah, you know, and then we've got the whole Zephyr Needle thing of they wanted us to discover it, but then we discovered it too fast? The fuck you mean we discovered it too fast? Either it's broken and it's a problem and it should be gone before it hits paper, or it's not a problem and just leave it legal. It shouldn't matter how fast we discover it. That was so cringe. What else was there that was some clown activity? Obviously the whole High Seas release has been absolute clown activity. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta stop ranting. I'm gonna get mad.
To offer your offense, but I think Bryce is in a strong position, mentally fatigued.
You uncorked me! Well, what's the Danny DeVito thing from Always Sunny? You unzipped me! Oh! I didn't want to think about this! You unzipped me! Now I can't get rezipped!
Given how the game has gone thus far.
So one boost card already been played this turn in the form of the Expedite. Sparkle Genius coming in.
Oh. And the Living Legend system? Oh my fucking god. This Living Legend system has been a fucking joke. I've been saying for months, ever since the last time they made changes to the Living Legend system, remember when they changed it where it updates on Mondays? I've been saying since then that this isn't gonna work. We're gonna have heroes rotate too fast. And people are like, nah, it's fine. And then lo and behold, a hero's good for a hot second, and they instantly rotate. And then you have the other problem, where we don't even fucking know what's going to be legal moving into events, because heroes are right on the cusp of rotating, and we're not going to know until that we're in the air if that hero is going to be legal for the event. like Zen for what was it, London? Thankfully, I didn't go to London, so this didn't impact me. But that's cringe. Why should I? You cannot tell me that is a good experience for the players. That they don't know what the card legality for the event they're flying across the world to go to is until they land. What the fuck? But no. The play bad heroes is not the answer, because you still don't know if Zen is legal. What if the hero you're playing shits on Zen, but it's bad? And what if that hero is good into Zen and Zen rotates, and now you lost the reason to play your bad hero? And what if you dedicated all this time to building a sideboard plan to beat Zen, and then it rotates? Or you said, fuck it, Zen's not going to be legal anyways, I'm not going to worry about it, and then it doesn't rotate, and it's the best deck in the room, and you didn't have a plan for it. It is... And part of that is not respectful to our time as players for practicing for the event. And the other part of it is just cringe. Just like, I'm making deck choices based on a prediction of what is even going to be legal at the event. Because then there's the other thing. What if your deck is bad, but because Zen is in the meta, it pushes out the decks that beat you? Like, a great example of that could be Zen is legal, so it pushes out, I don't know, Enigma. Not that that's actually what happened, because, you know, Enigma, I think, got closer edge in that matchup. But just for the sake of the argument, let's just, to keep it easy to understand, let's say Zen existing pushes out Illusionist, and you play a deck that just gets shit on by Illusionist, but your deck is, air quotes, bad. Well, then Zen rotates and all the Illusionists come back in. Like, that is not good. The problem isn't the I'm playing Zen and I don't know if it's going to be legal, but that is a part of it. Like that definitely also sucks, but that is not the argument that I'm making right now of what sucks. Just make the LL cutoff a part of the BNR update. It's that simple. Like, it also sucks because you look at the Blitz season that we had, where it was the first Blitz season Zen was legal at. It was literally 1 week that Zen was legal, and he rotated. Are you kidding me? Can you imagine? Like, oh, my Blitz event is the 3rd weekend of this season, and I bought all these Zen cards to play my Blitz event. And he rotates on the first week. I spent all this money on a deck, and it rotated before I even got a chance to play. And normally you can make the argument, well, you know that's going to happen because you can look at the LL points and see that it's going to rotate soon. Zen had, 2 Battle Hardens that it was legal for prior to that or something. Like, he barely had any points on the board, and he rotated in a fucking week. That is not good. So, on both the Mondays thing being cringe, and also the too many points in the system thing being cringe, the LS system was broken. And I've been saying that for a while, and everyone was telling me it was wrong. I knew that I wasn't wrong. I knew that everyone else was wrong. But, whatever. I don't know. I should have made a video on it. So that way, maybe they could have changed something based on that and just, like, been more aware. But, whatever, man. Fuck me. I do like the new change of the points based on the age of your hero. I think that is a step in the right direction. I think that solves a lot of the problems. But I still don't think the LL system actually works. There's still problems with it. There's still one problem with it that hasn't been fixed, which is a perverse incentive structure with the Living Legends system, which I have personally taken advantage of. Because the points go to first place, it is not in my best interest to actually win the event if I'm able to redistribute prizing, if I want to keep my hero around. And that leads to heroes getting points that shouldn't be getting heroes sometimes. Heroes getting points that shouldn't be getting points sometimes. And I've definitely taken advantage of that. Y'all remember how Prism got to Lil with, like, 998? You're welcome. That was me. I literally have 0 points on Prism, and that's because I scooped in the top 4, top 8 of every single event that I went to that Prism was legal for. I split the pricing, and then said peace, and kept her around. That's a perverse incentive structure. I because players have direct impact over the legality of the cards in the game, that creates issues. And there's further issues with that because of the prize redistribution as far as the invite goes, but that's a different problem. If they want games to go to their natural conclusion, and the current system does not incentivize players to actually do that. And that's the end of my rant, though. Sorry about that. You unzipped me!
Cranking the processor. Processor pretty much
Fuck.
the go-to pick for Sparkle Genius ever since this card was released in the Dash.io Armory deck. Previously, it used to be, boom grenades, backup protocols, techno cores even sometimes. Now it's just always get the processor. For good reason, too.
Yeah, and that should help Jacob on this turn. Things out.
And that being said, I'm now done sorting my rares.
Needs and try and get value out of that boom grenade. Feels very important that this boom grenade produces 4 damage.
Draws a card off the Sparkle Genius. Hasn't activated Dash.io this turn yet. Could potentially crank something off the top. Tricky thing about processor is that you do need a way to generate an extra action point if you want to make use of the card draw on this turn itself.
Haven't found it yet. Does want to fire off that 0 to 60 for free.
Second boost card here for Jacob.
I'm the whiner of Aether for a reason.
The Golden Goose is not on top of the deck. It is just going to be zipper hit one more time.
Sure, I'll take a look later.
And could be
After stream at some point.
in hand being pitched for maximum velocity, which should force the boom grenade. The boom grenade on board through as well. It's got the armor on Bryce's side. 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, speak of the Devil's Own, just bought a Jade Tiger domain off of me. Don't you know that hero's not legal?
And give up all the armor to prevent the boom grenade on hit.
Not impossible. Happy to get that boom grenade back into the deck, though. And does Bryce have a cover here? Feels unlikely.
I signed a couple at the at Nationals.
That's rough.
Indeed, 11 damage being leaked here effectively. And once again, Jacob not getting rewarded too much on the threats he's actually sending. We saw a yellow 0 to 60, a blue zipper hit being boosted this turn. The expedite was red, but that's an expedite. So there's a whole bunch of 3 attack powers and then a maximum velocity. This isn't even the ceiling of some Dash.io turns. Still managed to leak a whole bunch of damage into Bryce.
Yeah, solid turn there for Jacob. Resources, though, starting to be depleted. The Cerebellum processor only with 1 turn. This is the second one we've seen played. We've seen a couple of techno cores already played. So some of those big burst turns, they're starting to fade. But we mentioned this card, Cog in the Machine, could still have something to say about this matchup if we have to go long. We have a little fatigue protection.
And it's 2 action points. It's high octane at home, as some people have been calling it.
I'm really looking forward to seeing if Dromai has legs in LL. The new block card, the new boots, do a lot for Dromai.
We saw him do earlier. Just play it out, don't crank it. Arsenal pulse wave up and leave it for the following turn.
Weird fan interactions? No, I think the weirdest has just been the both of us being socially awkward and not knowing how to have a conversation. Just them coming up to me and just being kind of awkward, and me being like, I don't know how to deal with someone being awkward. So then it's just awkward, and then they eventually walk away, and I'm just like, okay, goodbye. I think that's the weirdest. It's just whatever. It's just, we've all been there.
Pulse wave up and coming once again on Chain Link 2 over here, Brian. So Kasai is very happy to just reveal a couple of 3 blocks and say, you don't get an option. You could just reveal reactions. Jacob won't get an option either.
Once more, good block available for Bryce here on the back of that Valiant Dynamo, full cover.
And when you see Kasai block with Dynamo, you know they're planning to refresh it. Like they wouldn't send it unless they have.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna take that.
It's gonna happen. I mean,
personally, I guess that's the wrong word, but like I'm not gonna think anything of it if someone's just awkward. It's just kind of the nature of this community. It is what it is.
Jacob picks up another action point here on the back of that backup protocol off the top.
So it doesn't need to Arsenal. It could just play it from hand and not crank it. Oh, Simba has a shot. Yeah. Another 2 damage.
I like it. You know Bryce isn't going to block here. You have to get that life total lower. Bryce falls down to just 14 on the back of that Symbiosis shot.
I don't think chain is a thing in LL. I think that is, in fact, a false statement.
Strong Arsenal. It's going to be the max V that's going to ultimately move to Arsenal. Good info for Bryce to have.
Cody is still mourning.
But still, you have to overcome it despite knowing about it.
And yellow boom grenade is what really unlocked that. So yeah, backup protocol just showing the flexibility in this deck, cranking on the top, giving an extra action point, and then giving you a selection of the best attack in your graveyard to go ahead and set up.
Here's a draw swords from Bryce. This really ups the damage potential of this hand.
So card's been drawn. Kasai's active. These sword attacks are now free.
Chain lost
Will
so
need to
much.
for a go again though, unless he's found something like an unsheathed, which is a 0-cost go again enabler.
He's now looking to stack up that gold a little bit with our second Kasai activation.
But we do know he's holding on to a run through. So if he needs to pay for that, it just doesn't feel very good. Can be one of the awkward things about draw swords. When you pair it with a go again that you need to pay for, it can feel a little bit weird.
Had dinner once with the guy that rotated Prism from the calling win at Lille. I had some choice words for him.
Adaptive plating with Kong in the machine as well.
I didn't know that was him when I sat down.
It just lets you also block 3 in the arm space while also giving you insulation against fatigue.
Vigor token picked up on the back of Grains of Bloodspill, so did have a nice home for one of those additional resources, and then just closes things out here with the last saber.
I'm sure Hamilton looked like a deer in headlights. That's kind of his default look.
Braces instead, before selling a second saber, but opting instead to cash in the resource for another vigor for the following turn. So we'll have 2 vigors on the following turn, which of Kasai's many hands, which effectively lets you play a pitches, do a Pham cosplay, if you will, for the 1 turn cycle.
I'm hoping I'm going to be in Majin's story time. I was helping him a bunch with his top cut games of like talking theory with him and trying to help figure out sideboarding plans.
This is going to be a potential max V turn, and I think that's exactly why Bryce was incentivized to play in that fashion. You do want to get your resources from other sources, so you can use as much of your hand as possible to defend.
Good find for Jacob over here. Sprocket Rocket boosting an item off the top, getting the +1.
Yeah, the variability of the top of the deck, a huge factor in the output for these Dash.io players.
Oh wait, were you the judge that was kept eavesdropping on us and just kind of kept popping over?
The Techno Foundry Heart. T-Bone, Zipper Hit, the yellow pitch alongside Techno Foundry Heart does let him resolve the maximum velocity. Once again, sending a blue as part of it, and also banishing cards on the top of the deck as well, which needs to be stated as well. That deck is looking mighty thin right now, Brian.
I agree with you, Pankaj, and I said a while ago it felt like Bryce was positioning to play the fatigue game.
Oh, okay. I didn't know who you were. The face to name or face to username was not there for me.
We'll see if he can actually convert on that game plan.
That makes more sense. Bro, I'm stupid. I cannot remember shit ever.
I mean a lot to fight against it. You can see the experience from Jacob. Just
Also, you were a bumblebee. You're a completely different person.
Off that backup protocol, so you just need your raw damage output to get to a certain threshold.
And 13 life does not feel good when you know opponent can play a maximum velocity. Everything is face up now. No cards in hand for Jacob, but both players
Agreed. Majin's the GOAT.
Of the maximum velocity.
Techno Foundry Heart going to be needed to call upon here, though. And
Yeah, but you don't have a username over your head IRL. That doesn't help me.
Getting thinner. Does feel like a micro win.
And the Kasai is still holding.
True, they're insects.
Maximum velocity of maybe like
True.
4. Kasai typically has enough 3 blocks.
True.
So are you gonna cash in 2 more cards in deck?
You make 2 resources.
4, and then
True.
go over to your turn with no items, no setup, and only a 4-card hand.
Such a hard call with that double vigor available. Bryce can still make good offense out of this turn if you don't.
I mean, the offense doesn't matter here. You have to
That's
fatigue.
a problem for Jacob at this stage as well.
Aside from actually just a 0-cost go again to make use of a double vigor and send both sabers, you could just cash both vigors into a gold.
Yep.
I'm typically not a big fan of the I'm gonna play the game, oh shit, I'm losing, pivot into fatigue kind of strategy into Dio. I feel like that's what Dio wants. I'll trade my life total for some amount of cards from your deck.
So you might be opting for just Symbiosis shots instead.
Yep. Picks up the card, though, from the Cerebellum processor. That could be put into the Foundry Heart here.
Well, feel free to say hi to me next time you see me.
A resource card, he doesn't even need to Foundry Heart.
That
That's
would
what
be
he was
ideal.
digging for.
That would be ideal, saving the card in deck.
That's why he played the backup protocol, saying, if I can find a resource card, I don't need to Foundry Heart. Saves him 1 card in deck, effectively. Because you are losing the backup protocol when you do it this way.
Smart sequencing from Jacob.
But if he finds a red, then you lost 3 cards in deck, so it's a bit of a gamble for sure. It if that's a blue, you could even actually pop the backup protocol and mount an even stronger offense in this turn, get a 0 to 60 from your graveyard, and then activate Foundry Heart to send
While
maximum
preserving
velocity.
a strong.
Oh shit, I forgot.
Question is, what is
I needed to make a set for one of my locals.
We're gonna close the chain here.
Oh, and it is a blue!
And he's foundrying on top of that blue.
So he gets to go to 4 resources over here, which means backup protocol can find his strongest 0 cost. Probably a 0 to 16.
Is there any world where it just finds the max V again, though?
Oh, he has boosted 3 times. I was like, oh, he needs one more boost. No, he has boosted 3 times. Yeah, he can just buy back the maximum velocity once again. Yeah, blanked. For some reason, I thought he needed one more boost, but no, had 3.
Like, when you're just trying to get the damage count as high as possible, it sure
This
seems
is
like
it.
max V is the way you have to go.
Fantastic usage of backup protocols here. We've seen the same max V being resolved twice already, and potentially a 3rd time, because it's going right into the into the arsenal again.
Yeah, we'll grab a different max V just for style points. And you see a shake of the head from Bryce, down to just 6 here. Has his work cut out for him for sure. Mercifully has some vigor, so we're able to offer something this go around.
He's gonna cash in the gold. Looks like he's doing that. Gets a free card.
Wait, it's in Gem Pack 3? Where is that confirmed?
Should be perfect, and a defense reaction in Arsenal. That's really what Bryce is looking for right now. That would be the ideal hand configuration for him.
Kasai activation. Maze will try and take the gold refresh that you expect Jacob to offer you. Meanwhile, over on Jacob's side, it's a red-heavy hand.
And there's a
Ooh,
draw
that ain't
as
it.
well, so
Yeah, unfortunate. I mean, you can make 3 boosts out of that hand if you want to, but I don't think that's
This
how
gun
you
has not been
actually
looking
succeed.
impressive.
3 boosts, but you won't have resources to play the max V. So yeah, that's just burning a bunch of cards from deck. But you also don't want to just block with these because they are your reds.
Unsheath is the play here that kicks things off, so we do have go again now on the back of that saber. Jacob quickly says no blocks.
If Bryce is a defense
Huh,
reaction
okay,
right
good to
now,
know.
that is the exact sort of
I guess I don't need to get the armory deck now.
He's got a gold refresh. Looks like it's a blue. So he's going to go into Vigor and potentially Braveforge Braces as well. So at least is set up to do another effectively pitchless turn on the following turn.
That's good. Getting a lot out of his cards is Bryce. That means many of them are going to be able to go ahead and be committed to defense, which is what he has to focus on at this moment.
And this is very
Oh, that's cringe, if that's the case.
Go up to 4, so you need to get Foundry Heart.
Eh, whatever, I'll just buy it on TCG Player if I have to. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, double vigors again. Gold was refreshed on this turn.
Or maybe someone can hook me up. Chat? Any hooker-uppers? Chat, please?
And that Cerebellum processor is gone now, so these max Vs become much, much harder as this game drags on.
I love these plays on this side. It's sort of like a one-turn Fang cosplay, and it just feels so good when you have 2 vigors that pop into your gold and you get to do a full efficient turn that way. Unfortunately, drew a blue, didn't get to fully convert, but you know, that's the sort of play patterns that just make Kasai so satisfying to play.
Picked up a D-react here, did Bryce. That's important just for getting 4 defense out of a single card.
And we haven't seen too many of them. Kasai does enjoy running Z.
Oh, you're the GOAT!
I think the sync earlier, and this is the fate for scene, he definitely has a lot more left, is exactly what he needs to find to survive the maximum velocity turn that you know is going to come at some point.
Draw swords with a blue available here.
And that is a blue 0 cost go again in the form of Glint the Quicksilver.
Where is Gen Con?
Gold, have that be a go again, refreshes the dynamos, and you just arsenal whatever you draw off the gold. Hopefully it's a defense reaction. We saw him opt the card to the bottom. You know he's digging for those kind of cards.
3 cards left in hand for Jacob here. Cost curve gets a little harder now.
Expedite into Pulse Wave Harpoon is an option. Expedite into Foundry out into Throttle is also an option, but that costs a lot of cards from that.
Yeah, this just doesn't feel like it does enough for how many cards it costs you. And I wonder if you're thinking about just prioritizing keeping as good of cards as possible in your hand for next go around. A little bit of an IP, so maybe keeping that Expedite could be a line that he's considering.
That's another boost. That's the last spark of genius, Brian. He boosted one earlier. This is the next one boosted. Perhaps that's why he was tanking a little bit on that boost. That's a card that helps you so much in your offensive output. Breaking the chain. Is he activating Foundry Heart?
Wow, aggressive line from Jacob.
It's an indie?
Does clear some reds off the top, but look how thin that deck
Yeah, I
is.
probably can't go to that.
Not a lot of cards left there.
Boosting as well.
Maybe if there's a Fab event I could go, but...
Wow, so he thinks he has to get the job done even faster.
But here's the Kabuto.
Yeah, smart Kabuto.
27.
Obvious face up. just go ahead and get the value from that now.
Because you know it's a maximum velocity in Arsenal, so it's Kabuto blocking 4, as we spoke about earlier. Have to talk about what Jacob gave
Yeah,
up.
this
He
gun
gave
has
up
not been
all the stuff in
impressive.
the deck, gave up a live Pulse Wave Harpoon as well, Brian. That Pulse Wave Harpoon would have been the 3rd chain link. You could boost, take a look at Bryce's hand, maybe take a card he doesn't want to, isn't really happy with you taking. Gave that up.
I'm not going to San Diego. That's way too far away.
Damage.
But it didn't get through. It did claim the Kabuto. That's the win here for Jacob. We'll
Blech.
see if maybe that
Blech.
plays into his future
Blitz.
plans. Now has to face down a turn from Kasai.
And we have to point something out. Without Techlocore, it is non-trivial for Dash.io to resolve a maximum velocity.
Yeah, and it's really, really hard if you don't find a blue, Punkage. And once again, no blue drawn here from Jacob.
Bro, every single game people have been bricking on blues on stream. It's kind of ridiculous.
Unfortunately, it's just a yellow over there with the throttle. If either blue off the throttle was a 1-cost, he would have been able to resolve it this turn. But again, Jacob, I mean, we blue-rich, resource-heavy hands in the early game. Now it's coming back to bite him. He's been boosting reds the past couple of turns.
I feel like if anything, they should do like sealed or something. Like something accessible to people that don't actually play Fab and want to try the game out.
With Techlocores and stuff, and yeah, that is sometimes something that can happen when you lose your Techlocores that early.
Here's Spoils, and Bryce is going for it on this turn. Cracks an additional gold, activates the Kasai, and is ready to rumble this go-around. That Slice and Dice was a big pickup off the top. Already has to go again from the Spoil, so both of these Sabres going to get into the mix on this turn, and the numbers are looking good for Bryce.
The copper generation, less threatening than it normally is against Kasai. You know the only copy of Blood in the Hands left is at the bottom of the deck somewhere. It was pitched very early on. And this game's not going to last until the point where Bryce gets to see it again.
Also, surely if opponent resolves Blood in her hands, you just lose the game anyways.
Which has been
Like, I don't think that can be a concern.
Bryce's repeated value cycles these past few turns.
No blocks this go-around. Gold is going to get refreshed off the Kasai ability, as well as some copper being added to the mix here. And there's yet another Saber attack still to come on the back end of this. Going to be buffed up here.
Coming for 4, still not lethal. No cards in hand for Bryce as well. So Jacob doesn't need to worry about any sort of pesky attack reactions.
Yeah, the bigger problem for Jacob here, I think, is that Valiant Dynamo's refresh. And there is still a decent amount of defense left on the side of Bryce. 3 points of block available. And Bryce sitting at 6 now has the life lead in this match for the first time in a long time. Jacob going to kick things off here with a T-Bone. Banishes that cog in the machine.
That's not the last one, is it?
No, I think there's one more in the deck.
The one that was the one that was put at the bottom very early on. Yep.
Dynamo's immediately shoved forward here.
Potentially a little vulnerable to a boom grenade off the top.
Yeah, not sure how many are left in the deck. I do think there are some, though. I think we saw one pitched early on.
We saw yellow pitched, definitely. I think all the reds might be gone. In any case, Bryce potentially has a D-react to insulate himself from that, or just decided he's going to take that risk.
Quick cover here on the Sprocket Rocket. 2 cards left in hand. Jacob counts out.
Yeah, the other
10 cards, I believe.
You have to take note.
Is it a skirmish or is it a pro quest?
Infinite weapon, but if you're trying to resolve the maximum velocity, you also need to boost away, and that cog in the machine is somewhere there in the middle of.
Also, wouldn't it make sense to make the event
then
LL
between a rock and a hard
instead of
place,
Blitz because this is the armory deck for LL?
Maximum velocity closing out the game, but if it doesn't,
Huh?
then you're just fatigued.
Here's the problem for Jacob at this stage in the game. It feels like this game can't end in his favor unless that Max V gets played, and Bryce has enough to demand cards from Jacob, and we saw Jacob actually take
Imagine drawing blues.
off the top.
And this comes back to him not having a blue in that hand. If he had a blue, he could have played it on that T-bone, which was oh wait, no, he couldn't. The boomerang was on top at the T-bone's play, but he could have played it on this throttle, for example. But that yellow pitch punishing him on this turn.
Yeah,
Bryce
just able to cover here.
And he knows about the maximum velocity, and Arsenal knows that it's just been stuck there for a couple of turns. Simba's shot, though, to close things out, to end this combat chain. Bryce goes down to 1.
But 1 is not 0, Punkage, and Bryce is very well set up to
Wow, I'm surprised this game slipped away.
into Jacob. and for the first time in this game, demand cards. And if you're in the Dash IO seat and you have that max V in Arsenal, you can't afford to give up cards. It's too big of an ask.
Especially against Centauri Sabers, where you're blocking with attacks, which means you are buffing these Sabers every time you block them, and you are at 5.
And there's a no block in hand as well in the form of that boom grenade. Kasai activation one more time from Bryce.
And he's found the cog in the machine, but you can't...
I mean, at least LL games are exciting, and you can get pretty far in LL not understanding macro fab stuff and just pushing buttons. Just like Ooga Booga, head empty, no thoughts, play my cards, because you're just playing broken cards.
It's a lot of damage that Jacob is going to face down here.
And these attacks aren't actually blocking free because of Centauri Sabers.
I think LL is like actually a reasonable format to introduce people to fab. It's like pretty exciting. And I think it scratches the part of your monkey brain that like you want to scratch for a Johnny player. You get to do really cool, flashy things.
By the skin of his teeth, the way forward, the way to take down this Dash IO. Let's see if Jacob has some more magic left. Is there some way out?
We heard Ellie say this in the previous game. The only
And LL isn't like as broken as people think it is.
And Bryce showcasing that over here, surviving.
It's not like we're playing vintage or something.
Out of Jacob's hand, leaving him with just a single boom grenade.
Yeah, and the Saber's gonna bring Jacob down to 3, but boom grenade into max V isn't all that threatening. We do have the symbiosis shot here.
Funny enough, the symbiosis still gets a full card because the dynamos, just dynamos would kill him.
That's a way in for sure. At least
But
then you're only playing
too little, too
a
late.
2-card hand of Bryce, but a 3-card hand feels like doom for Jacob. Is there anything on the top? There is. It's the boom grenade. Okay. That's a little glimmer of hope if you're a Jacob fan. Second symbiosis shot now comes in. Demands another card.
That all Cog in the machine's gone, though. Those cards left in deck for Jacob, that's all the gas that's remaining. No more infinite symbiosis shots from all those cards. I mean, he was forced to block with the Cog in the machine. 2 cards remaining in deck. Maximum velocity in Arsenal, which is effectively just an absolute brick at this point.
Yeah, and this is a bad hand from Jacob. It's double.
Kind of wish we still had our Crown of Providence.
Gold has now been cracked. Kasai is activated one more time.
Get rid of that,
Jacob
use Dash Hero power, look at entire deck.
I don't think there's any path forward.
Maximum velocity is one of them with the backup of a red boom grenade as well. Those were the...
Alright, I think we can go ahead and go next on this.
Jacob over here seems to run out of gas. That is pro.
Yeah. Opponent surely deceased.
For new
Oh, it's Austin!
Bones list.
Come into play over.
My goat!
In Summers, piloting Gravy Bones, taking on a fierce
Man,
competitor across
he went back to wearing all his rings. I chewed him out last time I saw him for wearing all the rings, because he was fucking up his own cards. He was like marking his sleeves with his rings.
One of the strongest players in the region for sure here, piloting New into Gravy Bones, and this is a fascinating matchup, Brian, because New has ways to interact with Gravy's graveyard. You can banish those cards from the graveyard to, in the form of Passover, in the form of Bonds of Attraction, for example. They'll target any card in the graveyard and banish them away, which means you're taking away Gravy's allies as they're in the graveyard. New has access to that. The Sacred Art might even come into play over here just to deny Gravy Bones' allies from the graveyard. And another card I really want to point out, Siren's Call. Gravy Bones runs a lot of blues. Siren's Call can be incredibly disruptive.
Jude Cornett, another one of those young guns of flesh and blood. Been on an absolute tear recently, topping many events. Comfortable with part the misspell, I would say. Plays New now, played a lot of Zen previously, so just really into this particular set.
I want to go ahead and talk about some of the blues. We spoke about Siren's Call, about how that can be very disruptive for Gravy, but cards like Saltwater Swell, those are cards that New can steal and actually play against you. In this matchup, New's hero ability could potentially be very
Blue Saltwater is pretty interesting. I haven't really seen many people play that.
Yet, but some of them,
I don't hate it.
Gravy Bones list are running big blue attacks. For example, Battalion Barb,
Yeah, I've seen the
Slipwater
shapes
Sloop.
for sure.
And if you're running those cards, either have to side them out against New, or if you're risking them, they could come and bite you in the endgame.
Even just chaining a bunch of go again attacks could also be very important. things like Swell into Murderous Rabble into Golden Tipple. That's a real endgame state you can reach as the new.
What a fascinating card in Austin Summers' list over here.
Yeah, I've
Banishing
seen a little bit of this
Leyline.
one. I've seen this around,
Prismatic?
creep into the
Bro,
Gravy
Austin's
Bones list.
cooking. Holy.
Fascinating card over here. You get to pump the blue for 3. You sort of get the best modes on the card because your allies are yellow attacks, and your blues are the ones you're attacking with to be your starter for Gravy Bones. To get a 0 for 5.
That's kinda cute.
Leyline, you don't actually
The thing is
but
that
you don't really care.
it doesn't actually advance your game plan in the deck in any way.
And of course, Prismatic
It's
Leyline
not
is
a blue to go in the
very
yard.
well
It doesn't
documented.
create gold.
Other,
It doesn't
cards as well that Gravy Bones cares about, cards like
help
Golden
facilitate
Tipple, for
getting
example.
shit in your bin.
So lots of synergies going on with that
It's
card.
just a raw value card. And I feel like you're not lacking in raw value as Gravy. I feel like you're just trying to get your engine running, and if your deck does what it's supposed to do, you should win.
Game 4, as I was doing the rounds, he was playing against Noah Begelman's a Florin, and at some point Austin had double Humpadink on the field.
Double hump?
Still going though, but you can imagine that
Double hump?
to be
Holy.
went over Noah Begelman's defenses there with double Humpadink. So I would say it's a bit more of an ally-heavy list, but with Prismatic Leyline as well, potentially as a sideboard piece to get over the aggro decks, for example.
We talked a lot about those double Whaler endgames. Again, that can be...
Yeah, a 3-block beat is nice, but I feel like that's also not something that you're necessarily lacking, because it's going to be probably coming in over a different 3-block. Most of your blues block for 3. Basically, everything but your allies and your tipples block for 3, if I remember correctly. So if you're playing 2 blocks, it's by choice.
Can really get your gold train going. And now Saltwater Swell coming, and both players know the top card of the deck that was the Parcel Exchange, so both of them knew the Saltwater Swell is going to hit, and all these blue cards would go again, Brian. I'm getting a little bit nervous for Austin over here. If he gets his hands on these cards as the new, it could be very, very rough.
Endgame could be scary. Maybe there's a clock on Austin.
Both these players playing with a little bit of speed, knowing that this matchup can definitely go long.
This is a grind fest. Double misplayed on the part of Jude Cornett. What do you think about that particular dagger configuration, Punkage?
That tells him he wants to play Gravy's blue. Because oftentimes when you go misplay...
I love having Punkage on casting when it's a new game. He knows so much about this hero. So it's really nice hearing his insight of the different things. Like, he's going to pick up on the nuances very quickly.
What about the fact that these just work on allies? If you're using these to go ahead and clear out allies, you do just naturally pick up that go again for your next blue.
That's true. I didn't consider that.
Allies like Sawbones can actually come in and really help disrupt that. That's how you can block misplays without losing cards from your hand to block inefficiently.
And I got another look at Austin's hand there. It is more non-ally stuff. He just hasn't shown us an ally yet in this list, and we're quite a few cards deep into the deck at this point.
Does have a Conqueror of a High Seas with 2 blues there, but choosing to give up one of the blues right now, it can be a little bit greedy to try and keep 2 blues to make that play, and you get blown out by Science Call, for example. So Austin there choosing to put the Port Side Exchange as a blocking on the misblade, and that's how threatening this blade can be. It's a full 3-block committed to a 1 attack.
The ship! No!
Getting a little wide here. Is Jude going to go after the Arsenal with the help of Command and Conquer?
Why are we blocking this Pain?
Gravy, of course,
It's just a 0 for 4. Who cares?
some amount of defense reactions.
Another Prismatic Leyline, and we see our first look at Throw Caution to the Wind as well from Austin.
What a fantastic inclusion. Effectively a block 3, but you do get to do it at reaction speed. And thanks to Compass, you know how much it's going to block before you resolve.
I'm not sure if I like Throw Caution to the Wind other than it being an anti-evasive damage card.
Inclusion. Austin just biding his time. He's just asking New, hey, can you keep converting your hands?
Because it's a blue that doesn't actually turn on our hero power. So I'm not sure how much I actually like the blues that don't turn on hero power.
Find my allies and then potentially try and overwhelm me with board state.
Austin flashed a call to the grave. I'm desperate to look at Austin's hand because I want to know what is going on with his build. I think there's something unique going on with Austin's approach. And I will also point out, Austin is the last undefeated player in this tournament playing a high seas hero. So does he have some spice here that he has figured out as far as this gravy list?
I want to point out the interaction that's happening over here. I wonder whether Jude was leveraging the fact that he knew Austin would block him.
Yeah, for sure. Like, it's good into the matchups that, like, you just need to have an effect that does that. But I don't think I like it just generically as a card in the main board to, like, just to be a 3-block, essentially. Because I don't think it facilitates any of your any of the checkboxes you're trying to have your cards fill, if that makes sense.
Here, so just 3 cards committed.
And they go to the batter zone.
And surely at some point this has to matter, Punkage. How can Austin keep playing in this fashion? Just give Jude all the cards.
Yeah, he's just going to get fatigued.
Eventually that new ability is going to come online. But I'm not seeing the type of hesitation I expect to see from a player who doesn't know what they're doing in a matchup when I look at Austin. It feels like he has a very clear plan. I don't understand it yet, but I think he knows exactly what he's doing.
And New is a sort of that you know he has prepared for. It was one of the mainstays of the metagame. If he's showing up with Gravy, which on paper seems like would have a negative New matchup, you know he's prepared against it. And to your point, I'm so excited to see what he's got planned in store for us.
This Leave No Witnesses is going to be successful here. A Tipple goes, a Rabble goes.
He kept Rabbling? That's crazy.
That Banish zone for Jude at this point.
And even the tip, the barkeep, New can only use 1 rum a turn. It's not as many go against because, you know, you just tap the hero and then it will be tapped for the following turn as well because she's not a pirate. But even just an extra go again in that end game, it seems like Jude is almost already set up. Just activate New and send a whole bunch of damage Austin's way.
I just have to question, how can this not matter?
I am a little confused by Punkage's comment about it's still tapped the next turn because she's not a pirate. Does anyone understand what he means by that? Did I miss something? Are pirates the only ones that get an untap phase? Or did I misunderstand what he was trying to say?
Not a pirate, because, you know,
Is in that Banish zone for Jude at this point.
and even the tip, the barkeep, New can only use 1 rum a turn. It's not as many go against because, you know, you just tap the hero and then it will be tapped for the following turn as well because she's not a pirate. But even just an extra go again in that end.
He's saying he's going to be tapped the next turn as well because she's not a pirate. What? Huh? What am I missing? Chat, what am I missing? Do I just not know what this card does? You make a gold kiss. We're talking about Tip the Barkeep, right? Oh, wait. Rum says that? Oh my god, I don't have any rum tokens right here. Oh. Okay.
Game. It seems like Jude is almost already set up.
Bro, imagine reading cards, not me.
A bunch of damage Austin's
Never.
way.
I just have to question, how can this not matter? How can this not matter for Jude?
And Austin's finally saying, I get to play the game. Out of the New blender a little bit. It did cost him his arsenal, but he is out of the blender temporarily. And here we see the first ally hit the graveyard.
Chowder getting into the mix. Portside exchange means blue has been played. We have our starter. Follow up with chart here. Yeah, Austin asking for the allies to finally show up.
And pass over.
Oh.
We spoke about this right at
Oh,
the beginning.
mega
Right?
punish.
He has ways to interact with the graveyard. Instant speed in front of this passover as well. Denying the ally.
Oh, got a humpy.
Backup ally in the form of Whaler Humperdinck, though.
Should have banished the other guy. Idiot.
And you have to point out, you might wonder, oh, what if Jude held on to the passover first? The thing is, he might not have the priority window. That was the priority window he had when the chart was on the stack. But had he waited until now,
I'm sure Punkage knew something I didn't. He's a smart guy.
The passover window over there. Oh, it would be
It's usually a safe assumption that someone knows more than I do.
Austin does know that the is clear now, having seen the Passover, and that means.
Bro, I don't even care about the numbers. I just care about if they're allies. Or have Spectra.
One more instance.
Math is fake.
Juice access, and you have to imagine he brought it in his matchup. There's just so many blues that Gravy wants to play that you'd be happy to steal even just 1 go again in the end game to can be very, very useful, even just for clearing allies, for example. So Sacred Art probably in Jude's list. Will Austin be able to resolve the Whaler before the Sacred Art banishes it away forever?
Jude having to think about something here.
Is it Jude thinking or is it Austin thinking? Maybe Austin thinking about what he wants to discard, or what he wants to send to the grave. Call to a grave, one of those blues that Nuke doesn't really make great use of. So that's a blue Austin to have in his deck. And Austin's happy to have it.
Ooh, you know what the spice is? As new, you bring in a back alley break line, so that way you can take your opponent's Call of the Grave and gain an action point. Aware? Chat, am I cooking?
What is Austin
They'd never see it.
for here?
What am I doing?
Yeah, already has played a
27.
So Gravy is online.
Wants to get that Sawbones rolling.
Very, very effective against these daggers. You spoke about how effective they can be getting free on hits off the allies, but Sawbones can effectively nullify the first one at least.
No! I'm overcooked! No!
To send a real card at it. Yellow revealed off the top. Sawbones, another Sawbones revealed off the top. This means Jude knows that Austin's hand in the following hand will have at least one no block in the form of that Sawbones. Oh, looks like he's going to draw right into it right now with the gold. Potentially going to activate Gravy to just get in the yard immediately. Yep, looks like
Why didn't he
off the gold
hook?
to draw the Sawbones and then activate Gravy to discard the Sawbones and draw a card.
Yeah, you're right.
So getting those no
Why
blocks
didn't Austin hook that?
out of his hand.
He made a gold this turn, right? This is the one, the turn he played the chart.
Looks like drew a blue. Gonna play out an ally right now, which has go against.
I guess better lucky than good.
It's time to drop that Sawbones. Wants to hook on it as
I'm probably not finishing this tonight. It's just too many games. Because for a lot of these rounds, it looks like they did more than one game. They did, like,
man, absolutely.
upload full game one and then upload full backup game.
Enough to clear the Sawbones.
So
And this is
I'm going to be skipping the draft games, but I might...
play my ally.
My expectation is I'm going to finish day one and then do part of day two. And then...
Ready for the first
I don't think I'm going to do one tomorrow because I got to do some TCG Player work, but I might. So either tomorrow or Friday, I'm going to finish this up.
Nice.
So, like, 3 total days. Yesterday, today, and then 1 more day this week.
Murderous Rabble gonna go after that Sawbones. Does
reveals a
reveal a
red.
red. Unfortunate.
Oh! Unskilled.
Jude was gambling there. If he hit a blue, the
Should have looked at the top of your deck.
activated, this wouldn't have stopped it from dying.
It's
But
not
just
the
taking one-
end of the world though for Jude. There are plenty of other attacks in there he can fire after that Sawbones.
One attacks though. To go for one, probably a Sawbones activation.
Good luck. Have fun with your armory.
More than just that. Could now swing the Mistblade at it and get the Mistblade on hit though,
Sure.
if he wants that.
That seems pretty reasonable.
And he
to
can
me.
play the back alley break line for 5 go again. So at that point, you have to wonder, maybe Austin was not supposed to do a prevention effect on it because you get the
Yeah,
Mistblade
just
on
wait
hit.
for the Mistblade instead. I think
Let it die to the tipple, yeah.
there's a good chance.
A 4 go again, excuse me. Back alley break line. Base damage is 3.
Yeah, a bit of a punt from Austin, it seems like.
I understand.
Though I'm not 100% sure. Kind of half watching.
And mask activation as well. Looks like Austin has a response to that. Could activate Gravy in response, of course. Give no quarter on top, revealed by the compass.
That's nice with a couple allies.
Did Austin hook last turn?
The Sawbones at the ready could potentially.
Okay, he did end up hooking.
Some kind of snowball scenario with multiple allies.
Ironically, literally what I'm doing right now. This is
Value that he's able to
functionally me killing time at work because I have to sort all these cards anyways. So might as well triple dip, make content. I want to watch these games and I gotta sort these cards. I'm killing 3 birds with 1 stone here.
Like Cuddy Shark gonna join the fray as well.
Players do need to keep track of what's in the banish and what's in the yard. Cuddy Sharp is already in the banish. Don't want to accidentally put that in the yard. Looks like a rum going to be used. Will be tapped, will not untap at the end of this turn. She's not a pirate, but does have go again right now.
6 go again, CNC. So it turns out when you play the new versus gravy matchup, both players can do whatever they want. Just have access to all the action points. Everything's made up.
What is this getting go again from?
7th attack this turn.
Interesting.
One of
that he
Austin's
was
cards?
Aggressive with the rum on this turn, given that Austin doesn't have a board state, nor does he have an arsenal. So this CNC is 6 vanilla, but a rum was used, and Austin is set up to play
Another
some
rum?
allies. You have to wonder
Was there
what
2
the
rums?
follow-up is. I mean,
I wonder
Codex of Frailty.
Because the rum is still in play. Oh, okay, so he made another one. I understand.
So this CNC is 6 vanilla, but a rum was used, and Austin is set up to play some allies. You have to wonder what Jude's follow-up is. I mean, Codex of Frailty.
I wonder if Jude is just considering the density of allies presumably left in Austin's deck and saying that damage matters a lot right now because I have the opportunity to just catch Austin without the ability to block.
True, perhaps he's going for the line where he's just going to kill him with damage. Maybe let Austin set up, but just don't touch the board. And just say, all right, you don't have enough life to keep the cards you need to attack with a card like Humperdinck. That's a lot of cards you have to keep to swing with that.
Yeah, and that may push Austin to get that Humperdinck.
Not really that into playing Humperdinck with opponent this healthy either.
Yeah, I agree, Austin. You do need a big turn. Everything seems to be working in Jude's favor thus far.
All the way down to 13 is Austin. Yet another banish off the top from Leave No Witnesses. Could be another blue. Imagine another blue back alley break line. Just that much more damage from Jude. Oh, it looks like, no, we haven't got the blocks yet. Oh, there we go, yeah. It's gonna block it out with a Conqueror of the High Seas.
Why is he giving hook on that?
Knew a little tipsy off that gold kiss.
Top card of the deck matters?
Participate in the next turn. Thankfully, I don't think she was looking to tap all that much anyway. Now the turn back to Austin Summers. We know the allies are well set up.
I mean, if the top of the deck matters, and we were just going to do this, then why don't we just draw the top card and hero power on opponent's turn?
Going face, Pham forces you to attack that ally.
Chart the high seas comes down. Yeah.
The break lines. And yet another
We didn't hero power. We could have just hero powered on the opponent's turn if this really mattered that much. I don't know, man.
Gets the yellow. Perfect split here for Austin. It also reveals back alley break line. So maybe the best possible flip you could go ahead and get from Chart the High Seas.
And alongside Give No Quarter, might go for double ally play over here. Doesn't
There is
have
the Give No Quarter.
doesn't have any rum though, so I don't think he'll be able to attack with either of them. Oh, yeah. So 1 action point remaining. He wants to play 1 more ally to make use of the Give No Quarter. But that means that will consume the action point.
I'm a fan of this.
Again, on the back of the Compass Pocket.
True.
So he is safe here. Action points still available.
The back alley break line gave an okay, yes. My follow.
And just third ally. And I said that I felt like Austin needed to get on
All right,
board.
my board is really good.
Start snowballing the game.
Stop punching me in the face.
From Sawbones. And I actually think just that is enough where I'm kind of leaning in Austin's favor right now. There's so much available here.
Get that life.
You did not -1 gold.
But that means the back alley
Said that I felt like all here that Jude has to account for.
double Pham is so difficult to get through, especially when your misplays are being nullified by the Sawbones. This is a little bit of a lockdown board. It feels like Jude needs to deal with this before he can start sending stuff to the face. And if he wants to send stuff to the face, Austin will just say, nope, you have to attack my chum because I dictated so.
Also, he can redirect it from one chum to the other. Like, if opponent starts hitting one of the chums but doesn't kill it in one swing, he can activate the other chum to kind of spread the damage out to say you have to have enough to kill both here.
Chart, of course, reveal actually just turned this game in his favor.
That was a massive reveal off the top. Not only was it blue and yellow perfect split,
Now this is on Jude at this point. What are you going to do?
Looks like they didn't force him to take down his gold.
Undead.
Whatever.
Needing to go ahead and not only just offer damage, but those double chums are going to manipulate Jude's turn to a problematic extent.
and again, you can't rely on misplayed hitting because of the existence of Stolbo. Now, Hiss is a very, very good way to just deal with these allies a little bit. Just pump it up to 7, clear Chum, blue Sawbones, Arsenal the other Hiss, and then maybe clear the board afterwards as well. But it's a lot of tempo
That's like
going over
okay,
Austin's
Punk.
side.
I'm not going as far as a good way to deal with anything here because there's just not enough attacks in this hand, I believe, and it feels like Austin is going to get some leftovers from this turn, and that's bad news for Jude.
And this goes back to a previous turn, Brian. Remember when he activated the rum to just send a CNC for vanilla and then send a leave no witnesses afterwards? What if he had an extra attack on this turn? He could have been able to clear Chum and Sawbones on this turn. Instead, he's going to leave both these allies alive. And you have to wonder whether Jude's potentially regretting the aggressive use of rum on the previous turn. Maybe you're supposed to save it to clear a board like this. Get a CNC leave no witness with rum on this turn. People would clear this board a lot easier.
Gonna be a Sawbones activation here to try and stop that Mistblade. And it does its thing. And the turn heads back to Austin. Won't have that Sawbones available this go around.
And now Jude is sporting cards like Pain on the backside, which do help in this matchup. Small color cards, given on small variable numbers as well. You want as many different numbers as possible to combat Gravy Bones' allies with varying healths.
They help, Pankaj, but when you fall behind, things can get out of control quickly. And Austin has another give no quarter in hand. And that could unlock something like a Whaler to add to this board. And at that point, how does Jude unlock? How does he bust through just the huge health requirements that Austin is presenting?
Especially with the Chum on the field, that sort of guarantees there will be 2 turns of Whaler, because New won't be able to send...
Not guarantee. You still have to discard to the Chum.
Directly, without, like,
might not want to.
Maybe giving a priority window for Austin to just go ahead and activate Chum and force the attacks to go that way instead.
Yeah, looking at a hand of double Pain in the backside, which is not... Like, the numbers are good, but it's not ideal for dealing with a Chum-based board.
I just keep going back to that turn, Brian, where he activated a run to send vanilla damage. And you have to wonder if he had just kept a leave no witnesses in arsenal or a CNC in arsenal, would be feeling a little bit better, because we still have the rum as well.
Though. I get it, Pankaj. Like, it is the classic illusionist dilemma. Is like, how are you going to actually kill this hero? You feel like you have to push damage, and you just take that one moment to go ahead and try and get a little bit extra, and you get hard punished for it. And right now, it feels like Jude is starting to get punished. Swabby is played here. It's going to be backed up by a Vast G to go ahead and get go again. There is still one more give no quarter reduction available to Austin Summers as well.
And the Swabby does have go again from the last E.
Pick up here from Dead Threads, gets that resource. Time for Mage Master boots, keep the train rolling, and Whaler is going to be deployed here, and Chum is going to get in the mix, and we are 4 allies wide now.
I don't know if I like cracking the Mage Masters here. Feels kind of unnecessary.
With the Chum and a Sawbones, so many...
Like, you already have so many guys on the board that your opponent's not clearing.
Allies on Austin's side over here.
Maybe it's worth it because he has the extra money to use.
Now in the form of this Chum as well.
Just make sure you use all of it.
Jude on his side actually has a fairly decent hand. We can't convert all of it, as 2 Pin in the backsides, his and Arsenal with a Codex in hand as well. That is quite a bit of damage he's able to send. The problem is, it's going to have to go through this board.
And it's split up damage too, which could be awkward for that Chum. It feels like there's almost no chance of clearing that Whaler, and that's bad news when Jude is at just 18.
Summer's attacking Sawbones, and now Austin needs to decide where he wants the damage to be prevented. You can activate Sawbones right now, have a 1 damage floating prevention against another target, pirate or ally. We have to pick right now. Oh, it shows on the Sawbones itself.
Yeah. Well, you don't have a choice. It's the next time an
yes.
ally
Thank you.
or a hero would take damage, so it's just a
Excellent.
wasted shield.
Okay, that's very useful. Especially if you know you can send 6 at the Chum with the hiss and Pin on the backside.
Yeah, and you see Jude just has to go after that Chum, otherwise it'll break up anything else he tries to do.
Because if the opponent clears our board here,
Does
I think I want my Mage Masters up so I can make sure I can redeploy a full board.
Does have a Codex here as well.
I'm just like making my opponent make a more informed decision on how they want to clear.
Potentially, if Tunic was up, he could get a CNC and a rousing wave on the CNC to clear the opening. But 7 is just out of reach for Jude in this hand right now.
Yeah, it's going to be a command and conquer here. But surely...
Oh, conquer the high seas time?
So with no rum on the field, and if you know one of these allies are coming at you anyway, there might be an argument to actually just go face and threaten cards and damage.
Maybe. I think if you're making that decision, though, you feel like you are taking a gambit at that moment. You have to try.
Magic Austin of the Lake. Tell me what you think.
For Jude Cornette.
I have to also point out there's still rum on Jude's side. If he just draws, you know, sometimes New can draw just the attack side of the deck and not too many reacts. So rum can really come in.
Surely this has to clear the something here, right?
Six of the Swabby doesn't feel super good, especially
Can he even clear?
his action point starved, right? You can
No, right? Because he doesn't have an extra dollar to break gloves.
Don't clear the Swabby, the Humperdinck's coming at you anyway. So potentially Cole might be some CNC at face. Let's see what he does.
Yeah, sets up ship in the arsenal. Here comes the CNC, and
Where's it going?
said at you.
Recognizing that no matter what, no matter where the CNC goes, Humperdinck is going to swing on Austin's turn. So you might as well try and pressure it, might send some damage. Looks like that's going to be probably Austin will just take 6.
That's spooky.
And that's the thing, when you have these allies that don't actually reward you for having a white board, the opponent can make plays like this.
Yeah, I
When
guess
you
you
punish
say
it.
Whaler's just so expensive that there's no way for really a double attack to happen on this turn, but I don't think it's about the double attack. I think it's about not actually moving forward.
He's playing Shelly?
Changing Austin's
The
board
fuck?
state. And granted, I don't know that you're in a very strong position anyway, should you go ahead and clear the Swabby. You still do have to deal with that Whaler turn after turn. So I think it is Jude just saying, this is not a great play, but this is the play I have to make if I want to have a chance to actually win this game.
Especially if the opponent's at 11, you could, maybe Jude's play is to get him to the point where you just can't keep enough cards to hold 2 blues to attack with Humperdinck. That's a very expensive attack, Brian. You need 2 blues every time. New can rip your hand apart. So maybe Jude's saying, I'm just going to do that, either life total or for my disruptive effects, just not let you swing with Humperdinck without me needing to.
Oh! We're smorking.
Up here. And it's gonna be
Smash.
Whaler getting into the mix.
I think
This is going to be a double
we will be
attack.
making a gold token this turn.
Thanks to Gravy activation at the start of
And
this turn.
this is the
Oh,
problem.
and then we can hook the second attack.
It's unlikely we could get to this point, but
And we still have Dead Threads up, right?
be enough. I know.
What's the other guy? Is that Swabby? $2
And
$2 to swing with it?
Attack on this turn, you're offering lethal. And now
Hook,
you have
threads,
giant
swab.
allies to clear, and your life total is under pressure. And again, the more I think about it, the more I think Jude did the right thing. You needed Austin to maybe get a little unlucky to get back into the
Oh,
game.
smash.
This position, this is a nightmare scenario.
Going all the way up.
Sheesh.
Having allies on board. At this point, Jude just needs to
Is this
clear
the hope opponent's hand can't block 11?
hold cards again to swing with these allies, potentially hoping that Austin just draws a few too many allies, can't really block very well. Something like Bonds of Agony would be a very, very strong start for Jude over here, if he can find that. The Arsenal was a random draw of the Codex Ponder. Does have a Scissor of Solace in hand as well in Jude's side, so he's actually at 1. But of course, any of these allies...
I'm so sad this card sucks. I want to play Monkey Powder.
More than 4. I think the answer is yes. That Whaler just
Man, how can I not play the card with a monkey on the art?
on both the front side and the back side.
Unlucky.
Jude Cornette. And it's just going face again.
He has a Powerful Tribal and a Justinek. So Powerful Tribal with the Mask of Recurring Nightmares does represent at least taking 1 card.
Look, if Jude can threaten lethal here, that Whaler becomes much less meaningful because you need basically 2 cards to have any prayer of attacking with that. The
Sure, but you still get to swing the hump. Not the hump, the Swabby.
Jude is just
Takes
taking risky lines.
2 cards in armor.
This is how I actually get into this game.
So Powerful Tribal...
Maybe just 1 card in armor? Because you could give all the armor on it.
What the blue base is looking like in Austin's Banish Zone. But there's some strong blue cards in there. Remember, New's ability
I like this block.
To get out of defense.
insulating himself from double Justinek.
Single Justinek getting involved.
Okay, looks like saving Powerful Tribal for the resolution step. The ordering, this doesn't really matter. It's not persuasive.
Mercifully, double yellow there. And Jude misses out on some very important life points.
And
As well
cards
as
and
card
card
hand.
draws.
Yeah, maybe the card more than anything else.
That's
But
tough.
Actually, double sigil in hand for Jude. So that life total is going to go up. The offense stops.
That is chart the courses, drawing blues over the top with gold. But when Jude needed blues to be on the top of Austin's deck, just was just
I'm gonna
yellow
keep that.
allies.
Yeah, we knew the ally density had to be creeping up because so many non-ally cards played early on.
And this also means that he's moved past the reaction window, so he can't even activate Mass, because the partial travel is going to go to the arsenal. It looks like Austin over there got a bit of a lucky break. 2 yellows off the top. Can he do another double ally swing turn again, though?
And the hand is
He doesn't need to.
so full.
Just swing 11.
Liquid Blues does have double ally in hand. Looks like a tip the barkeep and another blue. Didn't quite catch what it was.
Tip the Marquee can give you rum, but then you're too low on resources potentially.
Call to grave, the other card.
Oh, that'll let you swing twice. Maybe not. He might be out of the funny action point guy. Though he did pitch it earlier from chart, so it should still be in the deck, right?
Allies out of your hand.
He's going to go ahead and pick up the rum here, so we have that extra action point at the ready. And now it's time for Shelly to show up. Shout out to my boy Uyang. Surely happy to see Shelly. Oh, no, never mind. Sorry. Okay. Shelly is actually coming.
I feel like that's not the play, right?
Pitching yellow for the Shelly.
If you still have...
Double attack turn, but maybe not involving the humpening. Yep, there we go. Rum
If you still have the guy in your deck to gain an action point, surely you just swing with both of them, right? Gain an action point, swing 11, swing 7.
This Swabby representing lethal.
I just want to go for max damage here. Take all my opponent's cards. If they're holding chi, they just die.
But then Shelly attacks for 4. So either the Tunic plus a card potentially going down.
Falls to 3 does Jude, just defending with a single card here. We know that Shelly's going to be the follow-up here, or expect Shelly is going to be the follow-up here.
Snatch. See, 1 card remaining in an action point. Just to ninja, traumatized by ninja, I'm expecting snatch.
I don't think you have that to fear. Although it's still early, anything could show up in these gravy lists. Be anything but snatch.
Hey, snatch with rum, kind of good, I think. Blue snatch with rum. Yo, we're cooking.
Yeah, you're cooking a little too hard. I'm smelling smoke from the kitchen.
Hook gonna be activated over here.
Here comes Shelly.
No gold has been created, so if Jude blocks this out,
Okay, how many resources did we have? We had a tip and 2 yellows, and we can play the call. We need... so... 4, 7... So we're $1 short of attacking with both of these because it was yellow, yellow. Okay.
it will destroy the hook. I'm not sure if he cares at this point. Austin's still sitting with 2 gold already. Austin's not making the read there, saying Jude probably just wants to block with Tunic and boots. So let's make this a little bit difficult for him. Looks like he's going to force a card.
I think that's a good trade of hook. I think you actually got significant value from making that decision. So good on Austin. Now, 3 allies for Jude. If you're in Jude's seat, I'm assuming those are moot at this point. You have to try and kill Austin Summers.
You just have to keep going face. Does have a Bonds of Agony with a Siren's Call in that hand as well.
There's the bonds.
And Siren's Call can take away resources as well from Austin's hand.
That's big, given the allies he has out.
Exactly. All these allies are expensive to attack with.
He flashed Throw Caution to the Wind off the top, which is an interesting one when you have Gravy at the ready. Should Disaster strike, Throw Caution to the Wind might be a last-second bailout if the blocks go wrong.
Also, looking at Austin's hand, I think he's actually blue light in his hand, which is very good for him when the opponent wants to play a Siren's Call. Because those are 2 allies.
Yeah, I wonder if Austin has the defensive resources necessary for this turn. A little concerned, don't know exactly the texture of the hand.
It's interesting. If he plays around Siren's Call, Jude might not be able to turn on his Bonds of Agony. I think Jude needs the card draw from the Siren's Call to go ahead and activate some of those equipment pieces. So if he blocks with his only blue, or even Gravies in response to a Siren's Call to discard the blue, he could potentially dodge quite a bit on this turn.
Yeah, step 1, Shelly activation. Get a buff here. Conqueror going to go to 4 on the defense. 7 total here.
And there's no more blues in his hand.
Yeah, and here's the Siren's Call, and Jude's going to take a look. Austin played around that so well, thought exactly about what was going down, and does have the ability to actually trade in one of those allies for a blue on the next turn, meaning that the offensive output will remain. It'll look exactly the same. It'll be Swabby, Shelly combination, although only one action point thus far.
Pathwell travel in Jude's arsenal. We know that from the previous turn. And that's a whole bunch of no blocks in Austin's hand, at least currently. Gravy activation is obviously a thing. Question, is he going to use the Pathwell travel to activate Mask? Nope. Looks like it was an overblock. He could have also his Pathwell travel transcended to activate a Rousing Wave, but that wouldn't have gone over the blocks.
Could also is there nothing in the banish to play?
From a little bit, he needed blues off the top on the Art of Desire play. Didn't find them. Needed blues in Austin's hand on the Siren's Call play. Didn't find them. The blues in Austin's deck are serving Austin very well, not so much for Jude.
Oh man, Austin is thinking about gambling to try and find a Whaler activation here, I think. With those golds sitting there, might just want to try and pull some resources out of them. It would take double.
Take both
You know there's a blue on top though.
We've seen this story before, Brian. Just 2 games ago, we saw Victor Player.
The difference between 11 and 7 is basically a million. It is so much in this scenario.
I'm just getting flashbacks, though. I'm just saying we've seen this happen. You have the 7. You have the safe 7.
To save 7 win you the game.
Austin's a gambler, though.
Scenario that Austin has to face on the comeback.
To be honest, the downside here isn't that much. You still will always get the 7.
Correct.
Because even if you just draw 2 reds off the gold or whatever, you can still just swing this.
You also still get the hero power and kind of figure out if you want to go for it after that.
That's fine. Maybe we'll get that Anka set up. And we're just going to take 7. Okay. Now, the thing you give up is not having a gold on the next turn cycle, which is very important. It's also the Arsenal here. Now he gets the Arsenal, throw caution to the wind, so has some protection. We mentioned how there is vulnerability for Austin at this point. We've all seen it a million times with new. Double Justin Nick and you're dead out of nowhere. Maybe throw caution to the wind, exactly what you need to go ahead and survive. With that Shelly also out there in the arena.
You're also either getting 2 cards from Jude or getting a Mask of the field, both of which you are very, very happy about. And we know that Pathwell travel in Arsenal.
Double trouble, bonds of attraction, venomous bite.
Persuasive.
Card, persuasive. Pathwell traveled in Arsenal.
This is the sort of hand you want to keep 3 cards for.
But is going to block with 2 cards here. Does still have block value on Tunic, on Mask. Not taking it yet.
As long as the run on the board, it's going to be very difficult to find enough cards to activate the run. Once again, that interesting interaction that Persuasive has against decks like Dash.io, against decks like Gravy. Gravy can countless, know the color of the top card of the deck, know how much whether this matters or not. However, Justinic puts a little bit of a wrench in that plan sometimes, because you would just order a Justinic first, and then now you know your opponent doesn't know the color of the top card of the deck.
Yep. Call to grade on top. No blocks here from Austin. And how much will Jude fire in this spot? Is just going to Mask here.
Not taking the gamble this time. Could have waited for resolution step again, and but at a point you're committed to activating new with the Chi instead of activating Mask. So he's saying, I'm just not going to do that. I'm going to force either a react from you or something, and another card thanks to Mask.
Gives up the defense reaction there. And has the throw caution to the wind. Reveals blue. Knows there's good coverage there. It's all clean, and Jude just passes, and we're right back doing the same dance.
So is he keeping a Justinic?
2 cards in hand this time for Austin, and that means a Whaler attack, and this feels like a big turning point.
And now Jude is at 2.
The whole hand gets committed here.
Looking for a scrap in that hand, Brian. He's got go.
That doesn't seem like a winning line to me.
But does not the life total go ahead and resolve?
Like, it's gonna just keep doing this. Like, what are you looking for?
Already on the field.
I guess a blue stealth card, so that way you can play the blue stealth card just to nick it. But that's still not enough to kill the hump. I guess Tunic plus gloves go to 1.
Checking all the zones one more time. Needs to know exactly what he's working with. Maybe considering something like a gold draw. Compass going to get some information. Reveals a blue on the top of the deck.
I think it was an
I
Avasi.
think you're exactly right, Punkage. I'm pretty sure that's the missing piece. That's what we were looking for the go again. is this hand? Call double back alley?
Which will shuffle.
Oh, it's in his hand.
Yep.
Also, that deck's looking kind of thin.
It is
Oh my
thin.
god.
It is thin. You don't need much, though, when you have triple ally out there. What is the play here? Moving a Chum around, a Swabby.
I don't see any more back alley break lines.
No, one's in his hand. So just gets a little wider on the board here. Not immediately.
Yeah, I think it's just set the call, pitch the back alley here, and then next turn you go for the kill.
That naturally have go again.
Yeah.
And I think the Cutty
Now you can't do that.
gone, so needs more allies that actually work well together on the whiteboard, because if you just keep swinging Humperdinck, I guess you will fatigue dude at some point.
Blue has been played here. It's time for the Gravy activation. That's going to get a Basti off the top. Discards the Cutty Shark.
Now Cutty is an ally that actually rewards you for having a whiteboard, so that's very, very important.
Yeah, still 2 resources floating here. And what that means is Cutty could get in the mix with that Whaler. And given the cards that are left in deck for Austin, it's starting to feel
Oh,
like
is
one
double
of the-
back alley in hand? That's
I
tough.
don't know if this was the cleanest setup for this turn. I don't know exactly what's in Arsenal. But it's a fine setup. It kind of can't go wrong at this point. And it is Whaler for 12, and it just gets the fist bump. And Austin Summers.
Yeah, I think he misplayed that, but it didn't matter. So that's it for CC games. I don't give a shit about draft. So we are going to go to day 2. Caster Luck?
Breakpoint to just deny the puff and
Why is
more
this
gold.
titled Caster Luck?
I have to also point out, Lucas is going to be arsenling a blue over here, not exactly where he wants to be. But also, you know, we haven't even seen the ceiling of Lucas's turns yet. He's done some really strong stuff.
Yeah, and what a treat we have for you this round, Ponkage. It is Jacob Shaker playing
Jacob Shaker's actually one of my locals.
At 9-2, our first look at Jacob Shaker's build of this hero, taking on mainstay of the AGE circuit and Kasai devotee Colin Erickson. This man plays Kasai. He doesn't care if Kasai is good, Kasai is bad, Kasai somewhere in the middle. That is his deck. That's what he's showing up with. It has never wavered, and bringing her here to national championships and starting off with a 9-2 record.
I just had to take a moment to just glaze Colin Erickson's Kasai deck building. This man was playing Kasai when Enigma was around, and he found a way to have a very decent matchup in Enigma.
Jacob with the hat advantage. I believe that's cold foil.
Loves his tunic. Steelblade Shun is very effective into Enigma because the ward attacks with weapons. You can destroy them on attacking. I'm so curious to see what he's managed to figure out for this meta. In this meta, the board state deck is Gravy Bones, more about allies. Steelblade Shun not so good. Still has opted for the tunic over here, and also Crown of Dominion, Brian. Let's not forget, Kasai has allies of her own. Those Centauri sellswords, I wonder if they're going to come in and maybe chop down the crew of Gravy Bones.
Curious to see. Also curious Colin's opinion on Riches of Trovoldani. I assume that makes most Kasai decks, but honestly, I'm willing to trust Colin's opinion on that card. We'll keep an eye out for it as we move through this match. But starting things off on Jacob's side with a golden tipple. How do you feel about macro positioning in this matchup? Tell me a little bit about what Colin's goals are and what Jacob's goals are.
Well, there's no macro in play since we're not playing limited.
Going for her in this matchup is that she is allowed to do a lot of variable damage on the sword. You can navigate a turn sequence in a way where you can have a sword coming in for 8 if you want, or you could go in like 5-5, for example, and that gives Kasai a lot of flexibility in keeping Gravy Bones' board clear. At the same time, Kasai can also generate a lot of copper off the allies because Spoils of War just cares about on hit, not on hit a hero. And also cards like Outland Skirmish, which we see being blocked her with right now, can give Kasai the easy access to the copper generation that she wants to fuel cards like Blood on her hands. However, when it comes to the super late game, when Gravy Bones managed to get a couple of very big allies, remember Kasai's damage output still isn't as high as you would like to be. Two clear stuff like Whaler Humperdinck that's already hit the yard now for Jacob Shaker.
Speaking of big allies, I also want to call out our first Oyston appearance, I believe, in our feature match area. The allies here all over the place still for Gravy Bones. No consensus on what the correct split is.
And second Oyston hitting the pit zone over there, but now Jacob Shaker starting things off with a
It's a pretty good first turn.
Big allies on the board already, Brian, but doesn't get to attack attack with either one of them. So now it's on Colin with the 4 cards he has remaining after the block. Can he clear these allies?
Trot along here from Colin. Going to use that to send a Saber at the Whaler, I believe. And fully clears it out with the Command and Conquer here, leaving just Oyston out there in the arena. Makes sense from Colin. You do not want that Whaler to get out of control. That is your priority when it hits the arena. But for Jacob, a pretty big win here. Gets to keep the Oyston into the next turn cycle.
At the same time, though, as far as allies to keep around, Oyston's probably one of the ones that's the least egregious in that it doesn't natively have go again. It doesn't natively reward you for having a white board either. You can't attack with that. You can't use it for anything else other than attacking. It doesn't have go again. So how will Jacob actually leverage the fact that he was left with 1 ally and 4 cards as well remains to be seen.
Couple of Sawbones there in the hand for Jacob Shaker, just in the midst of a discard here.
And a Chum as well. Interesting that he activated Gravy there before using the Compass. Means that he potentially has other uses for the Compass later down the line on this turn.
Well, he knows he's always activating Gravy here, so there's no point in peeking.
And now that's a blue gone to the yard. Ally with Watery Grave as well. So Death Threads online as well. Gravy Bones online as well.
Gets go again on the back of that Chum. That means that free attack from Oyston likely to be able to contribute to this turn.
Dynamo's coming out to play here for Colin Eriksson. And then just Sawbones from hand for Jacob Shaker. That is one of the awkward things that happens sometimes in this ally-heavy Gravy Bones deck, excuse me, where sometimes you just need to play one of them from hand.
Oop.
We saw him pitch a Sawbones, 2 play a Sawbones. Wide board for Jacob Shaker here, but now Chum, unlike Oyston, is a very scary ally to have lying around, because that one you can actually use while you have a white board. Can Colin Eriksson answer this?
Yeah, you mentioned variability in attack patterns, but Sawbones making things a little awkward here. Going to make it harder to just spread out that damage effectively. And Chum can also have something to say about that as well. A lot of times Kasai is probably going to have to chip away at allies. Chum makes that really hard. It really makes Chum your priority point right away.
Chum and Sawbones both offered for that. Now this run through, giving +2 to the next Saber. He has another run through in hand with the Tunic, so he could make the Saber come in for 6. But because of Sawbones, that won't be enough to actually clear the Chum. So you might just need to send this 4-power Saber into Sawbones. Looks like he's going to raise an army already. Both players just playing their allies very, very early in this game.
That's a very early raising army.
That does give a potential window should Jacob want to go ahead and activate that Chum. You can check on the hand.
At the same time, though, if you activate Chum here, which he can't right now because he doesn't have an ally with Watery Grave, but even if he could, you could go Sellsword into Chum, into Dagger for 4, into the Chum anyway to clear it out.
Yep,
So you don't fully get the value, you don't actually stuff Colin's turn here. And it looks like that's the play Colin's making anyway, since Sellsword went to the Chum.
Yeah, now Gravy Bones going to be on ally cleanup duty. How does it feel, Captain Bones?
That's how it feels. Taste of your own medicine, if you will.
Jacob does have the riches of Trouble Donnie of his...
I mean, if they had medicine, they probably wouldn't all be dead.
Potentially get that gold count up a little bit. Kept the Sawbones around. Sawbones a very effective offensive piece as well.
Riches being pitched here for the gold, effectively replacing itself immediately. Sawbones still in the field. Looks like another Give No Quarter in his hand, but now a little bit short on allies. No allies in the graveyard, I believe, so Give No Quarter effectively a dead card unless he can activate Gravy and get a Watery Grave card off the top.
Punkage, right now it feels like there's about a 40-card consensus in these Gravy Bones lists, and then the last 20 cards can be literal anything. Just anything possible can show up in those slots, and it's going to be so interesting to watch this deck evolve and understand what is actually the quote-unquote correct build. Pretty anemic turn here from Jacob Shaker. Does get 2 cards left with inefficient usage.
That was effectively 4 cards used to clear Centauri Sellsword. Brian, that was not great for Jacob Shaker over there. He was lacking the Watery Grave cards in the yard for him to actually make use of such a big turn. Had the blues to even turn on Gravy Bones. Dug a little bit with the compass as well. I mean, took a look at the top of the compass, pitched the gold as well. Just didn't find a Watery Grave card. Now onto Colin Eriksson over here.
It speaks to all the things you have to balance.
Does he still have the D-React in Arsenal?
That all you got in Jacob's hand. Fine card, powerful card. Not really synergistic with the core Gravy Bones game plan. Doesn't do the Watery Grave thing. And we saw Jacob punished on that
take a moment to talk about Colin Eriksson's swords of choice over here. We saw Andrew Rothamel in the Battle Hardened that he won on Kasai favor double Centauri Saber. Colin Eriksson, though, every single time I've seen him play Kasai, has always preferred one Centauri Saber, one hot streak. That's a loadout he prefers very, very much, and here we see it again. Let's see how much value the hot streak will even give him in this matchup.
Has to run through once again, so another attack will be coming out from Colin Eriksson.
Blade Runner as well wants to really buff up the Saber, which maybe leads us to believe that maybe that Saber isn't going to be clearing the Sawbones, and maybe it's actually going to Ruby Wolves' face. Remember, Kasai has been activated this turn, and Kasai, unlike cards like Spoils of War, does need to hit a hero for you to get the gold. So perhaps that's why Colin is saying, this Saber's going to come in for 7. If you block on an attack, it goes up to 8, Centauri Saber, and on hit makes me a gold.
Colin really prioritizing gold generation here, and you know, leaving behind an ally like Sawbones, Sawbones doesn't attack for free. Anytime you leave behind that type of ally, you can kind of feel like you're getting away with it because it costs your opponent a card pool, and the exchanges start becoming more value neutral.
Can also be a bit of a double-edged sword, because if they set up more allies, when more allies are backed up by Sawbones, it gets really, really awkward to clear.
Very true. Defense from 4 here, and there we see that all you got coming out of the arsenal.
I want to point out the interesting blocking decision.
Yeah, why didn't he that all you got the first swing?
All you got on the first hot streak, which was coming in for 2, could have gotten the card draw as well. Decided to hold the reaction to perhaps match Colin Eriksson's ability to interact on the reaction step.
A little confused by that.
Gravy Bones activation here, going to get a fresh card over on Jacob Shaker's side. Does discard
A Rigor Mortis. He's a play of blue to have Gravy Bones active. Looks like blue has been played in the form of the Flying High. And getting the resource of the dead threads over here, since the Rigor Mortis did hit the yard this turn to attack with the Sawbones with Go again, thanks to Flying High.
clean block on that Sawbones. Last card is pitched, going to bring the Rigor Mortis to the party as well, and Rigor Mortis immediately getting in on the action, coming in for a big 6. So big allies on the front side for Jacob Shaker in the arena right now. You kind of prefer the big butts, though, when you're facing down a Kasai, as many people do, Pompage.
Tell me more about the big butts, Brian. I'm all ears. Tell me more about them. Do they lie?
Colin Eriksson to clear both these allies, but does mean that he did have to lose a bunch of life to make that play, and that's exactly what Gravy Bones wants. Lose life to clear the allies. Eventually, you don't have life anymore to clear the allies.
I believe I made a fart joke. Just no-sold me entirely.
Yeah, decided to just not interact with that.
Maybe that was smart.
That's a smart move.
In retrospect, I don't blame you.
Smart move.
Colin
I believe there's some other casters that have lost their job over sexual things, so probably best to not touch that with a 10-foot pole.
taking care of most of these Gravy Bones allies. To me, it's starting to become clear to me that the game is going to be about Jacob finding a combination of difficult to clear allies at the same time, and just make things harder on Colin. Right now, everything's easy.
He would need to have a big give no quarter turn, it seems like. Give no quarter turn where he gets to play 2 massive allies at a turn to go over Colin's damage.
1 blood on her hands used on defense. I do always like to keep track of that card when I'm watching a Kasai, know how many copies are left. You don't need 3 copies, but usually want 1 to stick around, especially as you mentioned, Ponkage. Going to be pretty easy for Colin to farm copper if he wants to in this game.
I want to point out once again, Jacob's discipline with using the compass. Again, using the compass on his turn after he already drew a card off the golden clipper on this turn. Just, you can tell the experience he already has on his deck, realizing when is the optimal compass usage. For a lot of
Yeah, I think right now Jacob is on a heuristic of if I'm playing a tipple, I just don't compass. And if I know that I'm always activating hero power on my own turn, then and discarding an ally, then there's no point in compassing.
It would still be CNC for 7 effectively. You won't have the high tide active, but the high tide active is just +1 and go again. The on-hit destroy arsenal is there regardless, but when you're against a deck with Valen Dynamos and a bunch of 3 blocks, 7 doesn't feel as much of a breakpoint as it might to other decks.
Basically, if I know the top card of my deck is always changing on my turn, then there's just no point in compassing.
I don't think so.
I don't really know what else we can do in this case.
And I think that's what he was looking for with the compass activation. If he had a blue on top, he could go ahead and activate Gravy over here, discard the blue up the top, play one of the allies in his yard.
We could gold and go looking, but it's just going to take the 7 here is Jacob Shaker. I like that decision. I think this mode of Conqueror of the High Seas very early on in this High Seas CC format, a little underused. This is still a good card, Punk. Totally fine.
I think people forget that the CNC part of it, or the Destroy Arsenal part of it, is not tied to High Tide. I definitely made that mistake before early in the format as well.
Another Kasai activation, trying to go ahead and build up that gold. Maybe raise an army, an important part of Colin's plan here. Not really sure exactly what the end state looks like for Colin yet.
I think especially when an opponent has no allies, it means just sending a swords to face, might as well activate Kasai, because one thing about Gravy Bones, he needs big hands to set up the board. The turn where he wants to play a bunch of allies, he needs to keep 3 to 4 cards at a
That's a good hand.
It feels like so. Colin's just putting a bunch of pressure on Jacob Shaker here, which is exactly.
And he gets to hook the ship. Oh.
Make sure you can pressure them on the turn.
Still has money floating afterwards.
To set up the board state.
Riches has been pitched for Colin Erickson. All the Kasai fans.
You can also just set the tipple and play something from graveyard, maybe. Probably not. Yeah, he probably just sets the tipple, I guess.
Another reason why Colin is
Maybe we peek, see if there's an ally.
Maybe doesn't defend very well for the most part. And you saw a hand loaded up with 2 blocks for Jacob Shaker. I believe 3 2 blocks and a ship.
Just to put things into perspective over here, this is face up from Colin Erickson. It's 5 into 2. If Jacob wants to deny the gold, he'll need to give up 3 cards. Blocking 5 and then blocking 2 afterwards, there's no way to do it, especially because Gravy Bones doesn't have a lot of armor. So Jacob's saying, if I want to deny the on-hit, I have to give you 3 cards, and I don't do anything on my turn. Just one. There's no Gravy Bones hand that does well on 1 card, pretty much. So Colin Erickson, yeah, sort of re-rolled into this board. Remember, this was a 2-card hand from Colin Erickson. Just unsheathed an arsenal.
Okay, I got a good 1-card hand. You play port side into play 0 cost, 0 cost attack ally from graveyard. You get a free arsenal and get a guy on the board and swing. Like port side into the guy that when it dies it makes a gold.
Around Flesh and Blood also top 8 U.S. Nationals last year. So for Jacob Shaker, again, I think maybe missing a marquee finish in the modern game. I kind of see Pro Tour New Jersey as predating the modern game, but Jacob Shaker has been there for quite some time.
He's been around, also looking for that high-tier competitive event finish. Speaking of empty ships, Brian, that was a Conqueror of the High Seas that was attacking an empty arsenal on Colin Erickson's side. Colin still blocked it out fully with the fixed scene. Also important to point out that he has chosen to bring defense reactions into this matchup, which I think goes to show how different Gravy is compared to a classic illusionist. Normally the classic illusionist feels you definitely don't want to bring in defense reactions, you feel quite bad about it, but Gravy does play a little bit more on the value axis. You can actually bring the defense reactions and not feel too bad about them. Unsheath, what a card to, as an upgrade for Kasai.
Yeah, Kasai just kind of quietly getting big pickups along the way. Unsheath, Riches of Triple Donnie, and Kasai starting to make her way back into the metagame.
This is the second time Colin has done just a 2-card 8 off the back of Unsheath, if you include the Dynamo's refresh, giving him a life. Very, very strong look.
Gathers a little information from that compass, figuring out what he wants to do with this particular hand.
Whole bunch of another Conqueror.
I think
back
he's
to back
ship
Conqueror,
every single turn, basically.
which is best used when you have allies, or if you can follow it up with allies. Currently, though, those Conquerors haven't done too much because his board has been clear and he just hasn't been able to resolve allies past the boat.
It does have an Oyston still out there in the graveyard.
Amethyst Amulet as well, making its way to the graveyard. That's yet another watery grave card. Amethyst Amulet, interesting inclusion as well. +2 damage, effectively Potion of Strength. That's an amulet with Legend of Watery Grave.
Yeah, I think Jacob on an amulet-heavy build of Gravy, and again, another variable in these Gravy lists. How many amulets do you like? Only Gravy Bones gets those cards in their full.
From what I understand, he's on the Amulet of Strength because of in the aggro matchups, it makes it less obvious when you're gonna command and conquer someone. Because when you hold a bunch of cards, it's obvious you're gonna high C them, so they just play their hand out and don't arsenal. Where if you play a small command and conquer hand, it lets you just like command and conquer for 8 them.
Also, I love this play. Any turn where you actually play Golden Tipple, you can just freeze.
Oh, finally done sorting the rares. Now I gotta price them all up.
With on hit, make a gold. But if Colin denies the gold as he's doing right now, the hook still stays around because the gold was created off Golden Tipple. Very, very strong combination of cards, the hook and Golden Tipple.
Look at the numbers that have been presented across this turn. It was 3 into 8 into Chum, and effective graveyard setup as well, with an ally left behind. Punkage, that's top tier stuff. There's not many decks in Flesh and Blood that can do that type of thing.
Definitely a very, very strong sequence of plays, but similarly, like, Gravy does need to work to at least make use of these allies a little bit more. You need, if you have a whiteboard, you need some way to generate action points, and currently Jacob Shaker doesn't have any rum to speak of on his side of the field. And here we see it, Ryan. We spoke about this at the beginning of the game. Spoils of War, potentially farming these allies, these skeletons that Gravy Bones is
At least he's spending his turn killing the Chum.
Giving Colin Erickson all the currency that he needs. That's 4 copper already that Jacob Shaker couldn't do anything about because he had resolved the Chum.
Your Chum got 4 damage and bought 2 cards.
Copper ever. Colin needed to make that play anyway. Just got to do it with the added bonus of 4 copper for future blood on her hands. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chart, the high seas, paying big dividends. Gets a nice split here, gets the resources, gets the Whaler into the bin as well.
And that's a second Whaler hitting the bin. Would love a give no quarter on this hand, which is what we saw Austin Summers do yesterday with his Gravy Bones deck. Was a Chart the high seas to give no quarter that just locked out June Cornette. Will Jacob Shaker be able to repeat that in this game? Looks like he's going to go fishing with gold.
Well, he'd be going fish if he was playing the Ranger, right?
This Gravy activation there. Yet another Chum hitting the yard. Excuse me, that was a Gravy activation, not a pitching to gold activation. Whaler has hit the field.
Thus far, we've seen Chum, Whaler, Oyston, Anka, Sawbone.
Smork.
Thinking 15-ish allies so far. Rigger as well, I believe.
Yes.
Yep, so 18 allies.
Brian feeling bold there. Sheesh.
It'll be interesting to see whether Jacobs also opted for Shelly, which I believe we saw in Austin Summers' list. Whaler coming in for 11 with 7 life to back it up as well.
And the whole hand is claimed here from Colin Erickson.
Which will blow up the hook, because Jacob Shaker has not made a gold this turn. He did activate the hook for the Whaler Humperdinck attack. Oh, he did make a goal from Chart the High Seas, so it actually... Oh, excuse me. I was incorrect about that. So, full block out by Colin over there.
Interesting. Do you feel like maybe Colin just didn't have what it takes to clear Whaler on that turn? Maybe no go again?
Yeah, I feel like blocking out Whaler isn't a great look. Like, it's not getting better.
I know it was 1 blue and 3 reds. But also maybe he's just asking Jacob, can you actually do something with the remaining 4 cards now they have Whaler on the field? Which is a challenge when the opponent has no rum. Sometimes Gravy can struggle with this. But there are other times where they can set up a Chum next to the Whaler Humperdinck, and then you just never come back into the game. So Colin Erickson potentially taking a bit of a risk there. See if Jacob Shaker is able to punish that. Maybe set up a Chum and a Sawbones next to his Whaler Humperdinck. You could get into one of those lockout board states that we talk about, where the opponent kind of has no recourse to clear your board.
Jacob looking for a little bit more information here. Top of the deck with Compass.
Also has 1 gold, which offers just so much flexibility in the Gravy deck, which is potentially why Colin prioritized actually blocking out the gold, recognizing that Jacob is starting to get a little bit gold-starved, which can put a bit of a hamper on some of the strongest Gravy Bones turns.
I want to point out, Colin has accumulated 3 gold at this point. Pretty good for Kasai. Has also drawn a Raise an Army. And I wonder if those allies can pose long-term problems for Gravy Bones. It kind of depends on what portion of your deck you draw. Maybe you can put together combinations of Golden Tipples, Murderous Raffles, those type of effects to clear out those Centauri Sellswords. But if not, it gets a little awkward. You really don't want to send ally into ally. Your turns become very inefficient at that point.
One other tech card that we haven't yet touched on, Brian, which I'm curious whether Colin Erickson is running on his list, is Midas Touch. It is a yellow 3-block, so yellow cards in Kasai are a little bit more fine. She needs yellows in her graveyard to fuel it as well, and would be very, very strong strong into a card like Whale of Humperdinck. Of course, you do give Jacob a whole bunch of gold, but it does sort of save you 7. It's slightly 7
Oh,
damage
gaining an action point.
on a card. Have to wonder whether Colin Erickson's maybe picked up a couple copies of that card.
It's Smorkin time.
These big allies from Jacob.
Oh, nope. Okay. Never mind. I lied. False alarm. I got a little excited there.
Midas touch it.
Kind of surprised he's not just gaining an action point here and just
A
going
week
smork
or
smork.
two early into this metagame.
Maybe he doesn't have the money to
I think it's coming.
do everything
I think there's no question that people
and just wants to
start
establish another guy.
after seeing what the hero is capable of.
Yeah, he has a yellow. That makes sense.
I'm not quite sure that's the moment we're at yet. We'll have to watch and see what Colin is working with. I will point out that typically Colin
Oh,
only runs 2
that's pretty
copies
good.
of Brazen Army,
Establish
so this could be the
3
final play he looks
things
to make
and
out of
still
this.
smash in for 11.
If his list has not changed, very possible he's
I'm surprised he's going for the amulet though,
third copy. We'll have to wait and see.
instead of
But now
Guy.
Jacob Shaker is looking to build that board that we talked about, that really wide problematic.
That should be face down.
Whaler Humperdinck one more time rumbles in for a big 11.
13 because of the Amethyst
Great
Amulet,
point,
right?
yeah.
It's Potion of Strength effectively buffing up the Whaler Humperdinck.
Surprised that he went for that.
As well. Jacob Shaker.
Maybe he didn't have another line.
This time he hasn't made a goal this turn though. So the hook will blow up if this is blocked out, but as you pointed out, Brian, could very well be the last Raisin Army.
It's one of those spots where it's like, if this gets blocked out and I lose my hook, whatever, I established another guy and bought my entire opponent's hand again, surely I can win from this spot.
Sawbones with something like a chum, now it gets really awkward. Sawbones is actually quite awkward for Kasai to deal with because you can send 2 comfortably, but then Sawbones will just be activated and now you have to send something else at it. So you can't just send 2 at Sawbones.
Yeah, pretty awkward for Colin. Gold is just going to be popped here for a redraw. Colin looking for something in this hand.
Ooh, Raisin Army.
Yeah,
It's a good
looking
start.
for an additional copy of Raisin Army.
Do we have a go again? We do. Okay.
And now the copper will truly flow for Colin Erickson. Spoils of war. That means, Punkage, what we are playing towards now is a huge blood on her hands turn. You know it's coming if you're in Jacob's seat. How do you prepare for that, not possibility, but eventuality at this point?
Have a massive board so that the big swords are actually going to your allies and not to your face.
Sounds like a good plan.
And you need a life buffer as well, because if you might have massive board, but if your life is at 10, Colin can just send 20 to 25 damage at your face, and then you can't actually leverage a big board as well. So you need both a big board and a life buffer to actually prevent Colin from having a massive blood on a handstone that just closes out the game.
Here is that Raisin Army, 2 sellswords coming down. They're going to be put to work battling with that Whaler Humperdinck, somehow coming out on top and taking down the huge ally with the help of a hot streak.
I mean, at least you bought the entire hand out of the opponent, but you do need to clear now, which is kind of cringe without a board.
Able to do that whole thing, and now it's Shaco. Shaco needs to deal with 2 sellswords on the field.
Now the turntables have turned, Punkage.
Chart the high seas. Is he gonna hit this time? Looks like blue and a yellow exactly once again.
Very good. Chart the high seas.
And we get the
thus
hook
far
here.
from Jacob Shaker. Another Oyston hits the bin. 3 resources at the ready. What can Jacob put together here? Feels like an important turn. Did not have an arsenal going into this turn. Not really anything set up in the arena anymore.
So far, to his credit, does have an Avasti over here, and he wants to go again on this turn, Ryan. You need to clear at least one of these sellswords, maybe even both of them in Avasti. Probably going to help with that for sure.
Yeah, particularly with that Oyston has access to a pretty cheap ally, which should work well with available resources, possibly being able to set up an Oyston and a big ally and clearing out those sellswords.
Which will leave Colin Erickson with a big hand. I do believe he pitched the last Raisin Army to be able to put this in, so there's still one more Raisin Army in the deck for later on. So gold still very, very strong for Kasai. I mean, of course, gold already strong because of the hero ability, but even more so with the threat of the last Raisin Army. This is so cool, Brian. We've already seen 2 Raisin Armies resolve this game. We've seen a Humperdinck come down here as well. Both sides just getting to play their massive, massive power cards. However, Colin Erickson still has one more in his deck that we haven't seen yet, and that's Blood on her Hands. You know, those 8 copper pieces right there, just primed to be used to fuel the Blood on her Hands.
Cannot wait to get spending, I'm sure. Colin Erickson certainly has a purchase he plans to make as we get to the late game, and those Blood on her Hands try to influence this matchup.
And Avasti comes down, gonna give the first ally attack go again. coming in, gets go again from
It's so silly. I have more Marvel chums than I do non-foil chums. I opened 3 Marvels and 1 regular.
It's giving me almost
So silly.
Mirror-esque vibes where one player sets up a board, the other one sets up a board to play the other's board, and this kind of exchange is kind of happening. Of course, on Colin Eriksson's side, there's only so much board he can create, so now he's going to need to deal with Jacob Shaker's allies the old-fashioned way, if you will.
So Jacob has access to a couple resources here. One floating, also has the dead threats, but is just going to deploy the Oyston.
This one does not have go again, though. The compass only gave go again to the chum, so Colin Eriksson still left with 1 more sellsword. Definitely going to be very happy with that. Gonna pop copper. That's not something you
Pop
see.
Copper's crazy. Holy shit. No blocks. Pop Copper. Huh? Huh? You can show me your moves.
Draw from Colin Eriksson, but it looks like it's going to pay dividends here.
And this is 7 damage going towards chum. And it'll be making copper off Outland Skirmish. Sellsword now can come in, can join the fray as well to clear out the Oyston. Once again, Colin Eriksson somehow ahead on the board here against the Necromancer. Cleared the board, still has his own sellsword remaining.
Yes, but not ahead on life.
Over yet. There's still a Blade Flurry buff for the second.
These exchanges have been pretty profitable for Jacob.
And it's going to carry the Kasai activation as well, asking Jacob if he wants to commit cards to the defense here to try and prevent Colin from stacking up the gold once more. And if I'm in Jacob's...
He pitched to raise an army, so I don't think I give a shit about the gold anymore.
It is these Centauri sellswords that are really allowing Colin Eriksson to go ahead and keep pace, and he knows that another raised army is still lurking in the deck, so each of those gold can represent another sellsword. They also just represent a turned-on Kasai that can go ahead and use her swords efficiently.
One other very unique thing about Colin Eriksson's Kasai builds is the number of blues that he likes to run. Ends up being a little bit more blue-heavy than many other Kasai lists, which means he's actually a bit shorter on yellows, which limits the number of Kasai activations he can do throughout the game. It just shows the testament to his skill of how he knows exactly when he should be activating Kasai, because he has limited numbers of them, but he's always made maximal use of them. I believe almost every one of them he's done this game has given him a gold. You have to notice those spots to pilot Kasai the way he does.
A little bit of damage slated to leak here, but the Provoke is going to get in the mix as well, and a little bit of warrior-style disruption from Colin Eriksson.
So this is interesting. The hot streak was going to go through to give him the gold, but if Jacob Shaker reveals a blocking action card, it will be blocking out the hot streak afterwards. So Colin doing the disruption over here, but sacrificing the gold from Kasai activation to do so.
Yeah, and Jacob did call out that he could go ahead and stop the gold, and will do so with the blue revealed. Colin just values
Interesting choice.
away a card from hand from Jacob more than the gold at this moment.
And I think the reason he valued that higher is because he still has a board. He still has that sellsword right now. Just, yeah, I think what he was trying to...
I guess you're just hoping that you brick Jacob's round, like he only wanted to block 1 card.
And then provoking, but still saying, you know what, I'm just gonna get rid of 1 more card. It's unlikely you can deal with my sellsword and pressure me. So currently, I'd say board state-wise, Colin Eriksson is higher, except for the Murderous Rabble coming in and messing up his plans.
Murderous Rabble does its thing. We mentioned this as an important card for potentially dealing with those sellswords. Has effectively done so, revealing the blue.
And that's a blue headed to yard as well for Gravy Bones. I think I want to talk about, Brian, deck size.
Yeah.
Look at that graveyard and Watery Grave Pile for Jacob Shaker, and not too many cards remaining in deck against a Warrior. A whole bunch of 3 blocks and Valen Dynamos as well.
We talked yesterday about...
But now we can crack the gain an action point and play a fat board. And we just need to play 1 hump to close the game, basically. Like, crack potion, play 2 guys, swing, push opponent's life down, and then play a hump on the following round and just say you have to give me your whole hand. Or 3 cards and 1 card doesn't clear this.
Instead of rum, it looks like Jacob has gone for the amulet side to solve the action starvation issues that Gravy Bones tends to have. The other thing to point out about Kasai's fatigue, at least in this matchup, is that a lot of damage have been soaked up by the sellswords, and that's part of why Colin Eriksson is still sitting at a fairly comfortable 17 life, as he has full tempo and starting off with a strong slice and dice turn.
Yeah, I will also note boats used up for Jacob Shaker, those are your biggest attack actions, and I think not having those in the deck also putting a cap on potential damage numbers on future turns. 2 Whalers used up as well, so no double Whaler setups apt to come in the late
There
game.
is a third Whaler in Jacob's hand, though, Brian. So he's running all 3 copies of that card.
I love that decision. I really think this card is very important, and it's important for the type of things that can somewhat exploit Gravy. Maybe in unknown metagames, you say, I don't really need Whaler. I just have this, value engine. As people learn how to play against Gravy, I think Whaler becomes more and more important.
Life totals now in Colin Erickson's favor. Jacob Shaker took the entire slice and dice turn there. Colin Erickson, though, did not have the yellows in the yard to do another Tesla activation there, so no currency generation from that, but got a bunch of life damage in there.
And immediately upon that Whaler hitting the bin, it's followed up by Give No Quarter, and that means the third and final Whaler joins the fray, and is going to get in the mix as well, coming in for 11 on Colin's side. You want to defend it a little bit, and is going to do so effectively, I believe, and that should be the end of that gold bait.
Yep, there we go.
Amulet has been popped over here. Can Jacob Shaker make another gold hammer? Nope, so the gold...
What did this stuff go again from? Why does this stuff go again?
So no currency generation from that,
So hero power,
but got a bunch of life.
flag,
And immediately upon that Whaler
Hump.
hitting the bin, it's followed up by Give No Quarter, and that means the third.
Oh,
and
it's an
final
instant to
Whaler
destroy
joins
it.
the fray.
I thought it was an action to destroy it.
Well, coming in
Is regular time snap an action? Or an instant?
And is going to do so effectively.
Is this a buff from time snap?
That should be the end of that gold baited hook here.
Amulet has been popped over here. Can Jacob Shaker make another gold hammer? Nope, so the gold bait hook will be going away. It does get to back up the Whaler Humperdinck. Thanks to the Diamond Amulet. And now Whaler Humperdinck backed up with Sawbones.
Regular time snaps in action. I did not realize that that was worded differently than regular time snap potion. Interesting. That makes it so much better.
Now the swords are free. That means that Centauri Saber able to do its thing, and it's just got to clear the Sawbones here.
It's forced to, because he only has 7 damage off this Unsheathed, so he had to send 5 into Sawbones, which is not where you want to be. Whaler Humperdinck gonna survive one more turn. This is 2 damage, 2 Gravy Bones' face. But Humperdinck staying around for one more turn.
Who's winning this game right now?
Right now, I'd say it's Jacob, because the Whaler Humperdinck's still around. And the back of his net, all you got as well, freely broken.
Is there a Whaler Humperdinck on the table? Yes, that player's winning. Pretty easy heuristic.
Because you would need to pitch a card anyway to swing the swords. Instead, using it for a copper alongside the tunic, so you can just refresh the arsenal.
I was thinking about pushing back on your assessment of this game, given that blood on her hands is still out there lurking for Colin Erickson.
Probably not much. Probably not lurking in the deck for much longer. This is probably gonna buy the entire hand.
Has drawn, and I think he's got it hidden from our cameras, but I caught a peek as it was coming off the top of the deck. I think it's quad red, Onkage, which could pose some problems for him facing down a Whaler Humperdinck.
The other thing to point out with the blood on the hands is that when you resolve that card, you need a gold on the field. You need your swords to be free that turn, because you'll be swinging so many sword attacks. You need it to be free. And Colin Erickson currently sitting on 0 gold over there. So unless he wants to pop a copper to make the swords free on the blood on the
Top
hands,
copper,
he will
huge.
generate that gold. But while there's a massive ally on the field, I think he might be gold star for a little bit, which does reduce the threat of the blood on the hands.
High seas have been charted here. Golden Tipple going to do its thing. Look to refresh the gold over on the side of Jacob Shaker.
Oh no, we don't have hook anymore. Never mind. I was gonna say we get to hook here. I think that's like the best part about Tipple. You get to hook every time you play it. I feel like your win rate goes up every time you get to hook.
Create a gold off of it unconditionally, in a sense. You want to discard your yellows anyway, and lets him fuel the Gravy Bones ability.
I've not yet, because I have not had a gold yet. You've not a gold, right.
Shot the higher seas, of course. A blue that has hit the yard this turn.
Alright, done price adjusting all of the rares. So all that's done. And I think all the commons are already listed, but I don't have them sorted because I'm a goon.
12-ish maybe?
Problem for future me, right? Which is currently problem for current me.
Not a lot.
And And none of the commons are sold out, it looks like. So I should just go ahead and start sorting commons. Exciting gameplay, right? Common sorting. Have they fixed the tokens yet? The tokens are like effed up on TCG Player. They're like not listed properly, where they're like showing up as the wrong card subtypes. Yeah, when I search by all tokens, it says there's no tokens in the set. Keck W. They're like a different... Maybe it's because they're a different card type now? They're basic? Let's search basic. So yes, but there's only 3 basic cards in the set, apparently. So then what are the rest of them? Whatever, man.
And now the rigger gets into the mix.
Brian is just feeling it. Just no fear. He's so confident in his enunciation.
This will be the third Humperdinck, though, which would be very, very good for him.
Spoils kicks things off here. That means more copper gonna go ahead and join the fray.
Okay.
6 damage put on the Humperdinck.
Oh, I guess I should sort the foils first.
And then the hot streak comes through, clears it out. But Rigor Mortis remains out there in the arena.
That was a 3-card play to deal with the Humperdinck. And yeah, Rigor Mortis still staying around. Can Jacob Shaker give it go again, though? Looks like we're back on the riches, I believe.
Another amulet, but it's a ruby amulet. Does have the riches, as you mentioned. Suspect we'll see some gold usage here from Jacob. Rush card picked up.
Second time we've seen Jacob make that play. First time we saw him pitch the amulet as well, but the riches, excuse me, was also just to pop a gold and draw a new card.
Another card grabbed here.
Double check I'm not missing any foils.
I have a video to draw. And I wonder how much go again is actually left in Jacob Shaker's deck. With no whalers, no go again, the damage per turn output could get a little low, and it's very possible that Colin can kind of move into this posture of defend a little bit, clear a little bit, and just run Jacob Shaker out of threats. Does have flying high.
And back alley break line as well. If he's able to get that in the yard off of 31's ability.
Hey, Brian, calm down. Calm down.
Yeah, he's opted
We got options. Calm down.
action points rather than run generation. I don't believe we've seen a tip the barkeep at all.
Yeah, he was not playing Tip the Barkeep.
It's a unique take on the way to get action points for Gravitons. I think a lot of people have preferred the Tip the Barkeep, but Jacob Shaker here going for this flying high instead. Rigor Mortis, not a blue attack, but still it's going to get go again off that card.
Force Colin to do some more defending, is able to filter the hand once more with the sink below, and takes 1 damage, falls to just 3, does Colin Erickson.
So leaking 1. And the blue card has hit Jacob Shaker's yard this turn in the form of the flying high. So it looks like it's going to be another double ally attack turn, but the Rabble first.
Had set up the top of the deck with the Eye of Ophidia, so knows coming in for 3, demands another card from Colin. Still more follow-up here as that back alley break line is pitched. Anka joins the fray.
Does playing an ally break the chain?
Rumble coming in for a big 5 here.
I guess you're taking an action that isn't an attack.
Maybe he just needs to block out and just make Jacob Shaker continue to have go again attacks on allies. And when Jacob probably eventually doesn't actually have a go again on an ally, maybe that's when Colin Erickson actually strikes back.
Yeah, I just don't think there's that much left. For Jacob, it's going to be about how can you set up these back alley break lines? Is there actually a path to go ahead and generate action points from them? And again, here we see a count of the deck. It's thin, Pankaj. I think there's 10 or 11 cards on the reveal. 3 cards entering from the pitch.
As long as there's a call to the grave in the deck, he can do it. And if there's a chart left in the deck, he can try to pitch stack it.
And now Colin Erickson drops down to 1. But of course, with the stance he's taking, probably going to refresh the Dynamos as well. It's going to be functionally gaining a life on his turn as well. But probably clearing the board from Jacob Shaker. And then you ask Jacob Shaker, can you resolve an ally, give it go again, and resolve the second one? Because if you're just attacking a 1 ally a turn, Brian, I'm totally with you. It seems like Colin Erickson can actually just come out on top in this sort of fatigue race that we're in.
Players acknowledging the possibility of time influencing this match. Obviously, neither player wants a draw in this spot. Will have to aggressively to make sure it's played to conclusion.
So I do want to point out, Anka's active ability is not nothing in this matchup. Colin Erickson does want to draw cards on his turn, so we'll need to deal with the Anka before he can actually make use of Kasai's hero ability. No go again though for Colin on this turn. Just played out the provoke to empty it out from his arsenal.
Kind of interesting. I wonder what he's trying to get in his arsenal.
Is this a window for Jacob?
Just to go again?
Get go again. Call to the grave. You can put
Let's
a
go again.
back alley break line into your yard. Get the second action point.
Courtside exchange kicking things off here for Jacob Shaker. Another rigor mortis in the mix. Gold
See,
refreshed here.
Jacob knows how to pronounce it. You say Morty.
Picked up off
There's no possibility of making a mistake.
The opponent at 1.
That's a big threat. On hit, win.
Jacob's a smart guy.
You might see him go potentially 3 wide on this turn.
Jacob stating, crossing T's, dotting I's. That tells me somebody who thinks he's found an end state that leads to a winning line. We'll see if that is true.
Might have a deterministic win here. I believe he arsenaled an amulet as well, so that's not really going to come in handy this turn at least.
Colin forced to defend that rabble. Coming in for 3. Follow-up is called to the grave. This gets the back alley break line. Take a look at what's left in the
Oh,
deck.
a foil tip the barkeep.
I think there was
Oh!
a as well.
That's huge.
So a few sources of go again. This kind of feels like the key turn, Punkage. It feels like Jacob has to get
Someone made a
here.
mistake. Probably me.
I think so too, Brian.
Though I did have people help me opening some of the
This is
packs.
also a turn where he had a murderous rabble as well. You're not going to have too many turns where you actually get to go 3 wide.
That all you got? Gonna head back into the deck as well.
And then he can Dead Threads, Rigor Mortis on both attack, Rigor Mortis and swing.
Goes to reaction, has the sink below. Colin Erickson had the riches in hand and was able to sink it with the sink below. And now Blood on her hands has come back around here, but it is going to be committed to the defense. And that means no cleanup here from Colin Erickson.
The sink below was firstly helping him blocking out the full damage and get rid of the no block in his hand. Now Jacob Shaker, he didn't get through on a 3 attack wide turn, Brian. That was Murderous Rabble with Anka, with Rigor Mortis. Can he do something like that again? He's holding either Fidia and Riches right now.
Double gem, one more refresh of this hand. Courtside exchange, Tipple. Card in arsenal is Amulet. I feel like Colin Erickson's position is okay here. If he's only facing 1 attack from these allies, it's very easy to defend. But Jacob Shaker, of course, can continue to go into the deck with gold, with Gravy Bones, and get a little bit deeper, especially on the back of that Riches of Trouble.
So we just need one more
And the
attack here?
as well.
Because we got the...
Pick of litter of the
There's a Rabble in hand, right?
Flying high. Flying high with the golden Tipple could potentially let him go 4 wide, which I don't think Colin Erickson...
Oh, we have a Tipple.
Yeah, was unable to
Flying
refresh
high.
that Dynamo.
Drew the flying high off the gold. Has it over here.
Here you see the rigor. Coming in for 6. Jacob sets up the deck. Colin defends for 6 here.
Let's go.
Still an action point remaining for Jacob Shaker.
Let's go.
Shirley flying high into Tipple.
One go again. You hate when that's lethal.
Yeah, and
Rabble.
Trouble demanded here.
Oh no, it's a port side.
Portside pitched.
No goal.
Needs to send more than 3 damage.
He just has Anka at the ready, Punkage.
Exactly. I drew another flying high. No, another Tipple, I think?
That was Tipple. Yeah.
Okay. So,
That's still not so good. No, I've not been an ally. I've been one card left, and I was not really
Yeah, and Anka comes through and cleans things up. Things got a little weird on that last turn, Punkage. I wasn't really sure what we were waiting on, but ultimately Jacob Shaker did find the line. And I think that game, despite Colin losing with Jacob still at 16 life, That game was so close, Punkage. It was played on a razor's edge, just a little bit more turning into Colin's favor, and I think he had everything.
That was a really good game.
That fatigue, that Gravy Bones.
That was a very good game to watch.
The last turn he needed.
Margin Bay.
Holy shit, this is a short game.
Adrian Gebhardt
Sheesh.
on our only 2x1s after
And convention, Jinbei with some unique
Majin about to
to the deck
smork.
that he has brought here. Tell me about how this game has started here, Punkaj.
So, firstly, Verdance already wants to play a Florin. The reason Margin wanted to bring
Oh,
this
the grave fill.
he's confident into a Florin matchup,
Huge.
which is what we were expecting to be highly represented. Something Margin might not have been expecting, which he still has
Oh, wait, this is
practiced
turn
with,
2.
but I do want to
Turn
point out
1,
the dread
not turn 0.
side on Adrian's side, that he is prepared for this matchup. The on hit on that card, which is split both ways, the arcane damage and the physical itself, will prevent Verdance from gaining life on their own turn when it comes back to them. And Margin is sporting healing potions. This weapon could pose quite a bit of a problem for Margin.
Yeah, not to mention, not only did he maybe not expect the Dread Scythe, he probably didn't expect a race face for 9 coming from the Florian. Pretty spicy piece of tech from Mr. Gebhardt on the other side of the table on his first turn. It bought Majin's entire hand, and all he did was play out a healing potion and pass back.
That sounds like a great turn to me. I don't know what you're talking about.
These players
You mean I got to put a bunch of Earth cards in my bin and establish a potion without wasting cards? Great.
at World Tour Las Vegas.
World Tour Las Vegas, and
It turns out that when I have a potion that I want to play, I in fact want to block with exactly 3 cards in my hand.
and the
Huh.
rune chant backed up with it. Maybe a little bit of an awkward hand for Adrian here. Majin just played out a healing potion and passed, forcing Florian to convert all 4 cards, and all we saw on the return was Grasp of the Arknight and Dread Scythe swap.
And that is a bit of a...
Oh, yeah, he's playing Scythe. That's kinda weird.
They lend too defensive. You can't actually convert big hands. There is a trot along in Adrian's pit zone, though, so you have to wonder, does he have other plans for these cards? Maybe discarding a Fruits of the Forest to gain some life? No, just
Possibly
elected
didn't
not to
have
use.
another attack action card to follow up with there.
Definitely. Margin, of course, taking the full 5 damage, which means he can no longer gain life on this turn thanks to a Dread Scythe on head ability. Does, of course, have AB1 in the form of Metacarpus nodes, elected not to use it for the AB on that turn.
Gaining life doesn't seem to be part of his plan on this turn, as he has hidden his hand away from me the moment I chose to look, but he's sending 5 go again on E-Strike, giving us a bit of a hint that I think he may be following up with another attack action here.
Probably a potion or something.
That rootbound carapace in his hand.
Or it's like a felling or something. Like a 2-card play that's just like 2-card 8.
No life gained because he is presently ahead.
The Oasis Respite in the deck as well. Adrian is tagged for this matchup. Oasis Respite alongside the Plume of Evergrowth as well. Ali,
Is that tagged? Is that even good?
Coming out of Adrian, and on the Verdance
I feel like if I see my Florian opponent bringing in all these like random cards for me,
alongside something
I'm pretty happy because then that means they're not killing me. That means that I have more time to set up what I'm doing.
you could potentially
Like, I don't think you win this matchup by not losing as the Florian. I think you have to run over the Verdance.
Yeah, and much like Majin's very first turn of this game, Adrian there decided to just pass back after using his whole hand on the defensive. Both players have committed their entire turns to that game action so far. Majin sending across CNC and intentionally pitching a red before a blue, leaving 2 floating, possibly representing a pummel, but what seems a little bit more likely in this game state is that he was incapable of using his full hand. And something we saw this occur in our last round of draft with those block cards, where when your opponent doesn't attack you and you have these defensive pieces clogged up in your hand, it can get a little bit awkward to get them out.
Here we see both Earth heroes showing a little bit of awkwardness in their deck building, where sometimes they just can't convert big hands. Adrian here taking a bit of an offensive stance right now.
Armor's kind of interesting.
Both armor pieces, he doesn't have too much of that remaining now. Just 1 more block on Grasp of the Arknight. You can't block with Direct Herpes anymore in this game because you can't let that blown up. That is your AB2 piece. So what does he have going on? Looks like it's a felling of
Oh, no, just felling in the ground. Just
Yeah, but there's a baby felling.
Codex level Earth attack action. This is only
Also, if you're playing like Oasises and stuff, that's cards that aren't filling your grave for Decompose.
zone, but that lack
Kind of a nombo.
value is going to be made up for by the decomposability, taking a card out of Majin Bei's hand and putting it on the bottom of his deck.
a little bit of an awkward first spelling for Adrian. You definitely want to resolve something on Rootbound Carapace first before your first spelling. We're still happy for the coming from 5, but I do want to point out, Adrian did bottom a card from his own hand to that felling. And remember, he gave up armor for that. Do you know what he bottomed, Ellie? He bottomed a Channel Mount Heroic. He's trying to do some sort of counter pitch tag against Margin Bay, because he knows in that end state, Margin needs to hold a whole bunch of cards to the Verdance combo. Adrian's saying, I'll have the CMH ready for you when you want to do that.
Yeah, something I want to point out here is that Majin just stuck a new pickup from High Seas onto the board, that Ponamu Amulet, a functional 4th healing potion.
And once again, Margin asking Adrian, can you convert your full 4 cards? You seem to be a bit more of a defensively slanted Florian. Are you able to do that? Fruits of the Forest, a good way to actually convert a hand, since it does let you gain life. And remember, Adrian is not on Reaping Blade, so he can actually gain life off that card, choosing instead to deploy a Channel the Millennium Tree.
Bit of a nasty setup into this life gain wizard here with the Channel the Millennium Tree. Arcane damage from that Dread Scythe getting pumped up by the Channel will be incredibly hard for Majin to block out, as he only has access to AB3, so Dread Scythe pinging for 4 is all but guaranteed to come over the top.
Which means no more life gain for Margin on his turn, which for now doesn't matter so much, but in the endgame, with the potion set up and everything, you could see that being a huge problem for Margin Bay.
Swarming Gloomveil for 3, go again granted by establishing the Channel the Millennium Tree, followed by that Dread Scythe for 3 and 4. Majin discarding a Fruits of the Forest in response to get that life gain out of his hand before it becomes a problem. That is a little bit of the teeth of the Dread Scythe strategy being shown here. It's not a static ability like Reaping Blade, so if you have instant speed life gain in response to the damage, you can just clear it before it's a problem.
Also, though, if the Reaping Blade was on the table, Majin is lower, so...
representing 4 arcane damage off the back of the Dread Scythe.
That's one of those ways to clarify the game state that seems a little bit confusing until you explain it, then it's like, oh, that's quite helpful, thank you. Majin returning fire with a red Cadaverous Tilling, perhaps a little bit more happy to have his first decompose come in the form of 8 power here rather than a felling for just 4, and I believe his arsenal is a felling of the crown right now.
Didn't quite catch a glimpse of that, but that bodes very well for Majin Bay if that is indeed the case. It means any future fellings and future plow unders will be coming in for their full maximum value. And Adrian over here giving up his last block of armor on the Grasp of the Archetype. No more armor to speak of for Florian for the rest of the game. Blocking the Swarming Gloomveil as well.
Gotta get that value when and where you can, and outside of Command and Conquer, these Verdance decks don't have too incredibly much one-hits in them.
And here we see the Seeds of Tomorrow flashed with the Bramble Spark fusion effect. So Majin Bay knows that the card is in the deck somewhere for Adrian. Maybe sporting multiple copies as well is something he'll need to be wary of. But until it hits the graveyard, Majin Bay is probably feeling a little bit safe from that card, because that's the best place for it to be when the opponent is on Plume of Evergrowth.
He may be feeling a little bit safe from that Seeds of Tomorrow on the bottom of Adrian's deck, but he might not be feeling very safe from this attack for 14.
Yeah, it's a fairly large number.
Looks like a block for 10.
But Majin's also pretty happy just blocking and saying, prove it to me, you can use your whole hand.
I believe is a felling of the crown in the arsenal.
I just want to point out an optimization that Majin Bay is making. Opponent has, for 2 back-to-back turns, sent arcane damage for 4, which means you can convert your blue into 3 block from Arcane, pitching the Metacarpus Note and Stormstriders. Instead, he elected to block with it. And that tells us he's setting up something nasty in the pitch deck. He doesn't want cards like the Everbloom Life in the pitch deck. He wants the cards like the America's Scolding.
Or he just wants a Grave Fill.
That's a very strong, tall arcane damage spell for your endgame.
Not only does it set up a nasty pitch stack like with that blue Emeritus Scolding we see in the pitch zone right now, it also gets extra Earth cards into his yard, which may be pretty important for future Rootbound Carapaces, as it seems, like you said, Adrian has started to tilt a little bit more into a offensive posture, but no amount of offensive posture can handle the might of the tree crashing down on top, buying the full hand from him, and he's just going to pass back through to Majin here.
That was the second felling from Adrian over there. He blocked the second felling. One has already been used. So not... How much more threats does he have in his deck? He might just be electing for the full fatigue style game plan.
I don't know if you're going to be able to fatigue when there's already 2 pots in play. That seems like a dubious strategy.
Starting a Fruits of the Forest to gain 2 life and send across 1 arcane. That is the beauty of Verdance's hero ability.
I guess Majin's playing the other weapon, so maybe a little easier, but...
Followed up by an E-Strike for 7. This is an efficient 3-card 10, Adrian blocking 3 with a trot along and taking 4. It is 30 all.
Speaking of efficiencies, I want to point out Margin Bay got online on Verdance with 3 decomposes.
Yeah.
It was a Ruban Carapace, a Cadaverous Tilling, and a Felling of the Crown. That is the most efficient way for you to get online on these Earth Heroes, just 3 decomposes, 2 Earth cards for the first one, into 3 Earth cards and 3 Earth cards again. So very, very fortunate sequence of decomposing for Margin Bay. On Adrian's side though, he's decomposing on this Plow Hunter, which will come in for 6, but he's still not online yet. This Earth Hero falling a little bit behind against the other Earth Hero counterpart.
Not just 6 physical damage, this Branding Spark is also going to add +3 and a point of arcane damage. So this is actually cracking across for 9. No slouch
And it
for a
did
3-card play.
And it sank away Margin Bay's, I believe, Sink Below in his arsenal as well.
Yeah,
And
that
that's
might mess with his pitch stack.
exactly, that's not something he wants down there. It's a red card that only blocks when he typically will want to do some sort of massive Verdance combo.
Also throws a bit of a wrench in how he's thinking about it. Speaking of a wrench in things, Majin taking all 10, it looks like, down to 20. Curious to see what his hand has in store.
It's got a heartbeat, Ellie, and
That's true, it has a heartbeat candles.
when he's online, and Dread Cycle's not used on Adrian's turn over here, so he's
Yeah.
able to gain life off the Fruits of the Forest here as well. Red Fruits of the Forest, I love this card.
It's so good.
I kept trying to tell him we need to play this card, and I'm so glad he agreed, and it's finally in this list.
Plow Under coming across from Majin. Both of these players just sending Earth Majestics back and forth at each other across the table. 6 damage is the ass.
Did I not open a single yellow of this card?
Let's take a look at Adrian's
Huh.
graveyard.
Instead of his hand. Now we can look at his hand, though. He said he had plans for that arsenal. He's found his 3rd copy of Felling over here, but Felling a card that you need to empty the rest of your hand for you to get full value from it. So it would mean you need to give up Swarming Gloomveil and CNC, which are both pretty strong threats.
He is capable of setting himself up to send that Felling, but it might not be the right time for it.
Could even be a block 3 and CNC Arsenal Felling, but it means on the following turn, again, you need to empty your hand to go and resolve the Felling. So perhaps this is the best time, but a tough call for Adrian over here. Going a little bit into the tank for that.
Looks like he's lining up 1 blocking card here. Giving up the Swarming Gloomveil and taking 3 down to 26 to Majin's 22.
You know what will be really funny? We were talking about counter pitch stacking. If he just sends a Felling over here, okay. If he sent a Felling and bottom to CNC to go with Margin Sink Below, that was bottom from Plow. Looks like not going to be the case for Adrian over here. It's going to be a CNC over here. It makes more sense. It's just a much better value
They're going
play.
way too deep with this pitch stack.
For 6. Looks like it's going to buy a piece of armor.
I am not even confident we're going to reach the pitch stack. The life totals are going down so fast.
Scolding and Barkskin of the Millennium Tree is going to cover all 6 thanks to the generated embodiment of Earth, and it looks like that's all Adrian has on this turn.
What an efficient block. Bastion Millennium Tree in Verdance. Not as strong as in Florence, you don't get double embodiment, but still does so much. And here we see it, Ellie. Rampant growth hits the field.
The very first one of the game, generating a Verdance trigger.
Nice, now he has it in the yard for his hat.
Rampant growth resolving. After that resolves, Verdance trigger goes on the stack above the rampant growth, waiting to resolve. So 1 arcane is going to come in. Once that arcane is resolved, then he will amp 1 as he's gained 1 life this turn.
And this sequence of plays tells us that Majin has a big arcane damage spell to come after this. Normally, you might respond to a Verdance ping and have the rampant growth amp go on that. Looks like not. No, I think he was just emptying his hand actually, Ellie.
Yeah, just trying to get it in the yard for our hat.
With a waning moon activation here.
Could be.
Utilize that amp, but it's also possible that he's just getting that rampant growth in his graveyard so that he can pick it up later with that plume of Evergrowth. We see actually both players have presented this piece of equipment, and I'm going to take a quick guess at what this is going to be. I think Majin wants to use that to represent a triple rampant growth combo, but what Adrian wants to use it for in this game is to buy back Seeds of Tomorrow to stuff some of that deadly arcane combo.
I don't know how much it's going to matter since Majin's not playing the other staff.
Surgeon Aethertide in this matchup. It is Waning Moon instead. I believe Surgeon Aethertide has been cut from these Verdance.
Majin can just do it on the opponent's turn and just like,
Introduction of
whatever, it doesn't matter, you're just going to die.
Surgeon Aethertide is quite soft against.
Speaking of the arcane combo, he's holding 2 rampant growth lives here in addition to 2 blues. We could see him either pitch stack these away or go for it a little bit earlier than expected, but before that here in Las Vegas.
String of disruptive turns indeed, Ellie. It was plow under into CNC, and we know there's a felling of the crown in the arsenal as well for Adrian, so there's more of that to come as well for Margin Bay. Can he navigate himself out of this double rampant growth hand? Opponent is at 24, and that's the other thing to point out. Adrian has been leaking some damage, which means you don't need to go for the full triple, quadruple healing pot combo to get.
Yeah, we can just go for it when it makes sense.
In the 20s. So perhaps that's what Margin is considering.
Still have to go somewhat tall due to what that plume of Evergrowth represents.
No Caesar tomorrow in the yard right now, though, for Adrian. Still needs to get that there, but he could have multiple copies in the deck. We don't know how many he's running. We've already seen 2 Oasis Respites. You have to think potentially his other prevention effects.
There's a bit of an interesting problem for him there. Even though Majin has chosen to take 6 here, destroying the Rootbound Carapace in his arsenal, Adrian might feel a little bit ahead, but there's a bit of an awkward problem for his deck. He's got a lot of tech for Surgent Ethertide being the offering on the combo turn, Pankaj, but there's no Surgent Ethertide to speak of on the board.
And Margin took the full 6, lost the defense reaction, posturing to Pham and Amulet. This is it, Ellie. Fireworks about to happen from our
Someone's about to be deceased.
How much damage is this arcane spell going to be?
First we have to find out if
I think it's going to be irrelevantly large, because we're going to buy the entire hand. And even if this doesn't kill, we can potentially just kill with Striders on the following round.
So it might just be putting the amp onto a Verdance Ping, possibly off the second healing potion that he wants. Choose to go for that line on this turn. That will be both Rampant Growths out as well, and one already in the yard, so still have access to one more later on down the line, but with no healing potions.
First healing potion effect activated. Verdance Trigger on the stack and Arcane Barrier. 2 life gained on this turn from Majin. 4 life gained. Another Verdance Trigger happening here. Another point of arcane damage threatened to Adrian's life total.
Time to start the count, folks. How much life has Margin Bay gained? So far, it's been 4. It's like a reverse Kano, where Kano, you have to keep track of how much arcane damage has been dealt for Verdance. How much life have they gained? 5 so far, folks, thanks to Everbloom Life.
Another Verdance Trigger on the stack, represented by that art card from Rosetta. First Rampant Growth hits the stack. Life Trigger resolves, generating a Verdance Trigger. I want everyone to know at home, Pankaj is doing math on a piece of paper. He is primed and ready to see a big, fat arcane spell come across on this turn. The second Rampant Growth hits the table in response to the first one. So what's going to happen here is this Life Trigger is going to be a 1. He's going to gain 1, deal 1 with Verdance. The Life Trigger is going to resolve. Rampant Growth is going to resolve. Then another Rampant Growth is going to resolve. But before any of that, he activates Plume of Evergrowth.
Someone is about to be dead.
Rampant Growth Life. 1 more Life Trigger on the stack. 1 more Verdance Trigger on the stack. And then a massive arcane spell for how much, Pankaj?
25 will be how much this Verdance Ping comes for, because each of these Rampant Growths are amping 8 on the 1 damage Verdance Ping, represented by the Verdance Feet token that Margin Bay has elected to bring onto the coverage area at World Tour Vegas. 25 damage, Verdance Ping. Arcane Compliance cannot touch this either. Margin Bay is teched for against that card.
That's a really, really smart thing to point out here, Pankaj. This is not an action card dealing arcane damage. He's not sending across a Burn Bear. He is ready for his opponent to present an arcane compliance, but his opponent didn't have an arcane compliance. He had 1 red and 1 blue. He has arcane barrier 3 and 1, all the way down to 2.
And now if we hit a spell here, we can just draw up in Striders.
And if things weren't bad enough for Adrian on that side of the table, he also gained 8 life on that turn.
And Adrian is at 2. Storm Striders on the other side. Has Margin Bay found the arcane spell? Looks like
Nope.
he didn't, Ellie. That is
Unlucky.
only a hand with no arcane spell. It's a bit of a resource light hand as well. And therefore
On the bright side, we can just try to present a spell that's big enough.
Could have just died on his turn.
Well, we get another chance here. Draw an arcane spell. But we could also just present arcane that's like a Burn Bear or something. And he only has AB3, so he physically can't prevent that.
Adrian, once again, no arcane spell. That can be something that happens with these Verdance lists. We've already seen 2 Emeritus Goldings go to the bottom of the pitch stack for Margin Bay, and sometimes you just don't have the additional arcane spells. And now, a a little bit of an anemic turn from Margin, just a CNC, but does have a Crucible Forest in hand as well to send one more damage against Adrian.
Yeah, and that's half of Adrian's current life total, so that life gain ping is still gonna buy
Still
him
bought
a
3
hard
cards.
27-2.
And now he has the interesting question: do I even attack here? Do I just pass holding this card so I don't just die?
Fire back here, and I'll tell you right now what it is. It's the felling of the crown, but it may be too little, too
The thing is, even if
for
yeah,
Adrian.
he's just dead. It doesn't even if he has the blue, he's just dead because
Very interesting spot. Adrian needs to pass
it's
forward
spell
first.
plus Waning Moon,
He does. Margin
and
just
either of
gets
those kill him.
responded. But if Adrian chooses to play the felling, Margin can respond and kill him, and that's what's happening. Felling the crown. Margin has pulsing 8 alive. Stormstride is
He's
coming
not
out
even
onto
gonna let
the
the
field.
decompose resolve.
There we go. Metacarpus knows as well. 5 damage goes.
I believe you can't wait for the decompose to resolve anyways. I believe you have to respond to that before the decompose.
Performance in round 13 of the United States National
That was
2025.
sick pitch stack. I'm just gonna kill you on first cycle. What do we got left? We got Vincent, Cilia. Oh, Vor. I want to watch that game for sure. Prism Florian. Okay, we gotta watch the Lucas Oswald interview too, for sure.
Can you imagine what the next World Tour Weekly is gonna look like? By the way, top 8 of last week's United States.
Kasai Azalea.
Me, says Martin Bay.
What a fantastic finish. And I have to shout out Adrian as well for navigating that game as winners, but whoever loses this will be out of contention for top.
Alright, chat. I will be right back. Give me 1 second.
Who will make it out on top? Will it be Alexander Vor piloting Acilio, or will it be Hughesley piloting Vincent?
Yeah, they're fighting for their tournament life here. Pretty interesting matchup. You have a somewhat defensive deck in the form of Vincent and Acilio on the other side of the table. We know quite well that Acilio really doesn't like being disrupted, which can be a little bit of a problem in this matchup. Vincent just has so much disruption in the form of all those Runegate attacks. And speaking of Runegate attacks, it looked like Hughes' first turn was banishing a card to Deathly Delight.
And priority passed over to Alexander Vor here. This is still turn 0, folks. He's choosing to discard to Acilio's ability to do a little bit more filtering. Has found some sigils as well, Ellie. Could even deploy them right now on turn 0.
Might be a little bit of a sketchy ask to try.
Well, that's quite the opening.
Telling his opponent they're preparing him to send an attack across, and it looks like he might fire.
That is
off
quite the opening from Vor.
to follow it up.
Is this turn 0 still? Yeah.
Alexander Vor, so could go ahead and block some of this damage.
Whatever.
Still going to leak a minimum of 2 damage. No matter
I'm
how
willing to
much
take
turn
some
zero.
amount of damage to get
So
2 items in play.
A little bit for this aggressive stance, but gets to go into his first real turn of the game with 2 sigils on the board already.
Do we block 6 and let our thing crack so we can get an embodiment to lightning? No, because we're gonna get embodiment anyways from the other thing dying at the beginning of the turn.
Hughes to go ahead and use that Blood Debt card on turn 0 isn't enough.
Oh, he's got the old knocker.
Stymieing future turns, future go again turns from Hughesley over there. He wants to have more Blood Debt cards to make use of those go again effects, but he might not have them now because Alexander Vor effectively forced it out on turn 0.
Yeah, a little bit of an awkward hand for Hughes there too. He pitched an attack action, banished an attack action, and then arsenaled an Eloquent Eulogy, another of which is in his hand.
And you know what else punishes him for expending the rune chance on his first turn over here? That reduced to rune chant that he's holding right now. Ellie has no rune chance on the back end right now to make the defense reaction free.
Throw 4.
Pitch to it, or just go ahead and arsenal it on his turn.
See what opponent does. Play channel.
Pretty small price to pay to get to start the game.
Bounce sigil. Make embodiment.
Alex
Replay
Morris on the blast
sigil.
Oblivion with Go Again. One of the most premium attack
Stick.
actions you can find in your Acilio deck here. Not only is it a powerful combo
Zap or whatever the fuck it's called.
do important interstitial game plan things like he
That
can
seems like a
use
pretty good turn.
conductivity to make
Could also
sure
play the
that
other one,
lightning
and
bolt
because we're gonna get a card draw off of the
Valley on the board,
channel.
like the one he's holding
Oh wait,
right
no.
now.
We're supposed to pitch one of them to our stick before playing the sigil, so that way we get a flow counter. Figured it out.
Alexander Vor already with a very explosive start over here. Blast Oblivion on his first real turn of the game with the Sigil of Conductivity already on the ground. Alexander Vor reacting with a Channel Lightning Valley. Blast Oblivion trigger on the stack. Gonna bounce back Sigil of Conductivity. Do Do not blink, folks. Lots of action's going to be happening right
Oh, he's
now.
not even going to fight over this? I'm surprised he didn't play the D-React.
From what I've heard, these Acilio players are pretty stoked about their one new treat from High Seas, and it's showing here. These heroes are...
What's going on?
This hero's coming out
Are we still in
with
reactions?
swinging in the first game that we've seen of him today.
Question is, does he have more attack actions right now to make use of the embodiment of lightning that he's generated from the Blast to Oblivion? Hasn't activated Acilio yet, so still could go digging further. I think was relying on the Channel Lightning Valley draw, which got stuffed by Hugesley. Didn't need to pitch eventually that reduced to Rune Chant, but does make a Rune Chant on the back as well.
Activate stick. Place. Play the zap.
Or more affectionately known by
Maybe play the sigil first.
Zero cost 3-block shock, which he can run out amped for, I believe, 4 if he fires off this sigil of conductivity in his hand. And
They're supposed to stick here first, right?
So
to keep the channel around?
Sometimes when you play a sigil out with Channel Lightning Valley on the field, you want to pitch for Volzar, and yep, that's exactly what he's doing. Before the sigil resolves...
Is that true?
Well, so, see, the sigil makes Volzar free.
Right.
Which means you can't pitch to it to keep Channel Lightning Valley around.
Oh,
so you want, exactly, so you want to pitch to Volzar first and then play the sigil.
So you think he's more prioritizing...
This makes sense. I didn't know you could do that, where you could,
Well, he's gonna draw back up, right? Because Shock is coming in for 5 and Channel
hold priority and stick. That's probably better. But either way, we get the flow counter.
Anyway, so this has been great sequencing for Alexander Vorside, showing his experience on the deck.
All of that for 9 damage.
And then this shock, 0-cost shock, as you pointed out, Ellie. That's what this card is. The left half of it doesn't matter so much. 5 arcane damage coming to Hugesley face. And Vincent not really known to have a lot of resource cards to deal with arcane damage effectively.
I will say, though, Consigned to Cosmos, the left half of Consigned to Cosmos Shock is not entirely textless. That is also a lightning card, so if you manage to resolve it, which is relevant in this matchup because he can banish Malefic incantations from his opponent's graveyard, it will afford you an extra point of amp.
And our next turn's going to be sick. We got a 0 for 4 with an embodiment in play.
Off the board, Alexander also very well set up. He was already set up going to his first real turn of the game, but now he has an embodiment of lightning, a Channel Lightning Valley, and a Sigil of Conductivity. What can Hugesley do about this? Sigil of Conductivity actually under...
And I'm pretty sure the Arsenal's the one that gets go again if you play an instant.
Not a bad return, though, with this Besiege the Demigon. He may have spent all his Rune Chants on turn 0 and been forced to pitch into that reduced to Rune Chant. However, an attack for 9 is the offering here. Pretty solid return.
Who are besieging the Demigon indeed. Illican Eulogy coming in for 7 physical damage and 2 arcane. You know what this feels like 2 glass cannon arcane damage decks going against each other. Both these decks don't really want to block. Both these decks don't really want to defend arcane damage. They just want to send it at their opponent.
Very true. Vincent is definitely down to block physical damage, but arcane damage gets a little bit more awkward for her as she's just so trim on resources. Acilio activation on Alex's side of the table, discarding a Comet Storm shot to the hand. May not have found what he wants. I think he's another instant off the top, and he only has 2 block in the form of attack actions in his hand, with which to take advantage of this electromagnetic somersault.
Perhaps looking for a way to make that card be used offensively on his turn instead. So to point out, if the Sigil of Conductivity breaks because of the Rune Chants, that would be a second embodiment of lightning, which doesn't do anything.
It's fully wasted Bunkosh. He is going to let it die here, not opting to bounce it.
Which does mean an Eloquence token for Hugesley on this turn, thanks to Eloquent Eulogy's on pain effect, as you rightly coined that term.
I didn't coin it, it was Sam. It's okay.
Oh, okay, fine.
I'll give up.
Sam then. Yeah, okay.
You can tell.
I guess I have to use Marvels because I don't have the cards.
On Alexander Vor's side, that old knocker.
Yeah, big upgrade.
Exactly, a limited piece in high seas it seems like, but these wizard players somehow find a way to make use of these limited equipment pieces. Plume of Evergrowth, for example, Ragamuffins hat in Kano as well, and now old knocker.
Oh, I need Mage Master boots.
Yeah, it blocks 1 and does functionally the same thing as Blossom of Spring. Affords you a resource on your combo turn, something Acilio players want desperately. Sending across 4 here, Flittering Charge, go again, thanks to the embodiment.
Oh, it's probably with my Dromai deck.
Shoving 4 armor here, taking a bit
I miss Dromai.
Another Flittering Charge is the follow-up.
And I really like that block from Hugesley over here. You need to make sure you get value from your equipment blocks, because if Alexander Boris sends a massive arcane damage spell, you don't want to have block remaining in equipment and feel like you've wasted that. Also, Channel Lightning Valley still on the field over here does need to care about that as well.
Maybe it's not with my... Oh, it might be with my Enigma stuff. There it is.
Adrian shoved his armor onto the combat chain very, very early to just get some value out of it before the arcane damage started coming down. And we're seeing the same play pattern take shape here for another Rune Blade.
Currently Flittering Charge with no go again, but of course Alexander Vor does have Electromagnetic Somersault in his hand to give it go again, and has another Sigil as well to play that other one again with go again as well, and finish it off with an arcane spell with the Etchings of Arcana, I believe. So Alexander Vor is set up to have a very, very strong turn here.
Yeah, the Etchings of Arcana can also buy him back that Sigil of Conductivity he was a little bit sad to lose to a Rune Chant on the previous turn.
And there is a little bit of a fork here for Hugh's side. If he spends too much on these early turns to try and block out Channel Lightning Valley and get blown out anyway at the end of the chain when a massive Etchings comes online, it can feel really, really bad. It's almost Aurora-esque in that sense.
Yeah, you'd think they might both be lightning heroes, Funka. Alex Moore reacting with that Electromagnetic Somersault, like he said, drawing up Channel Lightning Valley in the resolution step after dealing a point of damage and finding a high voltage on the top. Which is a bit of an interesting...
Is this not my pile of CC stuff? No, this is... Wrong pile. I think it's this pile?
Second attack from this Flittering Charge for 4.
Yeah.
Go again, as well as afford 2 points of amp for that massive Etchings of Arcana that's going to come in at the
Massive!
end of that chain.
Question is, does he want to deploy the high voltage here or the Sigil to give the Flittering Charge go again? Looks like it's going to be a Sigil of Lightning instead. And
Oh, this is going to be a huge Etchings.
over here. Doesn't seem to have a line right now to keep the Channel Lightning Valley around. Only has 1 Lightning card in hand right now. Won't be able to get 2 in the pit zone. And of course, Mazar is free right now as well. Looks like he's playing both of them, Ali. Both 6 Lightning cards have been played this turn. Amp 1 from high voltage as well. Etchings of Arcana coming in for a massive 10.
Speaking of non-standard inclusions here, something I want to point out is that Shadow of Ursa, blocked with by Hughes Lee, also a bit of a non-standard inclusion for these Vinset decks, but a very interesting one at that. It lets you get multiple Blood Deck cards into your Banish zone in a single turn.
Sigil of Conductivity back to Alexander Vor's hand thanks to Etchings of Arcana. That was a 22 damage turn. I want to say there were 3 Flittering Charge and then arcane damage spell for 10 at the end.
That was a pretty good turn.
Refresh as well. What an amazingly explosive start from Alexander Vor. Life totals haven't quite been updated. Let's see what Hughesley has to say about this.
Definitely a reasonable return here. We're seeing a Deathly Delight put in the Banish zone and a Funeral Moon following it up. This is going to gain go again from the Eloquence token he so critically made on the previous turn cycle with that massive 2-card Eloquent Eulogy for 9 play. And since this has go again, he's going to get to send across this Deathly Delight for 2 and 5.
Oh god, I have no idea where my Command and Conquers are.
Connect, a reasonable way to shore up some of the life lost to that absolutely colossal Etchings of Arcana on the previous turn from Alex.
And since Funeral Moon is a shadow action as well,
Yeah,
Hughesley could pay 1. Yeah, I think he did pay 1 to the Vincent ability, which
Maybe it's with
basically
all my Earth
guarantees
stuff.
he's going to gain the life back from Deathly Delight and tell Alex, well, you have nothing. There's nothing you can do to prevent me from gaining this extra life from Deathly Delight.
Yeah, and since you gain back the life you pay into the Vincent ability, you
Nope.
more or less just you gain. It's basically a piece of true damage, right?
It's not with my Azalea stuff. It's not with my Prism stuff.
Alexander Vor here posturing maybe to block a little bit.
Yeah, bit of an awkward hand. Lightning Press, Somersault, Blast to Oblivion, and Etchings of Arcana. Not much go again to speak of here. That Sigil of Lightning is going to afford him an embodiment of lightning, but he can't do the
Oh wait, is that Command and Conquer?
thing his deck is capable of. He is still, at the end of the
Nope.
day, a bit of a combo deck. He is looking for that Gone in a Flash setup. With those Lightning Greaves, though he has done something powerful this game, he doesn't seem quite ready to try and go off here, so this might be a bit...
Yeah, we're still looking for the funny sigil that
He needs cards
draws
to
us a card.
with that Blast of Oblivion. Remember, the Sigil of Lightning will go away at the start of this turn. So if he
Thankfully,
plays,
does have the Sigil of Conductivity in his arsenal from the previous turn.
and then he needs more instants to actually play in the Blast of Oblivion's chain link to bounce that back as well. So taking the Rune Charm is Alexander Vor, trying to navigate the rest of his turn over here. Still has the Lightning Greaves and Aether Bindings of the 3rd Age up, which, to your point, Ellie, there is a Gone in a Flash one coming at some point. that old Nokka has armor because I just assume it's basically always used for its effect and that it actually can block. But yeah, you're right. I think when he came out, he just had like 2 pieces of armor, and people are like, "Whoa, this guy is so fragile."
So fragile, 36 life, 2 points of armor.
Now old Alexander Vor took the entire damage from Hugesley, and Hugesley gained 2 life as well. So life lead on his side now, 26 to 19, as Alex Vor tries to navigate this entire 5-card Acilio hand.
Yeah, looks like he opted, even though it was a bit of an awkward one, he is just going to go over to his turn and use all 5 cards. His turn kicks off with a Sigil of Lightning trigger at the start of his action phase, generating an embodiment of lightning.
And that has to be so scary if you're on Hughes' side. Acilio
Yeah.
didn't activate Acilio on your turn and went to his side with a full 5-card hand.
Block.
What has he got going on? He doesn't even need to filter and something scary is going to happen. Looks like it's going to be a blast.
Yeah, I want to finish up
Yeah,
the
maybe
day
Congo
2 coverage
last
today,
again,
and then
quite that Connor
I think Friday I'm gonna do the top 8.
and here, and a
I'm trying to put together
pay for
a
Volt
Gravy Bones deck and paper for tomorrow's Armory,
gets to send another massive
but I do
army.
not know where my Command and Conquers
Trying
went.
to close this game without ever even finding the full combo, Pankaj.
Blast of Oblivion is such an interesting interaction in this matchup as well, because you can bounce the opponent's rune chance.
Yeah.
If the Vincent tries to end the turn with a couple of rune chants, which they often want to do, especially when they're not running Vexing Quill Hand, which usually is
Okay, we'll worry about Command and Conquer later. Let's make sure the rest of the deck is here first.
Right now, though, Alexander Vor choosing to bounce his Sigil of Conductivity, making yet another embodiment of lightning, bouncing the Blast of Oblivion to his hand as well. All the go again in he has access to all the go again right now.
All to go again in the game, in the world. All of it, just all of it. Another embodiment of lightning on the board, like you said, but only 1 attack action in hand to work with.
Lightning press as well.
I mean, I think I just basically opened the entire deck.
Get go again from the remaining embodiment of lightning already. This hero is so cool, Ellie.
This hero's so damn cool. 4 go again is the ask of Hughes. Let's see what he's cooking with here. There is a reduced to rune chant in this hand, but like last time, it's a little bit awkward. He's gonna have to pay for it because he keeps ending with no rune chants and he can't find a Malefic incantation to establish.
Definitely an awkward start for Hughesly here, which very different from Alexander Vor's very amazing start, if you will. And also, this hand on Hughes' side doesn't have a very strong rune gate card. The Deathly Whale requires 3 rune chants already. Vincent will give 1, reduced rune chant will give the other one, but he still needs to find a 3rd. Perhaps the Arsenal could come and let him do that, or he might be forced to just take a defensive posture on this turn. But there's only so much you can block out against an Acilio. Eventually, they will find that combo turn.
Especially, he only has AB free because of Dyadic Carapace and Grimoire up front. But before we can talk about arcane damage, we have to talk about this lightning press coming across, making this
Do it, man.
last connect for
Make 'em learn.
7, putting Hughes down to
Make them figure out how to beat that deck.
Volzar by 1 more and setting Alex up for a massive.
They gotta learn eventually.
That will not only end his turn with him with an arsenal, it will also leave him an embodiment of lightning because of the blast flickering the Sigil of Conductivity. Etchings of Arcana amped for 10, a 2nd turn in a row. His life total might be gone in a flash before we even find the titular card.
Playing Sigil of Conductivity not only is an extra lightning card for Volzar, it also makes the activation free. And once again, Alexander Vor has concocted an extremely terrifying Blast to Oblivion.
Jesus Christ. Blast for 10? Calm down.
With 6 cards each turn, it feels like, Ellie.
Yeah, Hughes put in a pretty awkward spot here, too. He held on to that reduced to rune chant a little bit too long, and now there's no more physical damage coming across on this turn cycle for him to actually use it on.
Which means that's also 1 fewer rune chant he's going to be able to go into his turn with. I think he was expecting more Blast of Oblivions to come out.
I think so, too.
Didn't get to use it. Now, how will he use this card?
See, that's one thing against Acilio. I wouldn't like worry too much about like saving block value for on hits. There really isn't that many on hits. It's basically just the channel.
He can intentionally pitch inefficiently, putting a red like the reduced to rune chant in the pitch zone first to get the cards out of hand, but he won't get any extra value because he's capped on how much arcane damage he's capable of preventing at the moment with his equipment.
So minimum 7 damage.
That being said, people used to say the same thing about the Dromai matchup as Dory.
8 lives, and Alexander Vor once again.
That eventually flipped.
Ellie, he just
Dromai's learned.
well, got an embodiment of lightning and a sigil on field already with another sigil.
Okay, so this guy, this guy, this guy.
Yeah, before we saw him tear up the season.
This guy.
Acilia, we know he was one of the best Kano players in the
Limp.
entire game, and it just transfers so much here. Clearly,
Waste.
he is setting up these
Fable.
undeniable sequences with massive arcane
Morty.
spells at the end of them. And speaking of massive arcane
Saw.
spells at the end of a turn, it looks like he's lacking one.
That you gotta worry about that later. Whaler.
Doesn't have all that much to work with.
I did not actually open that amulet, so we'll have to find a substitute for that. Avast Ye.
Perhaps he's missing the vexing claw hand. Looks like it's gonna be a little bit
Back alley.
We've been focusing a lot on Alexander Ford, but so
Call.
far he hasn't been able to find the disruption. Now
Chart.
has it succumb to temptation
Diamond.
in his hand.
Flying.
Oh, it looks like he pitched
Flag.
instead.
Loot. Rabble. Port. Ruby. Throw. Okay, so I need to find a couple generics. You do not win the Dromai Dory matchup by blocking. That is not what the matchup is about. I'm just loosely copying Jacob's list with like one change. And he's only playing 3 amulets. It's the Time Snap Potion, the E-Pot, and the Strength Potion. The Strength Potion is for the aggro matchup, so that way you can CNC for 8, and it's not telegraphed that you're going to blow up their arsenal. Time Snap is obviously just good. I don't know what the E-Pot is for. I assume that it's just like good in the blocky matchups, but I'm not really sure. And that's it. That's all he's playing for potions. So I need to find my That All You Gots, my CNCs. Find a substitute for the Strength Potion, or just proxy that. I guess I'll just proxy. It's fucking locals. Who cares? I'm sure there's a plan for the potion, the E-Pot. I'll just ask him later. But where the fuck is my Command and Conquers? Like, for real, though.
Junction was gone in a flash, but still not an arcane spell.
Interesting decision by Hughes over there. Arsenal reduced to Rune Chant while he's going to be ending this turn with no Rune Chant to speak of, because the one he has right now is being used by the Lukaluji. Oh, but of course, Sigil of Conductivity would have always stopped the Rune Chant there. That's why he elected to pitch away the Succumb to Temptation. 4 damage coming in through from a Loken Eulogy will confer an Eloquence token for Huxley there. Arsenal reduced to
They're just like somewhere on my desk. I haven't played Command and Conquer in a deck for a while, so they're just like floating around somewhere.
Pay 1 for reduced Rune Chant, have 2 floating to pay into Dialed Carapace should arcane damage come his way.
I saw them recently.
Alex has a lot of damage to work with on this hand. Even if no arcane spell has made itself known, gone in a flash, electrostatic discharge, fry, and flittering charge with an instant in the arsenal is definitely capable of mustering up some serious pain for the Iron Maiden to deal with. And at only 7 life, it might just not even come up with the massive combo.
Once again, you must be just kind of scared if you're in Hooks' seat. You're seeing a Gone in a Flash being resolved without Lightning Greaves, which means Alexander Ford has nasty plans with this card.
All of his armor is still on the board. Let's take a look at Hughes'
I gotta find AB also.
making use of Face Purgatory with this hand, which might be exactly what he needs to do on this turn cycle to slow the Lightning Wizard down a little bit.
Not only that, has found a second reduced Rune Chant, which does combo well with the first one. You just pay for one of them, and then you can play the other one for free, which would get him up to 2 Rune Chants. And on his turn, he'll finally be able to do something disruptive in the form of the Widespread Destruction. Should he survive this turn, though? That is the massive question.
Curious to see what he pitches to this reduced to Rune Chant. He is gonna drop the Deadwood Dirge in his pitch zone, holding on to that Widespread Destruction, both to be able to banish 2 his hero ability as well as block with the
Cody, when I was playing Azalea, went double chum against me once, and I cleared both, and still punched him in the mouth
Bouncing back the Gone in a Flash to nullify the
as Azalea.
It looks like he did let it pass, though, because he needed the go again to resolve from the Gone in a Flash.
Yeah, picking that Gone in a Flash back up with that Sigil of Lightning. Looks like it's going to be followed by Fry. This card, not quite the stinker it is in Aurora. Bit of a powerhouse in this hero because it represents basically 4 values.
Don't you talk shit on Ball Lightning.
Amp to your Volzar's check.
I know how much you hate Fry in Aurora.
Yeah, he was so mad. He was like, I just needed one turn of you for you to stop punching me in the mouth. Just one turn, please.
Looks like electrostatic discharge followed after Fry was blocked for 3. Flittering charge coming in for 7. That is Hugh's entire life total, and because he blocked with that widespread destruction, he can't get Alex's last card with that face purgatory. He's a little bit stuck here.
And he also knows the last card is the Gone in a Flash. He knows that's going to the Arsenal, but he just gave up his Arsenal disruption in the form of the widespread disruption, so won't have any way to interact with that Arsenal for Hughes. He might be facing down just a full Gone in a Flash jump with nothing to do about it. I have to say, though, the first reduced rune chant resolving does offer him a little bit of a break. He's going to be able to resolve the second one in his Arsenal for free and go up to 2 rune chants.
Gonna get that last bit of block on that Grasp of the Arcanite.
Yeah, I just had like 2 pumps and 2 bolting shots.
Cleared from Arsenal, but
And then I had an endless arrow afterwards.
they were destined to. The Shadow Runeblade must have a blood.
Actually, no, it was Bolt, Rain Razors.
So she does have the Deathly Wail from the previous turn.
Even
which
better.
He didn't manage to clear up. Remember, he banished Deathly Wail and then attacked with local Eulogy, pitching for it. So that's why he just elected not to hold on to another Blood Debt card and clear the
If I remember
one already
correctly,
he's banished.
he also had a
That's
Sawbones,
damage to him if he doesn't
but-
clear out. Sending 8 in the form of his Deathly Wail, but this
No,
is
he didn't have
just
Sawbones, never mind.
Ellie, and Alexander Vork can just absolutely just take this, maybe even just give some armor and come back with a massive Gone in a Flash turn.
And the endless wasn't like that crazy though, because I killed both of his chums with bolting shots, so the endless went face.
Are in place. The dominoes are set up, and Alex looks ready to knock them down with 2 Sigil of Brilliance in his hand, as well as a pretty interesting inclusion here. Ether Spindle, not a very standard card in a lot of these Acilio decks, but it does something really powerful when you are so all in on a combo, either Wildfire or Gone in a Flash. Pick your poison. This card helps you sculpt the top of your deck and helps you find the ideal hand to blast your opponents to oblivion with.
Perhaps Alexander Vor's Kano bias coming out to show over here. Loves the Aethos Middle, wants to opt for the card, isn't quite ready to let go of the card no matter what wizard he plays.
Playing out the Sigil of Brilliance in response to all of this. Wonder if he's gonna get to block with Flash of Brilliance on this turn.
And the Aether Bindings of the 3rd age potentially as well, just add even more in his turn while the opponent is at 5 with only AB3. Yes, that is coming out, and once again Hughes is sort of just facing down the barrel of a massive Gone in a Flash turn from this Acilio.
Didn't find my Command and Conquers, but I found my shelters.
Blocking 3, triggering a Flash of Brilliance, discarding Eclectic Magnetism to its triggered ability, and returning an aura he controls to its owner's hand. And since Sigil of Brilliance has left the arena, he draws a card.
And I believe he drew a Blast to Oblivion. Ellie. This
Oh my
combo turn just got
God.
even scarier. I don't think Hughes even has the life to survive for
Found him.
the grand finale of the combo in that Arcane Damage spell.
Yeah, Alex got a little bit low throughout the course of this game. Hughes did hit him pretty hard on that turn, but 10 is plenty to work with when you are ready to go on this turn.
Alexander Vor just double checking if he wants to activate Acilio on the end of Hughes Lee's turn.
I got really lucky with my last
Clarifying.
opening on
Chant on
Hunted.
board thanks
We
to
opened a ton of shelters.
Close ability.
We were able to sell the extra shelters and pay for all the cases basically,
Have 2 block on base Purgatory, 1 block
and then got to keep some extra shelters for ourselves.
because you're against a deck that
Yeah,
sends
you'll
a lot
lose
of
your
tall
arcane
arcane damage. So 3 more life, 3 virtual life on Hughes' side of the board in the form of his armor, and Aether Bindings of the 3rd age has been popped in response to Sigil of Lightning leaving the battlefield. That's amp 1.
Oh, it's go time.
Get
He
your
is
counters out for what's
deceased.
gonna be a massive,
The thing is too, he can just like
damage spell.
go really tall with an arcane spell here, and his arcane can't cover it.
1 amp lined up with Ether Bindings, but a freaking hell of a lot of cards in Alex's hands to work with. Those Sigil of Brilliances in conjunction with Blast to Oblivion represent not one
Okay, now the problem is where are my...
his hand.
That all you got?
Blast to Oblivion, that was drawn off the Flash of Brilliance headpiece now coming
Blast,
in, gonna be
blast.
able to
Hey, Anders.
bounce back the Sigil of Brilliance, and is of course yet another lightning card for Alex Vor. And of course, every time the Sigil gets bounced back, it will also pumped up the Aether Bind.
Yeah, I liked Vor's sequencing on a couple of the turns too. They were pretty heads up.
Already a nearly lethal amount of damage on the combat chain for Mr. Lee to deal with on the other side of the table. 4 go again is the ask. Looks like he's going to give up a 3-block and the Spellbound Creepers, just get all the armor value that he can on this turn cycle before it's too late.
Do you think this is a Phase Purgatory turn, Ellie? Do you think he's
It
forced
has
to
to
just
be. It just
use
has
it?
to be.
You know Alator has a gun and a flash in the arsenal. He's popped all the equipment. I think you need to disrupt him as much as possible.
You do need to disrupt him, however, you also need to pick
That's
your
interesting.
moment carefully. Let's see the rip from the City of Brilliance, finding an eclectic magnetism, maybe not exactly, but he was looking for off the top here. A lightning
I wonder what he
attack
replaced it
to
with.
pitch into is definitely far from ideal.
Do you know what eclectic magnetism is in this hand, Ellie? It's Phase Purgatory fodder.
It
You
is
can just
Space
discard to
Purgatory
it.
fodder. It is Space Purgatory fodder. You're very, very right, Punkash. He has drawn an extra card with which to insulate himself from Space Purgatory, causing his plans to crash down like the lightning he is sending across the table.
Interesting to point out, he didn't actually pop the Lightning Greaves, so he just is confident in the rest of his ability. And you know, I do want to point out, he's already amped 5, and he has a 4 damage arcane spell. In his
Okay,
hand.
so
He already
potion.
passed
That
eight.
all you got?
Never be too safe.
I have Ophidia.
Definitely agree. Every wizard player knows you always just still do the max damage you can. You don't want to blow your load and have it be countered by some random Oasis Respite and then you just lose on the spot. And Eclectic Magnetism, we said it was Phase Purgatory fodder. Instead, though, he's actually playing it out and does let him play around Phase Purgatory as well, because he can just respond to the Phase Purgatory trigger by playing out the
Oh, that's also
himself.
super heads up.
Yeah, rather than discarding it here, it looks like he's just going to use this to get that Ether Spindle in for a massive amount of
No, no,
damage.
no, no, no. Don't compare him to Majin. Vor is a bigger wizard simp. Majin will play other heroes. Majin's played Runeblade. He's played decks that he thought was the best deck in format. He biases wizard. Vor doesn't give a fuck what the meta is, and he'll play wizard.
This is coming in for 4 + 2 + 4.
Another 10 damage arcane spell for Alex Vor into Huxley's 5
AB that nerd.
Gets the fist bump yet again. Our wizard player winning in round 13 of World Tour Las Vegas.
Can I ask you a question, Punkash?
Go ahead, please.
What's up? I thought Rosetta was like a really bad set for the Wizards. What's going on there? It kind of seems like they're tearing it up today in our feature match area.
You know what it is, Ellie? It's High Seas giving our wizard decks these upgrades in the form of the Blue Earth non-attack for Verdance and the Zero Cost Shock for Acilio.
Yeah, you heard it here, folks. Rosetta, not a powerful set. High Seas, go get it right now.
And with that, folks, we have an interview lined up for you for our first player locked for top 8.
Oh, is this Lucas?
Then your World Tour Weekly host, none other than Margin Bay himself.
Oh, Majin? No one cares.
Let's get
Just kidding.
right into it. Let's hear from Margin Bay.
All right, y'all. World Tour Weekly's about to have a pretty fire news segment because I'm here with our first locked player at the U.S. Nationals here for our top 8. None other than
About time Majin tops a major. He deserves it.
Good, good. Feeling very fortunate. Really lucky. I had a lot of scoring off the way.
I mean, it's part of why you brought the deck, no?
It is. It is. It's a good meta pick if you're expecting a lot of Earth heroes. I was expecting less news, which ended up working out pretty well for me so far. We'll see how that goes as the tournament progresses.
Yeah, there's definitely some news up there in contention. I know Virgin Rare is in striking distance, Jude Cornette as well, some pretty big, heavy hitters. Talk to me a lot, or talk to me about Verdance, about the deck choice, about, you know,
Heavy hitters,
the
disgusting.
last couple events, and then how you're feeling looking forward as we move towards the top 8.
Yeah, so I picked Verdance. I used to be a Kano player. Obviously, everyone knows this. I picked Verdance because if you play Kano, you cannot draft well. That's the law. And so I switched.
At
to
least he
Verdance
knows.
because I wanted to practice on my draft, and it worked. I've been doing very well at draft. I just found that it's impossible to top 8 a tier 4 or like a big event like this if you do not win at draft. It is hard. So picked Verdance. I was thinking about switching to Acilio, which I would need more prep on for this event because I think he's very good into Gravy Bones and things like that. But the issue is this draft set is very deep. There's a lot that goes into it. So I picked Verdance, put a couple of really hard days of practice hammering out like the matchups that I expect to see a lot, like Florian, even the Verdance Mirror. I went with a more aggressive playstyle, much less arcane. I don't even have trees in the deck. And then I focused entirely on draft after that.
And it paid off.
It paid off.
5-1 in draft.
draft.
It's
Yeah,
pretty
that
amazing.
stupid return fire. Oh, that was God.
So sick.
It was cool. It was cool.
Okay, but I do want to hear a little bit about the journey from a
High voltage is pretty good.
to a true all-around
I'm
professional.
surprised people weren't playing that before.
Getting good at drafts. Someone pretty high profile at LSS put some recommendations out there not too long ago that suggested perhaps you should simply get better at limited, and you did just that. How did you get better at limited?
I asked people who are good at limited.
Hey, it makes sense.
I just had them. I literally had them stand behind me, and that they
The only time I ever play the best deck in format is when my deck accidentally becomes the best deck in format, but that was not on purpose.
give me a this,
Like,
and then I would take one of the cards, and they would tell me
Bright
why
Light Worlds,
I shouldn't have taken that card. And
I
then
was playing Dromai, but it's not like I was playing Dromai because it was best deck in format. I was just playing Dromai.
Pham, the Stroop guys that I've been playing with, is that we did a couple of face-up drafts where everyone shows all their cards and you talk about why you picked each pick, and then it's so cool because it's normally you just see yours, right? But it shows you the ramifications down and upstream. And it like just opened my eyes a lot with like, oh, I can take this card because I know one of these, like I'm gonna get this again, or this is in here but the rare's missing.
Yeah, I typically try to just play decks that fit like how I want to play the game and my style, or just that click with me. Because I think playing a deck that you fundamentally understand is more important than just blindly playing the best deck. Because if you understand your deck on like a really deep fundamental level, you're gonna get way more out of it than just pushing buttons.
For this, man, I've been fighting for it so hard. So it feels very good.
Well, I'm proud of you, man. Congratulations, congratulations. We will be seeing much more of Majin later in the day and later in the stream. But now, let him get back, and we'll get back
To us, we're going to take a quick look back at us right before, after a very...
And just because you play a lot of games with the deck doesn't mean that it's the deck that clicks with you, though. That just saying.
World Tour Las Vegas, this US National Championship. We're nearing the
Like, I played a lot of games with Prism and Enigma, but they don't necessarily actually click with me.
in our top 8. We'll be right
But
back. Please don't go
in that time period, it has not been a deck that's legal that actually clicks with me. So I just played them because I thought they were the decks that I would have the highest win percentage with. I just Lux Action had exactly the right amount of sleeves.
Top 8 at ET London with this deck against Randy Davis, who so far we have seen.
Okay, so how many cards does this deck typically side out? 8 equipment, so we're boarding out 3 equipment, which would be the Null Rune, and then 12 cards.
Ideal openers you can have as the Light Illusionist just dropped a Merciful Retribution and passed the turn.
Yeah, if you enjoy the Guardian, like the grindy Guardian style, then that makes sense.
We saw can occasionally struggle to convert having 4 cards and not getting to block.
Merciful Retribution doing double duty. Not only is it a Spectra piece of board state that's very annoying for Florian to deal with, it represents almost unconditional soul, because at some point Randy Davis will need to clear that out, and that will be the first piece of soul for Prism Awakener of Soul, who really needs that additional resource to fuel her game plan.
Speaking of unconditional soul or nearly unconditional
I'm surprised he...
soul, Andrew Cook has
What is his hand? Why did he play it like this? Surely, like, you just play this Earth card so you can get it in the bin, right?
powerful Fable that Prism Awakener Soul is so fond of. He has that Light of Soul in hand. So we're going to be taking a look at the top of his deck. On
That's my favorite. You don't have AB. What are we thinking about here?
Straight into that pile.
And you know he wants to try and flip a yellow Herald early, because that will also trigger Prism's effect and let him go search his deck for one of those figments. And also have to point out, he is running Vestige of Soul over here, so that important chess piece will also be online if this hits.
A yellow Herald on top. Wartune Heralds go straight into the soul, triggering Prism's ability and allowing Andrew to search through his deck for his figment of choice, which he gets to choose based on the cards in his hand. And it is a little bit contextual with this hero. Sometimes you get Erudition if you're not going to have an arsenal by the time you're done with your turn, and Protection to shore up a little bit.
Really wish Library and Light of Soul came non-foil.
Something I want
Fucking
to
hate
point
playing
out in this matchup
2 most
that he is
powerful cards in my deck being foils.
from High Seas in his deck, Herald of Sekhem.
And with that Light of Soul hitting, Vestige of Soul
Is that how it's pronounced? Sekhem? That was Sekhem. Am I wrong?
Comes in, creates a spectral
Any
shield as
knowers?
well, might just end up soaking up a rune charge.
I have no idea how to sideboard this deck.
Shield of his, but what's he gonna do with the Vestige of Soul resources? I think is a question for the remainder of this turn. Remember this Herald.
Let's just take out all the
does
defensive
have
cards.
Again, thanks to Luminaris, Angel's Glow.
I suspect we may see a Prism activation on this turn. He has plenty of soul
And
to
like
work with.
maybe a set of go-agains, and those only come in for the matchups that we need to make sure that we can play everything.
And Shelter from the Storm still has 3 cards in the hand.
I bet the
on defensive.
pots don't always stay in the deck.
Looks like it's gonna be another
Yeah.
Herald of Triumph. No Prism activation, no use of the Vestige of Soul effect either. Just wants to set up a little bit more soul. Andrew Cook playing this very, very patiently so far. Wants to make sure that once he goes for the big Angel of Erudition play, he has enough.
I made one change to his list. I changed the red tipples to yellow tipples. I don't think the 1 point of damage actually matters.
Maybe some sort of pseudo sequence of turns where he gets to keep drawing off of second Angel of Erudition.
Another interesting thing going on
But
here is that
it being a red in your deck actually matters a lot for chart.
For this Prism deck, when you
Rather
have these
make my
figments, you
chart
need to get them
as
out
good
of
as
the deck.
possible.
It can be a little bit awkward.
Also, excuse me, I meant Soraya, Angel of Erudition, not Second. Second's a different one.
Yeah, I have 0 games of Gravy, so I'm not
Knocking out the
ready to
on-hit
think about
Prism.
anything with the
Remember,
deck yet.
As an on-hit of more soul, and that is a resource you need to start Prism off.
I played 1 game of Gravy at pre-release, and that's it.
Randy's saying, cool, I'm not gonna let you get any more soul.
Or,
Yes,
I guess,
Pieces of Soul
3
is
games at
for the
pre-release.
Merciful Retribution and the Light of Soul, but he doesn't want to give Andrew any more of that very valuable resource.
Another figment in this hand going straight into the pitch zone.
I'm probably going to end up blowing up the deck, but I need to understand the deck before I do that.
A pretty nasty on hit, both dealing arcane damage should it connect, as well as
Ray's face is kind of interesting.
going to soul and searching Prism's deck for another figment. Getting popped by Erase Face, Phantasm triggered as it has 6 power, Footsteps paid in 2 to get an action point back, and followed by Herald of Erudition. About
Kind of interesting that he did it this way. He like made it really obvious that he can't Halo for Triumph here, making this block really easy.
You almost have to wonder whether Randy regrets popping that first one. Might have wanted to save the pop of this one, unless he has a different.
I really don't like playing my Eruditions this way. The card draw is useless, unless we have an aura in hand.
Only the first Herald had go again. The Erudition did not. So will Andrew even be able to convert the cards he just drew off the top? Will want to find some sort of.
Probably not. I'm going to be reading my cards the whole time.
Maybe like a Genesis.
Yeah, finding an instant speed aura like Genesis or even Arclight Sentinel can be pretty backbreaking for your opponent when they choose to go ahead and let you have these draw triggers. And the hit trigger from Prism looks like it's going to go fetch a Figment of War entering the arena and generating a Courage token.
And looks like it's just going to be an Arsenal. The card draw for Erudition ended up doing nothing. Andrew Cook effectively IPing 2 cards.
2 free cards, so not as bad as it possibly could be. Randy starting with a Grasp activation, generating just 1 root.
Okay. Good shuffling.
Reaping Blade swung. He has taken this game slow and steady. Maybe the hands have been a little bit awkward, but maybe he's wanting to just take a defensive stance, send annoying damage, and basically play this matchup like a Guardian, just trying to grind Prism down and run her out of options.
What do you mean? What did I read?
In the draw format with that Red Spine Manta Marlin build, that was very, very aggressive. But in CC, Randy Davis showing us he wants to play the more grindy, slow style and put the onus on Andrew Cook to get together an unbeatable board state from that Prism.
Okay, so I want 3 monies. So 1 blue pitch plays both of these guys. And then I want $1 to swing either of them, which my Dead Threads could give me. So 1 blue covers all of that. But if I want to play Tipple, I need an extra $1.
Looks like he's got Riches of Tropal Donnie in his hand here.
So maybe I don't do everything.
He's a little bit contentious. Powerful Fabled in the constructed format that generates a gold when pitched.
So many fables in Andrew Cook's deck. We already saw the Light of Soul. We saw Riches in his hand as well. And we did see the Library of Solana as well as he was looking through his deck when searching for the Figment. Lots of Fable heavy.
Yeah, but I'm doing it now instead.
Prism.
Problem? Go to my turn.
Playfully says 3 Fabled deck maybe at the table, pitching Riches of Triple Donnie, a yellow for Luminaris Angel's Glow, attacking with Herald of Erudition for 6, Dominate, Phantasm, and Go Again. Can we fit any more keywords on this card?
Overpower.
We have 2 floating. 3 floating.
If you have
No,
dominate.
it doesn't.
Wait,
It's strictly Wisdom.
it used to. If you chose to defend with an action card from Arsenal with Art of War.
Ooh, or Bunker Beard.
We can play this guy.
Ooh, the best card in
No.
Haunted.
Play this guy.
Looks like a block for 3 is the response here with
Swing. He has
Arsenal.
go again.
Arsenal. This is pretty interesting. You mentioned.
No. We don't want to. Oh man, how do I sequence this?
On hit, and he did actually have the defense reaction here, saving it for when a Herald had go again. Maybe a bit of a gamble.
Well, clearly I'm not reading. I have no idea how to sequence this.
But one that paid off for him.
Because this only gives the first guy play go again, right?
Which you definitely need when you're against Prism, realizing when they didn't have an action point, erudition doesn't matter. When they do have the action point, however, that's when you...
I should watch this Prism game. What did I miss?
Entering the arena.
He passed.
Yep.
Reaping Blade.
So many of
Soul Shield is a Reaping Blade, okay. Erudition.
No, it doesn't.
Wait.
It's strictly...
With Art.
1 card in hand.
Condemned. He did giving it for one that paid off for.
Really need when you have a... That's when you like when they didn't have this reaction.
Okay.
Definitely. You have to
Go
wonder,
next.
maybe it's, if he gets the soul by some other means, like say a Genesis, you pitch into gold with the Vested of Soul online, you're effectively just pitching 1/3 of a card to draw a new card, and that can maybe help fuel something like an Arclight Sentinel to protect your board even more. Currently,
Another Soul Shield in this hand. Curious to see if we just see another pitch into a Rune Chant and use Soul Shield to block Reaping Blade, but it doesn't look like that'll be the case on this turn, holding it perhaps just to establish this Genesis on his own turn.
So far, very slow start for both our players, but I think at this point I do want to give the edge a little bit to Andrew.
Wait, did he gain life?
In this established
Rather, Reaping Blade. Hello?
The edge a little bit to Andrew Cook, because
Okay.
he's the one actually advancing his game plan. He has 4 pieces of soul right now, whereas for Randy Davis,
Sick Reaping Blade.
0 Earth cards to speak of in that banner zone. He resolved the Rootbound Carapace on the previous turn. Unfortunately, did not have enough Earth cards in the graveyard to actually get the Decompose off. So he's sitting there, kind of just been sending Hammer for 4 effectively a few turns back to back, while Andrew Cook is sitting there setting up his soul.
Herald of Triumph's text proving pretty relevant on this turn, as Randy Davis is holding on to 2 attack action cards with 6 power, which will not destroy this card due to Phantasm.
Does have another Rootbound Carapace in Arsenal, but do you want to deploy it on this first Herald?
Bit
Or
of a tough
potentially save
question.
it?
6 go again with a pretty nasty on hit. Getting another Figment is the ask here. Andrew already has 3 cards in Soul. Letting that spiral further out of control could be pretty devastating for Florian.
One card
I guess just draw the conch.
Yet, of course, is Angelic Rock.
And leave this on top.
Andrew Cook, at least he ran a couple of copies of them in London. Have to imagine it has stayed in the Prism list. It's a very, very strong card,
Actually,
especially if your opponent tries to block
do
out
it this way,
exactly.
right?
Because
then
like Erudition, for example, you
I can
just
play the
block
Give No
out. Looks like
Quarter.
Face Purgatory gonna come in and join the combat chain over here.
Play the
forcing Andrew
Chum.
Cook to discard a card.
Discarding a Genesis.
Swing the Chum.
Maybe a much
Set
better
Flying High,
Maybe
draw
really
Conqueror of the
expecting
Seas.
This card
That seems good.
holds so much weight in the Prism matchup because a pretty key part of Prism's design is that she has no one-card plays. Everything she wants to do outside of establishing these blue Everfest auras is a 2-card play, but I mean, I wonder if Andrew was playing into the Face Purgatory on purpose there a little bit. It didn't seem like he had a plan for that Genesis.
I love it when the players contradict us immediately when
Right,
we say
right.
something. Prism has no one-card plays as Andrew Cook plays appears
Except-
reality. However, speaking of Fables, Andrew Cook has finally drawn that library of Solana with 2 yellows to go along with it as well.
3rd Fabled deck, baby, as he said. Looks like Grasp activation and an E-Strike.
Go again, probably, so that he
A
still
lot of
has
options.
the action point and the one floating for Reaping Blade to clear the Pierce Reality.
True, there's a hook there.
That's a lot of free value. Just let the Prism continue to have
I
it.
cannot do this and focus on the game.
5-1 with Andrew at a healthy 30. I think in a lot of games by turn 5, you're expecting Prism to be a fair bit lower than this, but Randy has taken such an interesting, grindy approach to this matchup that seems to be working out pretty well for him at the moment.
You would also expect more Earth cards in Randy Davis's banner zone at this point, to be honest, Ali. Still sitting at 0.
Can't have everything we want, Pankaj.
Sad. If only.
Reaping Blade into that Pierce Reality. leaving Andrew with 4 cards to work with here and a
Oh,
library he's
Library
going to
Pierce.
establish.
The Florians can't have everything.
Is that a
The
Herald
Prisms,
pass?
however, can. Third Fable probably coming out for Andrew Cook on this turn. And that's the other potential use case for gold. You can just get a yellow in your pit zone to
Oh, true. You could just crack gold.
library as well. And Florian not really known to have a whole bunch of yellows in the deck to
Okay.
clear the library of Solana.
Not sure if I'm a fan of this, but whatever.
Prism here, flipping Aegis, the Archangel of Protection, by banishing 1 from Soul. Looks like we're gonna
Prism's like just a lot of options on a couple turns. Where Gravy's a lot of options every turn.
He says no.
It's very similar to a deck I used to play in Force of Will.
For 4 here. I believe the follow-up
It's gonna take a while to
establishing that great library
get that down.
and then drawing 2 cards since there are already 2 yellow cards in his pitch zone.
Close to Shane. I will play Great
4 is taken by Randy down to 34, and Great Library of Solana hits the table.
So there are a few yellows in the Florian list, particularly Plow Under, but does he have 2 copies of it in his hand right now? It looks like it's just a 1 Plow Under, so you won't be able to get rid of the library as Andrew Cook goes ahead and draws 5 cards off the 3rd Fable that we've seen from his deck.
That new High Seas card is in this hand as well, that Herald of Sekhem.
Sakem.
See how Randy Davis starts to deal with this board state. It's starting to get wider from the Prism side. Library of Solana
Yeah, like,
and Angel already.
Outside of your big combo turn, Prism kind of plays pretty linearly.
And a gold token. How much of that matters?
When you combo off, it's just like,
Fourth return here.
I have access to a lot of different things that I could do here. What is the correct option?
Is the offer here. Maybe looking to break this Aegis with a little bit of split damage on this.
Oh
turn.
my god.
The rune shot is
Aegis?
so annoying when you just have one big ward 4.
Bruh,
on the board. You
Lil,
need to spend a whole
Ellie,
card to block out the rune
you're
shot.
killing me.
Otherwise your Aegis just steps in
Thank you,
front with
Punkage.
1 damage rune shot soaking it.
Assert the pronunciation of the cards, please.
Soul last turn to generate a couple spectral shields.
Could be. And of course, E-Strike attacking Prism directly, not attacking the Angel, because if you do, you open yourself up to a nasty Halo player where they could bring out Figment of Ravages and snipe the Angel, taking away the go again from you.
Yeah, it'll close the combat chain before the attack resolves, so Go Again will never actually get there. Figment of Judgment gonna cover up.
Don't really need to do that though. If you made a rune chant and the E-Strike is going at the Angel, you just let the rune chant resolve, kill the Angel, and then the E-Strike doesn't resolve. Or whatever they're doing.
Absolutely. Looks like he's actually gonna let Aegis go.
Interesting.
Very, very interesting. He could have let Aegis get the full ward 4 if he just let it die to the E-Strike and then save the block on the Reaping Blade himself. Seems like you just didn't really want to convert that hand very, very offensively, opting instead to save more life. And this time as well, isn't going to get 2 yellows in the pitch zone, so no Library of Solana trigger. It's going to draw up 4 cards like a normal Flesh and Blood hero.
Oh, OG Prism?
Passing Mirage still
I
on the
guess.
field. Randy Davis
I
doesn't
suppose
want
I
to give
agree.
that. Already I've seen quite a few E-Strikes from his list. Will he even have more go against Swarming Gloomveil potentially? Otherwise, if he spends his whole turn just clearing.
Why is this
Passing
like
Mirage,
pseudo-sorted?
Andrew Cook's
The
gonna be
fuck?
very, very happy with that.
Thankfully, Grasp of the Arknight can allow you to levy a little bit of arcane damage your opponent's way while clearing Spectra, thanks to Grasp of the Arknight. But he does have that Swarming Gloomveil. You shouted out. This is going to be 3 go again with 1 arcane to follow it up.
No AB, no blocks.
Saying no AB, no blocks, taking all 4 down to 21, it seems.
The Prism mantra, honestly, Ellie. Just
No
like,
AB, no blocks?
No AB, no blocks. I have a library on the field. I need to get yellows in my pit zone.
Yeah, Passing Mirage is going to pass us by, going to the graveyard.
Is it go time?
Being able to convert this
Is it
into
combo
a
time?
really
Did we find
late
an
game
ALS
from
finally?
Discarding Fruits of the Forest to gain 2 life as the chain closes and he destroys that
I think if I was playing Florian for this event, I would have subbed Time Skipper Boots.
To just get the card out of his hand, or, like we mentioned, get some more Earth cards in the graveyard to
Oh,
decompose,
I guess it's not
because
combo
he is
time.
Struggling with that right now.
Herald of Second now, Ellie, you shouted it out. The new card from High Seas for Prism coming in. Is he going to use this additional effect and put a yellow into his soul? Looks like not going to be the case. Just 7 go again. Still a very, very strong Herald. Can be popped though. Unlike Herald of Triumph, doesn't have the effect that lets defending action cards have -1 attack. Looks like Randy did have the CNC over here.
As someone that doesn't know how to play Kano, I don't know if I can give a unbiased answer to that.
7 vanilla damage. A lot of damage for 2 cards with Go Again, but
I feel like if you asked a Kano player, though, they would say that Kano isn't that hard to play.
For 5. No Go Again, since it isn't his first Herald attack of the turn. Gonna get covered up by a Grasp, and Randy's first decompose of this game on turn 7.
Finally.
Absolutely brutal.
Meanwhile, Andrew Cook gonna be drawing up 5 cards at the end of this turn.
I think Gravy, the difficulty in Gravy is just knowing the heuristics for when you're supposed to look at the top and everything.
Which is where you want it to be. You want to tutor out that pigment. You don't want to be drawing that.
Kano's
is gonna go ahead and
difficulty is memorizing the lines and the math, I think. Because I don't think your decision making is necessarily the difficulty curve of the deck.
Touch in this hand.
A yellow Autumn's Touch?
2 Plowanders.
2 Plowanders. That's it. I believe those 3 are the only yellows in the Florian list. Maybe Rootbound Carapaces as well, but he's found 2 Plowanders, gets rid of the library of Solana. This is a bit of a break for Randy Davis. He needed this. He needed to get rid of the library. Now Andrew Cook needs to start playing a fairer game after this turn cycle.
Yeah,
he needs to start playing a fairer game of Flesh and Blood.
A fairer game of Flesh and Blood, which may happen after he gets this Light of
Is Acilio that hard? It just seems like you just need to understand how to sequence like an aggro deck properly. So that way you're maximizing your amp. And then knowing the math of your combo turn, so that way you know when you have the kill threshold.
Even further ahead in this game, he is behind.
Kind of like Prism, where it's like all of your difficulty is kind of concentrated on like your big turn.
Playing the janitor.
What am I doing? Generic cards.
Anything starts to get a little too sticky. Diligently doing his job as the decomposing custodian.
I feel like Acilio feels more difficult than he actually is because of power level, not because of mechanical difficulty.
Remains on the field. You just can never count the Prism out. They can do some nasty, nasty things with the card.
Yeah, that card allows you to set up some of the most powerful plays with Prism. And like a prophet, Pankaj calls it out. Halo of Illumination activation at the start of this turn. This usually means that what Andrew is looking to do on this turn is get that Herald of Angel of Erudition onto the board and draw 2 cards. But before that,
Non-trivial doesn't mean difficult, though.
Soul's trigger, hitting a yellow Herald, putting it into Soul, so he's going to search his deck, put a Figment on the board.
I don't feel like that is difficult.
He's gonna put a card from his
I feel like that's you've played the deck for a little bit and you have heuristics of when what you're looking for. Just I understand what I'm looking for in this moment because I've played this deck an amount of time.
And typically on the Halo turn, you expect it to end
or just does my hand function.
After the Prism sets up a whole bunch of Angels, a whole bunch of board state, they also tell their opponent, you don't get to interact with my Angels for at least 1 turn. Let's see.
I feel like the Kano ones, when it comes to that, is probably more difficult because you're doing a lot of math based off of probabilities, based on percentage chances of hitting things in your deck.
A really interesting thing that shows
where Acilio,
I think, like, prowess and expertise of the deck.
there's some amount of that probably, but it's more just I'm looking for a specific piece. Do I have it in hand? No, I guess I go digging.
Guaranteeing that he is going to draw into something that is not a Figment that could potentially throw a wrench in his plans for the turn.
Because in Acilio, you just kind of have to go. It's not like Kano where you're doing the math going into the turn and going, can I go or not? No, I can't go. I guess I'll just block and try again next turn. Or go fishing off the top of my deck. Did I hit something that lets me go here? No. Okay, we'll try again next turn. Like Acilio, you just have to go when you have it. Your deck blocks so poorly, and you don't really have a fallback plan, and you can't go like you don't have as much digging or looking. So you just go.
And he still has 6 cards to play with, Ellie.
Well, that's just what Illusionist does.
Ah, yes, of course. And remember, Vestige of Soul is also online. Plenty of cards have entered Prism Soul this turn, which means not only is he card rich, he's also extremely resource rich. Let's see how much Spectre he's actually able to put down to protect the Soraya Archangel of Erudition. This is the turning point of the game. If he's able to set up an unbeatable board state, he will come out of this game on top and keep his top 8 dreams alive. But if that board state isn't strong enough, Randy Davis will be able to come back into the game.
Yeah, I mentioned that Andrew Cook was ahead despite being about 20 life down, and this is where you're going to see that life total disappear a little bit. Bit of a stroke of luck for Randy Davis. You're having the 7 power to shut down this Herald of Triumph.
Honestly, I don't know if I would call that a stroke of luck, because I feel like from the POV of... Wait, he just went with Genesises? What the fuck?
Double Genesis hitting the board and a ponder to
Huh?
the card he put away.
Also, Red Autumn's Touch, not really a card you see many
What the fuck?
run, but Randy
Why
Davis
did he
showing
just
that
go with
he's prepped
Genesises?
For the Prism matchup, he brought in 7
He has
what you need to get
so much time to wait.
Effect.
Just
Now,
wait for an ALS and go. Huh?
Did get put double Genesis, however.
Oh, so he doesn't have a shield in play to protect his Shiraya. You want to go when you have an ALS, and you're also able to search Figment of Protection to make a shield, so that way he can't make a Rune Chant to ping off your Shiraya, so that way you're able to keep the full grip. Huh?
Ability does resolve, even if you attack an ally with it. It just cares about each opposing, or each hero decomposes.
Oh, what are we thinking about here? Just play the Plow Wonder attacking the Shiraya. What are we doing?
He also has a Bramble Spark in this hand. What he can do is just play out this Bramble Spark to send an erase
Okay.
line, but instead opting for the diligent, safe line, not opening himself up to getting blown
Probably
out
would have played the Plow Wonder there. Because the Plow Wonder will still trigger its effect, even if it's attacking an ally.
Through his hand, he's drawn 3 Felling of the Crowns.
That is not how you want to see those cards all clumped up together. Very red heavy as well. Meanwhile, Andrew Cook,
I have so many question marks right now. Huh?
Second one coming down as well. Another Spectral Shield created. Another card drawn. Vestige of Soul online as well. What will he be able to do with these resources and these cards and the Spectral Shields as well? That is the Angel, Soraya, Archangel of Erudition gone. Very, very strong pivotal piece for this Prism decks. Andrew Cook no longer has access to it up until the Figment of Rebirth, Angel of Rebirth comes into play. Until then, Andrew Cook still has these double Geneses that Randy Davis needs to deal with.
I think it's Genocide.
Protection for 5 with Go again. On hit, will go to Soul, generate a Spectral Shield, and because of Prism's hero ability, search his deck for another Figment.
And Felling of the Crown does not get its attack buff while defending, so those cards do only have an attack value of 4 if you use them for defense, despite how many other Earth cards you have in your banner zone. So will not be able to pop Heralds with that card.
Pretty unfortunate.
Lots of shuffling going on in this Prism deck. You have to wonder, maybe those Fables will come back right around. The Riches and the Light of Soul itself. We already saw Light of Soul being pitched twice this game. Haven't quite seen the Riches be pitched once again.
I'm going to go Merciful Retribution, Passing Mirage.
Oh my god, 2 more
Holy
Spectras
shit.
hit the board. Merciful Retribution promising soul and damage should Randy Davis opts to clear the board a little bit here, as well as a Passing Mirage promising.
What's interesting about Chest?
Get a little bit more punishing in that he has to block the first one out, as it will lose Phantasm.
And Merciful Retribution is the other endgame state that Prism can work towards, alongside a whole bunch of Spectral Shields which get given to you by Genesis. Those 2 combinations of cards can let you deal a whole bunch of damage every time the opponent pops Spectral Shields.
Looks like Bramble Spark from Arsenal into a Felling of the Crown. He's going to have to put one of the other Felling of the Crowns in his hand on the bottom of his deck, but the one upside of drawing all 3 Felling of the Crowns is that even after playing one and putting another on the bottom, you will still have.
Are you saying that his
for the next turn
choice of chess piece in this matchup is interesting?
And 1 Arcane, forcing Andrew to put a card from his hand on the bottom of his deck.
Forcing Randy Davis to put one of those Fellings to the bottom of the deck as well. Remember, Felling is a symmetrical effect. And I have a question for you, Ali, with this board state. Do you think you just give up on clearing these Spectra at this point? Like how Randy's sending the Felling to the face, it seems like?
You have to. You just don't have the action points as Florian to be able to deal with this board state. And we're kind of seeing him recognize that so much hit the table in just 1 turn there. That
I agree with this chess piece choice.
He has to do to
Your role in the matchup is to play a combo deck and go over the top of what the Florian deck is doing. You're like, the Florian deck is trying to be a fair deck, so you need to be an unfair deck because you're never winning a fair game with them. So you just need to be like ignorant combo deck and just poop on them.
3 life, but each of them popping also deals arcane damage to Randy Davis thanks to Merciful Retribution. How long can you actually send damage at Andrew Cook's face, given that he's making 2
I just disagree with the timing of comboing off.
Being in the field. That means
But seems like it's going to work out because opponent's just going to ignore all the auras.
Per Genesis.
Yeah, pretty bonkers amount of value. He does also have another Merciful in the hand.
I have to imagine the remaining cards in his hand will
Also, opponent didn't plow us for some reason.
Getting fatigued in a sense. That is one downside of the Genesis, where you get a whole bunch of just burning cards effectively, but
you can yield to the trigger.
If you can make unbeatable board state, it doesn't really matter that you put half your deck in your soul, to be honest.
It's true. Interestingly, though, unlike the original Luminaris, the auras are not weapons able to be swung with. You do still have to have a way to close the game, and the Angels can help with that.
Stupid.
So can the second Merciful Retribution that he has right now.
Yeah.
Could resolve that, and that means the 1 shield would only pop for 2 arcane.
Okay, too late now.
Looks like he's regretting one of the decisions he made this time. I think maybe putting the Herald of Erudition in his soul while he has a passing Mirage on the field already. I have to wonder if he regrets making that call.
That's a little suspicious.
Cooking up in Randy Davis's hand on the other side of the table. Canopy Shelter.
Yep, those block.
Carapace, Arcane Seeds, and Enlightened Strike with a Felling of the Crown in the arsenal. This hand is definitely capable of pushing some serious punishment Prism's way.
And will also finally turn him online, which currently we're at turn 10, and this Florian still doesn't have 8 Earth cards in the banish zone. So between Ruban Carapace and the Felling, we can expect Randy Davis to have the Florian online on the following turn. For now, though, needs to survive Andrew Cook's onslaught as he activates Prism, flipping over the Archangel of Rebirth.
Putting back the Erudition, I assume.
We may see
I noticed him do this in a couple games. He'll just like throw away his Erudition figment, and then it doesn't work out, so he'll just put it back in his deck. Maybe I should try that more often. Just like blow Erudition really early just to buy space, and then with that space I'll just put it back. And now that my opponent left me alone for a little bit, I can make sure my second Erudition is really good.
There's 3 different win conditions Andrew Cook has lined up over here. There's the Archangel of Rebirth, there's the Archangel of Erudition that just went on top of the deck, and then there's the Genesis Merciful, which lets you create a whole bunch of shields that ping your opponent for arcane damage, which we have to point out, Randy Davis has no arcane barrier. There could be a point where an enough number of spectral shields will just deterministically kill Randy through sheer arcane damage. How are you supposed to deal with this board state?
With this many action points, or rather this few, as the Rotwood Harbinger, you may just not be supposed to. You have to pressure, like we mentioned earlier. I think he just has to start sending damage. You know, face is the place. He has to...
Yeah, maybe. I'm probably not going to play much Prism for quite a while, though.
Sentinel Loop starts to make itself known.
Unless it's, I should just play Prism meta.
You know, do you say Arclight Sentinel? Yeah, there we
I
go.
plan on spending my time on Gravy Bones and Verdance. I would like to learn how to play both of those decks by Worlds.
Shuffles her deck a lot, so you could get to a point where turn 11 was the first time you saw Arclight Sentinel because of how much you just keep shuffling your deck.
You mean like right now?
Like right now, exactly.
And he has a bunch of cards to work with here, but he's in a bit of a tough spot. If he sends along this Enlightened Strike, it's very possible that Andrew chooses to respond with Arclight Sentinel. He's only at 12 life. He has 4 ward on the board, but that is an Angel he wants to protect as best as he can.
Arclight Sentinel in this hand, though, Ellie, won't really do too much, because that's 3 yellows you need to pitch to resolve that card, so you're effectively just pausing the turn cycle for 1 turn. Like, you're just pausing a turn cycle for 1 round, but you do lose an Arclight Sentinel from your deck as well. Looks like it's going to be E-Strike go again into Felling.
His hand also just doesn't block that well right now. I believe he's holding on to 2 Instants and 2 Heralds, so he has a collective block value of 6. That Arclight Sentinel might have ended up blocking a fair bit more on this turn than he realized, because this Felling of the Crown is coming in so hot and heavy.
Interestingly enough, the Felling is like actually upside text, because we get to put the Figment back in the deck here if we want.
Pass that Spectral Shield. Andrew Cook now at 5 life. Randy Davis, I believe, at 18. Yes, after the arcane damage ping. Now Genesis.
I'm willing to play Prism if it's like the pick for the event, because like I have spent the time learning the deck
deploy this Arclight Sentinel to protect himself for one turn.
So I might as well play it. And I've done pretty well with it so far.
Let's see what he draws on the second Genesis trigger. Blue Herald of Protection. Looks like he's just going to play out this Arclight Sentinel and pass through to Randy Davis, buying himself a turn here, though not pushing any offensive power on this turn cycle.
Remember, Arclight Sentinel, when it gets destroyed, thanks to Merciful Retribution, will also still deal 1 ping of arcane damage.
It will, however, go to Soul, meaning it is functionally impossible for him to get...
I mean, the Rebirth is dead. I don't think we give a shit if that goes to our Soul. Like, that window has closed.
Randy with a pretty awkward hand here. He's going to have to just make a rune chant and then kill... not even activating a rune chant here. He's opting to just kill the Arclight Sentinel on this turn.
Opting to arsenal the defense reaction and hold a popper in the form of the red cadet.
I know rune chant.
However, might be difficult to spot amongst all the auras on the field. Andrew Cook still has a passing mirage on the battlefield. Popper's actually going to give Randy
How many more games do we have left in day 1?
Hold on to his hand. Maybe it's just an 8 damage power attack.
Oh, we gotta watch the Lucas interview.
As well.
Okay, so after this game, I will end stream and probably go get dinner.
A bit less valuable against Prism, who typically runs 9 copies of Herald of Triumph.
Activating Prism on Randy's turn is Andrew Cook over here.
Means he wants to flip 2 this turn cycle.
And you can see
Makes
exactly
sense.
why Bellona, Archangel of War, hits the battlefield. That's exactly the sort of angel you want if you're going to start flipping multiple angels, because she puts +1/+1 counters across your board, across all the other angels. But before we get to that, Genesis triggers happening at the start of Andrew Cook's turn.
Some cards into Soul, gonna make some Spectral Shields and draw some cards. Looks like only 1 goes into Soul, and he declines Genesis trigger there. Activating Prism and flipping Sakam, the Archangel of Ravages. 1 floating here. Vestige is online. We're going to see some real punishment from Prism come across the table here.
I just want to point out what Andrew Cook had to do to navigate this matchup. He had to set up multiple win conditions, and we see that being successfully employed right here. There's the Bellona win condition. There's the Archangel of Ravages win condition, because that's uninteractable arcane damage. And then there's a Spectral Shield Merciful Retribution win condition as well. That's even more arcane damage against a deck that hasn't brought in arcane barrier against you. You have to set
Pretty
up
sure Randy's just dead.
multiple win conditions if you're on Prism against a defense.
I don't know how you get out of this.
Deck like Florian, and we've seen Andrew Cook do that masterfully in this round 14, excuse me, of US Nationals.
Turn 12 of round 14 here at the US National Championship 2025 at World Tour Las Vegas. And nearly 2,025 damage is being presented on this board as we come across for 5.
Yeah, I miss it. I miss OG Luminaris.
Angel swing here.
And 2 arcane as well on top of that, because the trigger was accepted. Andrew Cook used a card in Soul for the Archangel of Ravages effect.
2 and 5 is like 2025.
It's like a better Rosetta Thorn.
We're not touching that one. Shelter of the Storm covering 4 of that attack for 5 there. It's now up to Andrew to keep these angels alive, or he may find one of his win conditions kind of fizzling
He doesn't need to
away.
keep them alive.
Feels like
He can just let them die.
Further and further away for Randy Davis over there. Looks like
He has enough of a life barrier with them that he can just let them die and then just spam heralds for the rest of the game, and the Genesises will win the game by themselves.
That's functional, an extra 11 life.
He's dealing 2 arcane and gaining 2 health every turn right now, so he can just do whatever he wants. This is just over.
Incapable of gaining life from the life half of that arcane siege, though it generates 4 rune chants. It also gives Andrew a priority window to
Also, opponent should be at 2 less life right now.
In his hand.
He gained life earlier in the game when he shouldn't have.
Can just be soaked up by the Spectral Shields, each of which will be pinging Randy Davis for 1 arcane each, thanks to Merciful Retribution. So would need to pitch a little bit on Andrew Cook to not lose one of these angels. Swarming Gloomveil, though, great way to start the turn for Randy.
I think Rosetta might be more broken.
Go again while your Prism opponent has set up this match. Grasp of the
It's at least in the top 5, though.
Looks like Gloomveil attacking Archangel of Ravages wants to get rid of that potential win condition first.
4 arcane coming across as well. Though, if he chooses to let this ward resolve, he will lose his action point. Opting instead to get the full value out of Sakam.
Huh?
And he goes ahead and AB3
No shot. Where is this going?
16 while Randy is at 10.
Randy incapable of gaining life from the life half of that Arcane Seeds, though it generates 4 rune chance. It also gives Andrew a priority window to play out the Arclight Sentinel in his hand.
Not only that, these can just be soaked up by the Spectral Shields, each of which will be pinging Randy Davis for 1 Arcane each, thanks to Merciful Retribution. So would need to pitch a little bit on Andrew Cook to not lose one of these Angels. Swarming Gloomveil, though, great way to start the turn for Randy Davis over here. And you need to have go again while your Prism opponent has set up this match. Grasp of the Arcanite as well has not.
He's oh my god.
Gloomveil attacking Archangel.
Are you kidding me?
Wants to get rid of that potential win condition first.
Oh, wait. Did he let the last rune chant kill it?
Though, if he chooses to let this ward resolve, he will lose his action point.
What the fuck?
Opting instead to get the full value out.
Does Andrew not know how this works? He can just let the Secum absorb one of the arcane pings, and then that fizzles the Swarming Gloomveil and he loses his action point. Huh?
Going to the pit zone and attacking the Merciful Retribution finally. So that's the last ping of Arcane for now until we see further Merciful Retributions hit the field.
A bit of a pseudo weapon sticking on the board here in the form of this Archangel of War.
Okay.
A threat that is going to keep growing out of Randy's reach. And though he has started to deal with a little bit of that nasty board state, it may be too little too late. He is at 8 with Andrew Cook at 5 with Ward 7 on the board and 4 cards to work with here. Though his hand does seem a little bit clunky, he is capable of resolving this Arclight Sentinel, since Vestige of Soul will turn these yellows into blues, thanks to a card already having gone into his soul because of Genesis.
No for the Figments to speak of, though, and despite Vestige of Soul being online, a little bit resource light, it seems like. You don't want to just resolve ALS without sending any other damage.
Doesn't bro just like main Prism?
Attack with the Angel and resolve ALS. It looks like it's going to be ALS plus Pierce Reality
So,
with the passing Mirages.
You declare attack target when you play the attack. So I'm going to cast Swarming Gloomveil. Declare attack target. I am going to attack your Angel. He indicated he is attacking an Angel. Rune Chants go on the stack. Rune Chants now have a response window. Do you have a response to the Rune Chants? No. I will move to the replacement effect of either Arcane Barrier or Ward. I will choose to use Ward to prevent the damage. So he can choose to use the Angel as the prevention effect for the Arcane there. So if he chooses the Angel that was targeted for the attack as the replacement effect for the Arcane, the attack target is no longer there for the Swarming Gloomveil. It resolves as an attack with no target, fizzles, goes to the grave. We'd never reach the point in combat where the game will check for go again, so you will lose your action point. He could have just time-walked him. He could have kept the whole ass grip and just time-walked him. Lose all 3 shields, lose the Angel, deal 3 arcane damage from the Merciful. Your turn is over. Okay. But doesn't really matter. He's going to win this game anyways.
As well. Looks like another win condition being added to the slew of win conditions for Andrew Cook. Looks like Herald
just one of those little frustrating to watch.
Combination of Passing Mirage and Pierce Reality, allowing Andrew to make use of that effect as well.
Bromain's Prism, you should know that.
Light of Soul trigger on this game. This one whiffing for the first time.
Looks like we just have a quick judge call regarding the timing of the Light of Soul. We'll be right back in this game for you folks. Round 14 of US Nationals, shaping up to be, I think it was a bit of a nail-biter, but right now I would say Andrew Cook is firmly in the lead with his Prism board state. I'm not sure how Randy Davis will be able to navigate himself out of this.
Yeah, it really does look like our Red Illusionist has this.
But I'm winning
now.
It's the same reason why Halo for Ravages works for breaking your opponent's turn. When you attack one of the Angels, I can Halo for Ravages, shoot myself with the Arcane, choose the Angel you targeted with an attack for the replacement effect for the Arcane, and then your attack target is no longer there. It is the exact same thing, but obviously your opponent making rune chance and swinging at you is significantly better than blowing your halo for that.
Felling of the crowns in his plate. Is drawing his hand back up, and the judge call has been resolved. It's over to Randy Davis. 5 cards to work with.
Just to catch everyone back up, that was an Arclight Sentinel resolved on Andrew Cook's side, while he still has Bellona and Pierce Reality and Passing Mirage and a whole bunch of Spectral Shields as well.
Well, Arclight is definitely GG. Opponent's going to take Arcane from... Oh, the Merciful's no longer here. Yeah, him not breaking his turn there is actually a really big deal, because it means that he can no longer just get a free win condition from his Merciful. Like, this basically turned from impossible to lose to possible to lose.
Not that much damage left in his deck. It seems these hands have been getting pretty light on Heralds, only finding one here. He's going to use these Genesis triggers to establish a little bit more defensive power and do some digging, but that's still not another Herald. He only has one to work with in this hand, though he does have an Angelic Wrath to back it up. Cracking the goal.
Yeah, I'm a little confused by some of the decisions that Andrew has made with this deck. I was watching his game with Majin, and this is one of the turns that I walked over and started watching. So you're gonna have to visualize with me here, chat. You just open your mind's eye. I'm gonna name off some cards. You're gonna have to visualize with me, okay? Majin, the life totals are not relevant to the game. They are extremely healthy. No one's really taken damage yet. It does not matter. The only permanent in play for Prism right now is a library. There's also some figments. Majin is attacking with a Command and Conquer. Andrew's hand... Andrew has a Genesis and Arsenal. And his hand is a Blue Wrath, a Yellow Herald, another Yellow Herald, and a Figment. The Figment, I think, was like War or Ravages. It was like not a relevant Figment to be like, oh, it's cringe that it's in my hand. And I believe one of the Heralds was War Tune. I don't remember what the other one was. So again, Genesis and Arsenal, Yellow Herald, Blue Wrath, Figment. We got some Prism gamers in here. What do you think the play is? What would you do in this situation? I'll give you a moment to think on that. Pretend there's Jeopardy music playing right now. Do 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 do. What do you guys think is the play? Let me hear in chat. What do you think is the play here? Again, library in play. Genesis and Arsenal. Yellow Herald, Blue Wrath, Figment in hand. I'll tell you what I would do here. I would play the Genesis, and then on my turn, I would put a card into my Hero's Soul. If I draw a yellow, I'm going to pitch 2 yellows to flip my Figment. I believe he had a protection in play. And swing the Figment. This gives me 2 yellows, so I'll draw back up to 5. If I hit a blue off of my Genesis, I will pitch the blue to flip and swing my Figment, arsenal a card. I won't get the library trigger, but I still have 5 cards. That is not what Andrew did. I did not see the vision that Andrew saw. What he did was pitch Figment, crack Halo, obviously draw ALS. I had never considered crack Halo, draw ALS as an option there. I don't even understand that play where if your plan was like, oh, I'm gonna like, I don't know, crack Halo, flip an angel here. You don't pitch the Figment, you pitch the blue, because you're gonna use the $2 to flip afterwards. I guess if you're gonna pitch another card afterwards, it doesn't super matter, because then you can go, you have $1 floating, and then you pitch the blue for $4, and then you play the Genesis, I guess, and you waste $1. I don't understand what the play is there. Like, if we did not draw ALS, I do not know what the play was there. I am baffled by that line of play. I have been literally thinking about this turn ever since I saw it a week ago, or a few days ago, whatever the fuck it was, on Saturday last weekend. Trying to rationalize that play and try to figure out what the logic was there. I cannot for the life of me figure it out. End of a long tournament. Players are tired. There's always that as an option. But he tanked on that for a long-ass time. Like, there was a plan there, and I do not see what the plan was. Shrug.
And it looks like Arclight Sentinel heading to the Soul off of the Genesis trigger, turning on Vested of Soul as well. I think he wants to start resolving some of these Heralds, Ellie. He also has Angelic Wrath in his hand as well to back those Heralds up. On top of the Pierce Reality and Passing Mirage, Herald of Protection hitting the field 8. Go again. No Phantasm thanks to Passing Mirage.
I was going to say, you might miss it in the sea of permanence here, but this does not have Phantasm thanks to Passing Mirage being on the board. This plethora of poppers and Randy Davis's grip here not proving to be particularly useful in this case, and he does have to cover up 8 damage before it gets out of hand. Thankfully, he still has a fair bit of armor to work with here with this Bark Skin up.
I think that's a bad mentality to stop figuring out others, especially when it comes to competitive card games. My mindset when it comes to card games is when someone does something that I don't understand, I assume they know something that I don't. I always assume they know something that I don't. Because either I'm going to learn something from them, or there's trickery afoot. Like, oh, my opponent did something that doesn't make sense. This only makes sense if something really weird or niche is going on, like they play an attack reaction that their deck doesn't typically play, and this suspicious play is telegraphing to me that something else is happening here. I always assume my opponent knows more than I do. I always assume everyone knows more than I do with things. I'm never going to assume that I know more than someone else. So that's why I've been thinking about this so hard. I'm like, what was the plan? Because he clearly knows what he's doing with Prism. So maybe I can learn something there, you know? Like I would love to learn something new about Prism and consider an alternative play line. For example, I would never have made that Shariah play earlier, but it worked out really well for him. To me, it seemed completely silly to throw away your Shariah there, but he snowballed the game off of it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I am playing my Shariah incorrectly, and I'm now discovering a new way that I can use the most powerful card in my deck to leverage that to victory. Maybe I'm being too patient with it, and I'm waiting for the right setup to go off where it's guaranteed win. I don't need to guarantee the win. Just fucking play the Pot of Greed and then put it back in your deck and do it again later. I want to learn from... If I wasn't watching these games to learn, why would I be watching them? I'd rather just play the game. That's more entertaining to me, you know?
No non-attacks to block with in this hand, and we know there's an Angelic Wrath waiting in Andrew's hand. 2 of them to pump this attack up to a massive amount of damage. 11 first and maybe 13 if he chooses to resolve the second one.
Does he have a defense?
Oh, I'm starting to hear it. Ellie's voice was dying by the end of the week, and I'm starting to hear it. She popped off a little too hard.
Not even counting the soul trigger that he can do to bring it up to 6. Randy Davis in a very, very tough spot. Still has the well-grounded available, though, to go ahead and perhaps prevent an extra 2 damage.
Little bit tough that he played exactly the yellow one and not the blue one. He was
Now, I will say the not doing the replacement effect on your Angel thing, that was definitely just a mistake.
But he wouldn't be able to cover it up since it's the yellow one. Just one would come across. He's going to go get back that Figment of your Edition that he put back in his deck 5 or 6.
Like, there's just no reason to not make that play. But as far as other things go, like I want to use these as learning opportunities to grow as a player.
Your winner at 12-2 in round 14 of Swiss is Andrew Cook.
Let's get to Lucas.
Through your mind. Time now, you have made top 8 at U.S. Nationals. Just tell me about what's going through your mind right now.
Vegas, baby. I normally hate this place, but apparently it's lucky for me. Going 12-2 and being able to top 8 2 nationals in the span of 3 years is amazing. I just honestly, I don't know what to say. Going into this event, I thought CC would be a bit of a struggle, maybe. A bunch of matchups I thought were close, but you could get a little unlucky, and that has not been the case.
No, it
so
hasn't
far.
been a struggle
It
at
has
all.
Not
In
been,
fact,
not been a struggle.
you haven't lost in CC this
No,
entire
I'm
day.
currently 8-0 in CC, with one more round to go. Planning on making that 12 in a few rounds.
Yeah, I totally believe in you given what you have shown thus far. But there's an important part of this tournament that I think we also have to talk about. And I just have a feeling, Lucas, like you have gotten good at limited. Would you say yourself that you took the time to go ahead and get good at limited?
Indeed, not only did I take time to get good at limited, but we also have good limited to get good at now.
Okay.
High C's absolutely phenomenal. I cannot say enough about the set. I am in love with the blues. I am in love with the equipment. I am in love with gold. I am in love with Treasure Island. I'm excited for Singapore.
Awesome.
That's my main thoughts from this tournament, honestly.
Also excited for Singapore, and I'm excited to see what you do in this tournament. Tell me a little bit about
I fucking love Lucas.
matchups that you're hoping for. You're our second person to lock. The other person is a Verdance. It's of course Majin. So you guys clearly made a great choice in this tournament. I believe we may have.
He's such a goober.
Right now, so we're kind of putting together the picture of this top 8. What else are you hoping fills out the top 8? What are you scared of making the top 8?
Yeah, so what I would like to see, I think, is Orion. A lot of them have been kind of getting beaten up by Caleb and I, but I think that is a good matchup.
It's true, though.
I think that there are
This set's so good, and every other set they've made sucks ass at limited. It's just true.
I think most of the matchups are reasonable. I think Azalea and Nu are probably the trickiest matchups, but I beat an Azalea and a Nu this weekend. I beat Jude Cornett. Some people might know who he is, a very good young player.
Yeah, still in striking distance of top 8 in this tournament.
Absolutely. And so, yeah, I would like to avoid those kind of like assassin, disruptive decks and just stick to boring old Earth decks where you just blow them out of the water with Storm Riders.
Sounds like a fine plan. Again, I'm so proud of the work you put in. You are truly becoming one of the superstars of the game, and I wish you nothing but the best in the top 8, my friend.
Thanks, Brian.
You're very welcome.
That was a good interview. That was funny.
From Las Vegas, and a couple fresh faces to the ever, and we've got Jake
Erickson, and he's just been crushing on Kasai for such a long time. So
Oh, we're playing Pot of Greed Azalea. Let's fucking go.
Finish. Meanwhile, we went and looked up Jacob Lance. Jacob, not someone I'm personally familiar with, so I was like, let's see about the finishes I may have missed over time. There's nothing. We know nothing about Jacob Lance. This seems like the absolute breakout performance for him, and what a way to do it. Maybe bringing Azalea over the LL line. What a way to start your big-time Flesh and Blood career.
Absolutely, he grabbed.
I think Azalea was a good pick for this event. I almost brought it.
If only we could all be so lucky piloting the ace in the hole. I do want to highlight, if I can, New Horizon in the weapon zone. As he
I only got 3 foil Restless Bones. What the fuck?
In the equipment zone.
Huh?
The endless arrow plays the take game, plays the lace with inertia, and
What
gets
the
that endless
fuck?
arrow down with dominate and some pretty nice on hit effects in the inertia. But you talked a little bit before the match as we checked out that equipment loadout as we sat down about what some of the new cards from High Seas are bringing and why some of these players are
I'm really surprised that Jacob did not play the new pump.
Easier. And for Azalea, you know, the New Horizon setup isn't anything new. We just saw it
Calling the big guns. This card is so good in New Horizons Azalea, and he just wasn't playing it. I was really surprised by that.
Park a face-up card in that arsenal. We're seeing them comfortable making the move to New Horizon. No question why. That card undeniably one of the most powerful equipments ever printed.
Colin took 6 after playing out the Shelter from the Storm from hand and has the inertia, so you can see immediately starting to filter, put a resource into the Iron Song versus he needs to utilize all the cards in his hand because they're going to the bottom of the deck one way or the other, either from the pitch or from the hand thanks to that inertia. So we're going to start things off with the Unsheathed. It threatens the Courage thanks to the versus. Got Go again thanks to the Unsheathed. And of course the Saber effect live if Jacob wants to do some blocking.
Great start on Jacob Lance's side. Gets that dominated arrow on turn 0 and sets the inertia. So Colin Erickson set up to play from behind for a little while. But Kasai can do this very well. And we know Colin Erickson has been in this position so many times before.
5 damage on the chain. Let's see. Jake Jacob is working with in the hand. A couple of Bolton shots and a Heat Seeker, but only one pump, and we know it's an endless
It's a
arrow
reasonable
down
hand.
there in the arsenal. So have to look here. Figure out Jacob Lance here going down to 35. Just get his
I might
back
block with
damage
one of the bolting shots.
No reactions from Colin because of the go again. Gets that courage. Interesting, Jacob didn't want to get any defensive value out of those cards, and it is just the command and conquer.
Oh, that
coming
changes
down
things.
from Colin. So now Jacob here, he's probably going to get some defense value, but thanks to the courage, this thing comes in for 7. So he's once again looking down at the endless arrow. And remember,
Like, one of the big problems with playing New Horizons Death Dealer Azalea is the Death Dealer doesn't let you sideload. Calling the big guns actually lets you sideload. It's so important. It was such a big buff to the deck.
Gotta feel good if you're in Colin Erickson's seat. I mean, you're facing down inertia on turn 0 and still able to put together a really nice turn here.
Look at this. Jacob Lance says no blocks and enacts one of my favorite plays in Flesh and Blood, honestly, is in letting the command and conquer hit. Not because you have to, but because you've decided the value proposition is just not in the favor.
Yeah, it's almost always better in Azalea to just let the command and conquer hit than to block it. Though that math changes a little bit when you're playing New Horizons, because you can just block 3 cards, flip, and then pass and get a double arsenal. You don't really get that option when you're playing with the other hat.
It's funny, time and time again, we see Kasai in our feature match area, and we're like, Kasai, slow, grindy, control deck. This is going to take a while. And then Kasai just comes out firing and drops a bunch of damage.
Going to go ahead and load in here. It's the Heat Seeker.
Someone drew an extra arrow.
So now we have to wait and find out what the follow-up is going to be. Something I also want to highlight, we highlighted the New Horizon. The thing we didn't highlight is the gold foil bullseye bracers. So clearly, Jacob, even though he's not, you know, maybe the most decorated tournament player, he's got a decorated suite of equipment over there.
Maybe it'll, yeah.
Gold foil bullseye bracers. This dude clearly likes his Rangers, and maybe looking to finally put a major top finish to his name while this hero that clearly he loves is still legal. 3 Bolton shots in the pitch.
What didn't you think of that way? Or the
Where's the rain razor, Sam?
I don't know. I mean,
the block and flip thing?
all of them if he had one. This is now a Heat Seeker for 8, so we've used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards to come in with a Heat Seeker for 8 after losing the arsenal to a command and conquer.
What happened? What did he pitch to?
Gold
Quiver? There's no way that's the play. Alright, that's a missequence. You always fire the Heat Seeker, then crack the quiver. Because the quiver's an instant. So you just shoot the Heat Seeker, and then wait to see what your opponent does. Because they from their POV, you might be snapping this Heat Seeker, so you're just like bleeding info. Whatever. No box cracking tonight. We've just been sorting. I'm currently actually sorting the foils for you.
And maybe looking to finally put a major top finish to his name while this hero that clearly he loves is still legal. 3 Bolton shots in the pitch for Jacob Lance here.
Where's the rain razor, Sam?
I don't know. I mean, he probably wouldn't have pitched all of them if he had one. This is now a Heat Seeker for 8, so we've used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards to come in with a Heat Seeker for 8 after losing the arsenal to a command and conquer. Not a great spot for Jacob Lance. Colin, though, he's off an arsenal from that inertia, so he does have to think about just precisely how much he wants to respect the potential of this Heat Seeker on hit. Not a card you're used to seeing in Azalea, but that's part of why New Horizon.
And now the opponent can make like a really informed block here where they know for a fact there's no rain razors behind this, so there's no guessing game. There's like a really big leak here.
Colin really having to think about this Heat Seeker, putting him a bit in the blender.
Let's see what he's working with. Couple of blade flurries, unsheath, and a slice and dice.
I believe he wins ultimately, but it's still, you know, don't do that.
I want to let this Heat Seeker hit clearly because of the way that the engine of the New Horizon deck comes online in these Azalea decks. see one card face up, one card face down all the time. Normally,
That is 3 bolting shots in pitch. You are correct. I probably would have defended with one of those if I was Jacob. His hand was Reed, Bolt, Heat Seeker. An opponent attacked with a Command and Conquer. I didn't catch what the arsenal was. And he just said no blocks, lost his arsenal. I think I at least block with one of the bolting shots. Because if you draw another arrow there, you're just boned. So I just want to make sure I get full value out of all my cards. But whatever. Is Kasai a real deck now, or is it a skill diff from Colin? I mean, he's very good at Kasai. There's no doubt there. As Caster's been glazing him, he plays this deck a lot. I think Kasai is a reasonable deck. I think she got better with the set for sure. The gold gem is a big buff for her. And I think the meta went in such a direction this event that was a little favorable for Kasai. Like, I think she went from like a bad meta pick to you can gem roulette into good matchups. Prism got more popular, and that's typically a warrior favored matchup. It's not like Prism can't win. It's just you're a little behind as Kasai. I'm sorry, you're a little behind as Prism versus Kasai. And you actually have game as Kasai into the Earth Heroes. If you can connect with your on-hits and get your money, both of your money payoff cards can basically win the matchup by themselves. So it's just navigating to a game state where you can actually generate your tokens. I think Azalea is also typically slightly warrior favored, but the New Horizons version of the deck has a lot more play into this matchup. And you can definitely win on Azalea. Again, it's probably like a 60-40 favoring Kasai. So again, I think the meta shifted in such a way that was good for Kasai. But the meta could have very easily shifted a different direction. Like, initially, a lot of people were thinking Wizard was going to have this really big uptick because of it being a Florian meta. And if it went that direction, I think you're just an absolute fucking dog. Like, you're not beating all these ignorant combo decks. You're playing too fair of a game. You can't beat these combo decks. I don't know what the Gravy matchup is like. I think that's definitely something to consider there, too. I could also see you being behind versus Puffin if that became popular, because Puffin wants to get value on both sides of the turn cycle, and you basically always allow Puffin to get value on defense. You're not like taking off turns as Kasai. What else is there in the game right now? We got the Wizards, we got the Earth Heroes, we got Prism, we got Azalea, we got the Necro, we got the new mech. Is there anything else relevant in the meta? Let's look at Heroes. Syndra was also pretty popular at this event, and I could see that being a really good matchup. You got the Armor Fridge to ignore what they're doing and then just outvalue them, because most of the value you're getting on Syndra is in getting your on-hit with the Mask or your Chain Ender. You're both getting +1 value every turn. You're getting +1 value with your boots on Kasai, and you're getting +1 value with the Flick Knives as Syndra. So that kind of is a wash. You're never getting any on-hits with your Mask, basically. So you're probably supposed to go Lynx in that matchup, to be honest. And Kasai has an Armor Fridge, which kind of negates a lot of the other value you're generating in Syndra. And then if you ever see a Blood in your hands in the matchup, you just win instantly. So there's really no card you draw on Syndra that just, like, ends the game. And you're not fighting over copper. So long as you see a Blood in her hands, you're going to win the game. Brutes are not actually part of this metagame. That's just, like, a meme. Fucking imagine playing a deck who's playing mid-range and just trying to get +1 value around when Florian exists. What a meme. I think that's it for, like, the meta decks. Oh, Assassin. You just take a fat shit on every assassin. You just dump on assassin. I don't know. I don't have the thing up of the meta spread. I'm just looking at heroes legal in CC on February right now. Assassin was really popular. You take a fat one on all of those. You take a fat one on the Syndras. You've got a lot of game into most of the meta. I think Warrior was a pretty good pick for this event. I think it was a meta pick. But it could have gone very wrong. The meta could have shifted to being Wizard, and then you're just, like, getting lunch. Going to play the battle hard through the calling.
Yeah, one of the best things about New Horizons, once that face-up card is in Arsenal, just float it forever.
Anyways.
You end up with something like a power card. You know, I was watching a match previously, saw a Codex of Frailty just floating out there in the Arsenal zone forever. What a threat to play the game under, and there's no real loss of efficiency for the player in that scenario.
Slice and dice, unsheath. Going to be played here, and the Courage of Bladehold, I think, immediately popped as well in order to make sure that this turn remains without needing anything to pitch.
A little bit of a bailout there for the Kasai player.
And you heard Colin just describe exactly what the math is. It's going to be 6 into 5 off of the 2 cards.
I appreciate that. That saves a lot of time.
And
I frequently am always asking the Kasai, can you just tell, what's the face-up math here? Like, you're hellbent, there's no funny business in your hand right now.
That's a pretty impressive turn here off of just the 2 cards.
Yeah, again, Kasai just finds ways, finds damage where other heroes cannot, plays small hands.
I will say, as I mentioned earlier, Kasai's a fairly fair deck. If people are doing really unfair things, I think you're not in a great spot in the metagame. Your damage is incredibly flat. You're basically just playing about on rate every turn. Maybe more on rate when you're drawing a card, but then that demands that you had a hand that actually is able to play every card in your hand, including a random card draw, which is not something you're always able to do. But I think if you're able to trigger your hero power frequently, then you're playing above rate.
He's in danger, falling pretty low already after the Command and Conquer hit, and after this turn from Colin Erickson.
But we might not necessarily be in a metagame where just being slightly above rate is good enough.
We'll see if it's the correct call or not as time moves on.
Things like Gravy Bones exist now. That might not be good enough. That's just not what the game is about currently, potentially. Not for sure, just potentially.
Plenty of time on the clock, and this is their win in for this top 8. They know this is for all of the marbles as Jacob calls for no blocks, is now down a half of Colin's life total. 34 playing 17 as Colin passes the turn. The Tunic
Well, I'm gonna assume that we resolve both a Pot of Greed and a Red in the Ledger here. Otherwise, this is way too much life to come back from.
In our feature match area, Jacob Lance looks entirely comfortable.
Pitching a Pot of Greed, so probably have another one.
Not seeing any discomfort, and also seems committed to his game plan, knows what he wants to achieve. As I mentioned, using that life total as a resource, and now we'll have to see if he's gotten himself into a position where he's ready for his offensive salvos to come out.
We haven't played a red yet, right? It's only turn 2, so it's like literally just one, the Heat Seeker and Bolting Shot turn so far.
This is going to be a particularly long matchup where you're trying to work towards a big blood on her hands finish, but a little scary to put 2 of those out of your deck if you have to over-defend on this turn cycle.
Colin here immediately reaching for those Valiant Dynamos and both of those blood in her hands, and you have to imagine Jacob
Pump
knew this was
Codex.
possible, knew this was coming, and has some other follow-up. We see 1 Codex of Inertia
Heat
in
Seeker?
the pitch zone. You have to imagine Jacob has
Nope.
a way to continue the turn. He knew that Bolt Shot was going to get blocked out. That Valiant Dynamo was too easy to use. It is going to be the Bullseye Bracers. It's gold foil, but it has the same effect. This Remorseless coming in with that additional point of value.
Huh.
And Colin just folds the whole hand. So Jacob took the whole hand, and for the first time in this game is really going to be able to utilize...
What was the hand from Kasai?
Imagine Jacob on here immediately reaching for those
Double Blood,
Valiant
a
Dynamos.
blue hit and run,
We see 1 Codex of
and
in the pitch
a blue...
zone.
Yeah, the hand sucked ass. Okay, this makes sense. I was like, I think I would just try to leverage the life difference here and just try to kill the Azalea, but that hand was just
in this game is really
dog.
going to be able to utilize an arsenal at the beginning of his next turn.
Shifting back to a defensive
Absolute
posture.
cheek
This
sand.
Colin Erickson has picked up that 3rd blood on her hands with the draw here. As I said, I don't think it's as vital in this matchup if he's forced out of it. I also want to call out.
Oh, the Blood on Our Hands is really good in this matchup. It's just
Warmonger's diplomacy.
does not seem like that is what this game is about. And that's like one of the things on Kasai, identifying what this game is going to be about.
Well, probably not.
If opponent's just like trading life with you ignorantly, okay, I don't need to. If I'm ahead enough, I don't need to Blood on Our Hands. If we're going down together, then I probably need to have a Blood on Our Hands to flip the game. If they're just blocking me way too hard, okay, I probably need to make some gold tokens and play Raise an Army.
Positive outcomes from those blind flips as something like a rain razor into Bolton shot off death.
Oh, here comes the big turn. Is there a Pot of Greed? Doesn't look like it.
Go ahead and load this up with a bunch of pumps if you would like, which it does.
Oh, it's only one arrow. Wait, why are we playing this Rain Razors? Huh? Oh, did he Azalea into the rain?
No, all pumps. Oops, all pumps is the cereal of choice for Jacob.
Eyebrows and Colin. He's like, uh-huh. Okay.
There is an open arsenal zone. Jacob deciding, does he want to keep
Don't think you can reload.
Just throwing the biggest Bolton shot you've ever seen.
You need no cards in Arsenal for reload to work.
A really interesting question, given the fact that Colin does have that Warmongers, and I wonder if this is a spot where
If you have no cards in Arsenal, you may put a card from your hand face up into your Arsenal. You cannot reload there. Yeah, that's pretty big.
And that would be pretty backbreaking.
I'm curious what the Arsenal was. Probably an arrow.
Could have gotten the value on this.
The only thing that really makes sense.
True damage through, because if Colin is keeping that Warmongers, that means he would have to go ahead and take whatever damage comes over the top. It looks like he grabs it in the hand there, puts back the Iron Song versus. That thing's not stopping non-hit effect. Maybe he wants to keep it until it does. Let's see what else he's working with. Precision press.
Yeah, he went back into the hand, and now it was originally a Warmonger.
Blood Mong. Is that a Fate?
What is he debating
And a
now?
blue?
Is that a Fate for scene? Yeah, I believe that's a
It
Fate
is.
for scene. So he was probably considering.
You know you play this game too much when you can tell that was a Fate.
On a future turn. Looks like he is going to go ahead and just play it all here.
Block with the entire hand, sure.
Unable to see what that Fate for scene was, but he's just going to go ahead and let that Warmongers hit the combat chain as a blocking card. Looks like that is going to cover up the entirety of that 15.
Picks up another Warmongers.
And a shelter from the storm.
The turn just heads back to Jacob lands here, so Jacob rewarded for keeping this pump around.
Lose the tension into the Death Dealer, pitch away the Rain Razors. Heat Seeker, let's see what the rip is off the top. A couple of
Pot of Greed.
and
Oh, Pot of Greed!
play the Heat Seeker. Maybe a Codex. Looks like a
We're so back, boys. Brother, it's not play the... What? Oh, is that Blood Rot?
Marble Codex.
Oh, that's not a Pot of Greed.
Bullseye Bracers.
That's not Pot of Greed at all.
Look like a player that hasn't hit a top finish to me.
Yeah, feels like somebody who knows his way around Azalea, for sure. But it proves such a good point, Sam. I talk ad nauseum about how good Flesh and
That's a blue snatch that always hits.
And yeah, a lot of times when I'm talking about that, I'm talking about, you know, the Michael Fungs, the Michael Hamiltons, those names. No, I'm talking about the people who we haven't seen before. Somebody like Jacob Lance, who is entirely capable of becoming our U.S. national champion.
And look at this, the Warmongers was parked away in the Arsenal, shelter from the storm. That had to stay in the hand because of the release, the tension. And there are two different effects keeping cards out of the Arsenal for Colin. So Jacob has to know that that card in the Arsenal is going to be deployed on this turn. He's not going to be happy when he sees just what card it is, because he's got his first 6-card hand of the game. He's got a Heat Seeker trigger, which brings in a release the tension. That's so good. That's a pump. There's a random face down card for the Ponder, and there's a Warmonger's Diplomacy on the combat chain.
Yeah, it was all...
That was really cool until the Warmongers was played.
Warmonger's Diplomacy.
Everybody's got a plan until Warmonger's Diplomacy hits the combat chain.
Shake of the head there from Jacob. I am positive someone as experienced with Azalea as Jacob looks to be has been through this before, knows what it's all about. And look at that hand.
Clenched up.
That's a strange one. We are codex flooded this go around, and you see why Jacob.
That's an effing chat if I ever heard one.
Two frailty, one blood rot, and endless arrow.
I cast Pot of Greed, which draws me 0 cards from my deck.
Those non-attacks, that's all he's going to be able to do. Like you said, he's seen this card before. That's not making this sting any less.
Don't know what the face down card is, but war has been declared. So that makes me feel like the face down card is an arrow here. Or,
hope so.
Or you could just pass it and do nothing and try and put something together with this 6-card hand that you accumulated.
Yeah, but the six
I mean,
cards play together
if you're gonna
too.
do nothing, you would just play a Codex probably.
Maybe if the
Just call
Quiver
peace.
Rustling leaves, he found a drill shot, so he is able to at least present some form of pressure. And for Colin, the Valiant Dynamos have been sitting with that -1 counter ever since like 3 turns ago. Hasn't been able to attack. He's just been on defense, so that drill shot.
Oh, that's interesting. He's presenting Kabuto as his only helmet.
Threatening to put the
Because you
gun
certainly
in
wouldn't play that into this matchup.
basically the remainder of this game. He's gonna buy up the full block from Colin.
Yeah, Jacob has to feel good to at least get a card here from this attack. Having a think is Jacob Lance.
I have to wonder if he's thinking about activating the Quiver simply to get some of those cards out of the hand.
I could see that being the play.
That's pretty
here.
reasonable.
I think it can make a lot of sense.
I don't want that many pot of greeds in my hand.
Decides.
The problem is that they're all going to be in your stack for later, but I don't think that this game is going to come back around to our stack.
If you're fans of Kasai, you are so happy to see Colin be able to rip that card out.
Sure, but this means that this is like the only blocking helmet he's playing.
It's not going to be an arrow. It is
And
going
that's
to be activation of the Quiver.
just a little surprising.
Maybe even better for Jacob because he got the cards out of the hand and he doesn't have to lose the Quiver.
Yeah.
He gets to keep it around for a future
I think
turn.
that's a totally fine outcome. You just needed some filtration there, and Quiver.
Oh, did I already pull them for you?
Did exactly what it needed to do
Yeah.
in that scenario. How you feeling about some results, Sam? Do you want to know what's going on some other tables?
I could be persuaded to receive some results.
Okay. Do you remember we talked about the possibility of there being no Florians in this top 8?
We certainly did.
I lied. There's
Okay.
2 Florians in this top 8.
Oh.
They have both won. They're winning in. That's Adrian Gebhardt and Randy Davis. Look to be locked for top 8, eliminating Patrick McGregor on Kasai and Tommy Holshan on Arachne Marionette.
Got a couple Florians in the top 8. Got some damage over the top as the Blade Runner went on the hot streak. 2 different ways for that thing to go again. Now the Centauri Saber comes around as we just put the Steel Blade Shunt into the pitch and the that all you got. 2 defense reactions for Colin. Put in the pitch zone, and while he did get some damage across, Jacob is down to 11. Importantly, Valiant Dynamo back online. We have to see how much value that thing is going to get over the course of the game, given what it can do. Wow, now we're finally going to get to see what this New Horizon deck wants to do. 6-card hand and 2 pumps in the arsenal. This could be a really, really big turn from Jacob, especially with that Tunic counter on 3.
Yeah, and we're loading up all over the place here. Double pump already happens. Here's the Death Dealer activation. We'll take a look at the rip here. Searing
Oh, we have a pot of greed.
With Frailty Premeditate
Ooh,
and another
double
Searing
arrow
Shot.
though.
Searing Shot plus that Codex. The Snapdragon Scaler is going to have to come
Wait,
into full
I don't know
load
which
and
pot of
lock
greed that
this
is. That might not be pot of greed. If that's a blood rot, this is
Like
good.
it right now, Sam.
Searing Shot, a nice and powerful 0-cost arrow with that on-hit of the Loss of Life. Card I know quite well. Won many games off the back of Searing Shot. Jacob here has to give this one a think. He's got +3 from the Lakes of Frailty, +3 from the Reduce the Tension. Tech's not live on Reduce.
Reduce the
Colin
tension.
Not wanting to put any D-reacts in that arsenal. He pitched both away on the last turn, and we're partially seeing why. That released the tension.
Does that cost 1 less if you have an aim counter?
He knew he had to play around it. And play around it he has. 4 pumps into the Codex of Frailty. He's grabbing the Golden Shot to go wider. He doesn't need the Snapdragon Scaler. He is going to be able to go 2 arrow wide thanks to that Codex of Frailty. He has
This is not a pot of greed.
the other Searing Shot for his trouble.
This does not spark joy.
They all look similar. Yeah, all of them are similar.
As you can see, Kasai or Colin over there be like, wait, I thought you pitched. How many of those have I seen? No, all the
Yeah, I hate the Marvel codexes if you're like playing more than one set.
They're very cool. They're very cool, but they are hard to keep track of. 16 go again into 4 on hit, lose 1 is the play for Jacob. He is down a significant amount of life. 11 currently playing 28, but this is a huge turn as he finally gets to do what this deck wants to. A 6-card hand, 4 pumps, and a follow-up off the back of the New Horizon.
Good stuff from Jacob, but we talked a lot about Kasai's ability to go ahead and play with smaller hands. Now facing
Yeah, he's just needed to find a round here to like actually play the game. This like I'm gonna sit here blocking strategy isn't gonna work. He needs to he needs to block and put on pressure.
And now for Jacob, he gets to put that card in the arsenal. He draws 2 off both those ponders. Colin's probably...
He got that big life lead and then didn't do anything.
Frailty tokens and a Command and Conquer in the arsenal that he grabbed off the Codex of Frailty.
Obviously, kind of hard to fight through all the frailties, but still.
He has a real chance after being down 34 to 17 to put himself pretty squarely ahead, snatch the tempo, and maybe snatch up a spot in the top 8.
Has to keep
Calm down, Sam.
on the gas now. Can't afford one of those classic Azalea brick.
Sam's more excited about this guy getting top 8 than that guy is.
Breathe it all out, see what's on top. It's another premeditate, knock the death whistle in hand as well, seek and destroy. It's a lot of dominate, and not that much block available on Collins' equipment. We know it's a command and conquer in the arsenal. We know there's no defense reaction. Jacob will be getting some true damage across.
Are gonna fire off that last pump before we go ahead and knock the death whistle, and now Arsenal is open. Dominated arrow surely on tap here for Jacob Lance. What's the best one to find?
Especially given that the inertia threatens the command and conquer that Colin Erickson has.
I mean, you have to do that. I understand. You're trying to make it so there's no dead air. While I may not necessarily enjoy that all the time, you do kind of have to do that.
And just a killer, man. He has just been running it up literally since he had been playing for like a week. He had been playing for like a week, and immediately everybody in Los Angeles was like, oh no.
Honestly, it's pretty difficult doing that. I can't do the make sure there's no dead air. I mean, y'all are watching the stream. You know that I can't do it. You're witnessing it in real time that I can't do it. That's why we got a stream on. They're going to fill the dead air for me. Calculated.
Come back here after being down a significant portion of life.
I want to report this result from another table, Sam.
Okay.
That's a good way to fill the dead air, reporting results.
Pure outcome defining result, but Raj Parikh has just moved to 12 and 3.
This was so tragic. Raj got 9th.
Now, there is a possibility that should matches break a certain way, Raj can still potentially miss here. So if you're a fan of Raj, we're going to have to see how these other matches break. But in a strong position, he's done everything he possibly can to try and punch his ticket into the top 8.
Raj, another player that's been around for quite some time. Another really great dude is looking for that big top 8 finish to break through. Recent addition to that team, Runaways.
Yeah, we had a bunch of near misses from Top Cut at this past weekend. I'm pretty sure. Oh god, Shane. I think Shane got 9th at the calling or something.
4 on 13 has to take 9.
Falling to just
I don't disagree with you.
again, it feels like the onus is on Jacob.
I also don't really care for that, but
Despite the dominate having implications for Colin's life,
it is what it is. Like, they got to fill the air.
play with some cards this time.
And also,
Colin has been
you
able
know,
to get on the offensive. Had the life
I don't believe Sam was like a professional caster prior to this, and
activate that Kasai.
he's probably going to get better at filling the dead air as time goes on, as he does this for longer. Not that he's a bad caster. Sam is one of my favorite casters. It's Sam and Punkage, I think, are my favorite 2 casters.
Command and conquer, even though as I look over, Jacob actually is off the arsenal.
All good.
But like the filler commentary is probably going to get better over time.
Lethal ranges, and you really do want to steal some cards here from Jacob Lance. Make him a little uncomfortable. Jacob has picked up a decent
Like, you notice how Brian does it?
so that spells potential doom for
If he really has nothing else to say, he'll start talking about something
together, but I think Colin
else.
has just the right recipe for damage that might take him off a card or 2.
His way of filling the dead air is really good, but he's been doing this for a very long time.
5 damage.
Ken question too, Sam. With this arsenal clear, the coast is clear for a new horizon block on this turn as well.
100%.
And you want to get defensive value out of that card, you do need to kind of find a window to do so.
I think the type of dead air fill that I would like to see out of Sam in these spots instead would be him talking about like deeper game things, but that's
Here we see that new horizon
not usually his role,
put on the defense.
This surprises me.
and I'm not sure if he plays the game on a deep enough level that he could do that. Kind of like how Punkage does. Punkage will go like real deep on something and explain like the nuance of something really small and what that means. But Punkage plays like pretty competitively.
Command and
So
Conquer, given the inertia and seek and destroy effect, knowing there's 6 more damage, he wants to keep the life total high. He's willing to give up the New Horizon because he's taken the 6. He's going down to 5. Excuse me. Going down
Sam's
to
rule is just to make it exciting, you know?
Did he have a frailty?
Which he does. I think he brings the right kind of energy to the cast for what his job is.
Yeah, interesting.
Sometimes those life paths get off. We'll trust though that players are managing life totals appropriately and will keep us informed.
Here's the Codex of Bloodrot. That's going to take a card out of Colin's hand. He's got to give this one a
You know what would be so BM? If you just, like, played a codex and, like, one of these Marvel codexes and just, like, looked at your opponent for them to resolve the effect. Thankfully, like, all of them resolve by you doing the thing first. So there's no, like, real tangible way to angle shoot with that. But that'd be pretty cringe.
Ponder is going to refresh the hand for Jacob. He is in a pretty strong position. Kasai once again going to be activated.
Colin really trying to find that first gold.
Don't know what the card that Colin was able to establish in the arsenal is.
Raisin Army. Oh, no, it's Kasai.
Unsheathed here.
Too many cards with Kasai on them.
5 go again with the unsheathed.
Yeah, no resources floating here, no cards in hand, so Bloodrot Pox is going to do its thing on this turn. Colin certainly going to fall to 6. And a lot of cards in hand for Jacob Lance. This is face-up damage. Jacob knows what's happening here. Can choose to fall to 1 and fire back with that Azalea hand. Does he have the sauce?
We might be seeing Jacob Lance mount an
Obviously.
comeback with this
What an
hero so
idiot.
close
It's
to
obviously her
Bloodrot,
back.
and potentially be the player that puts her over the finish line. A hero that used to be a meme. A hero that used to be a joke. Azalea oft maligned as one of the weaker in the game before.
I do wish that Sam gave commentary more often that was of substance, not just filler.
And Jacob Lance potentially putting himself in the position to bring her to that promised land.
Jacob is pulling up blocks, though, and it's another double Codex hand. Just been completely Codex flooded in this game.
He's running Inertia, Bloodrot, and Frailty, I believe. I think we saw Inertia, and if so, we've definitely seen the others.
This makes sense with New Horizons as the headpiece. Also haven't seen Colin the big guns yet, so maybe just playing an older version of this setup, but doing so very, very effectively, and does choose to defend and keep Colin off gold yet one more time. Jacob saying time is in my favor. Looks like life totals have been corrected now. Jacob has fallen down to 5.
Yeah, because of the 1 damage from the Command and Conquer. Yeah, you can hear the players discussing. Yeah, that is the extra point of damage from the Command and Conquer, and then the Centauri Saber is put up by 1 because of the Endless Arrow, so 1 damage leaks over the top. Kasai going to connect first gold for Colin Erickson.
Yeah, so this just a pure life total defense from Jacob Lance. Wasn't trying to avoid the on-hit, but Colin Erickson falls to 6 here. Let's talk about equipment available. Have not been able to refresh those dynamos. Does have
That was Night Rain.
Look, it's just basically vanilla.
I've been meaning to try that at some point.
Nice to have on your side. Here's a Rain Razors to kick things off from Jacob. Death Dealer activation. Draw here feels important.
You're getting on. A comedy of codexes. Oh, but it's two different codexes. He can at least play both of them, right?
Over and over again, and Jacob has been in a position to shut the door, to absolutely punch his ticket to the top 8, but these codex are coming together at unfortunate times. Endless Arrow for 6 here, and this is something that Colin Erickson has to defend. Those Snapdragon. Oh, without the
I'm gonna wait for that to go on sale on Steam and then probably pick it up.
That is the problem here.
It's still Codex in hand.
It's Codex in hand, so I think it doesn't matter that much. I think you're snapping.
That being said, as soon as this game is over, I'm gonna be ending stream. So soon to be good night, everyone.
Colin's full hand, and you hope your next setup is just that
Probably finish this up on Friday.
by these codices.
So Snapdragon Scalers used on the Endless Arrow.
Assuming it will be the Codex of Frailty coming down for Jacob Lance.
And he doesn't want to lose the other one. But Frailty here, and time for another Command and Conquer for Colin Erickson. Back into the arsenal. And he has to lose either the take it on.
Does he still have a Command and Conquer? Nope.
Oh wait, did he banish the Command and Conquer?
Yeah, yeah. No Command and Conquer available here.
Oh, that's so awesome, dude. I didn't even see what he banished to the Kasai ability.
Was that forced, or was it possible that Colin could have chosen to banish another card?
I think you want to banish Command and Conquer there. I don't think you want to have a Command and Conquer at this stage of the game.
Colin Erickson he's used to banishing things for nourishing emptiness. He's used to getting attacks out of there. He shows us the Command and Conquers in the banish zone, which means he is able to have a little more defense.
If he had a Command and Conquer in the bin, that's like pretty game losing here, right? He'd block. Oh no, he's not dead. He'd block for 3, 4, 5.
Would have been forced to go ahead and
Take 2, go to 4.
But now has the 2 defensive cards available from some smart banishing on the Kasai ability.
Once again, though, even though these codexes have come together at awkward times, it is going to be Jacob Lance with the Ponder and the ability to play another 5-card hand at this point. Take it on the chin, going to be the call. Colin is
That's pretty good.
take some damage. Wants that agility token because he wants to actually.
Is it? We're only attacking for 2.
At the very least, it can go ahead and
It's just literally not lethal. There's a frailty.
And let's see.
This would be huge if there wasn't a frailty.
Make these swords free. Let's see what the rip off the top is. Also an important one.
Is playing through the frailty.
Now that could be good. It's actually a pretty good card.
Still offer these swords. I will say, you're playing against a warrior. You have to respect the attack reaction in some scenarios. So at least it makes things uncertain here from Jacob with that unknown card in hand. Picking up the D-React might be exactly what Colin wants in this scenario. Let's see if he can get Jacob to flinch here.
Yeah, does Jacob Lance blink? Does he consider the attack reactions that you know this Kasai deck is full of? Colin not finding something on this turn? Colin can, of course, get double go again, as he says, if an attack action blocks this hot streak. Even though this is not a pump, a sync below off the top is good for different reasons. The question
I think from Jacob's POV, you just like,
three and only one
don't block the first one, and if you do block anything, it's block the second one.
able to dominate a massive arrow. This game is freaking great.
Jacob reaching for a block here, and it's just a pump. This is going to cost Jacob significant damage on his clap back turn.
See what the hand is. If he pulls it back, there's a bunch of cards in there that are pumps. He has the one Bolton shot.
He's reaching for it, though. That tells me maybe an arrow in arsenal already, so does defend here, wants to be totally safe.
And Jacob Lance blinks. And you see Colin, he's considering, he's pondering, he is bluffing.
Yep,
He wants
100%.
Jacob Lance to think that he has an attack reaction. He wants him to worry. He wants him to sweat. He's already gotten the man to blink. Can he make him do it again? Here comes the Centauri Saber one more time for 1.
Colin trying to get the most bluff equity possible. He's gonna get another card. That
Sheesh.
is huge, Sam.
Another card block, the lace with Bloodshot put in front of the...
I don't think there's any reason to block the first one.
Considering he's blinking, his brow...
If you had a Blade Flurry, you're not dead.
He is BSing, dude. He gives the wave as he puts the card in the arsenal. Colin Erickson has been in this position time and time again, and he is using the implied value, the implied damage of what Kasai can do to do mental damage. And in this game, it might be enough for a top 8 berth.
Oh, and if I'm Colin, I want to keep that card there in that arsenal so badly, because it makes Jake, if you respected it once, you got to respect it every single time.
Swift Shot comes in, gets go again because it came in face up. Here's the other thing. The last card in Jacob Lance's hand is, I think, the Rain Razors.
Yep.
So there's
It
a combat
absolutely
trick of
is.
Jacob's own.
It absolutely is, but
Yep, that's probably game,
has
right?
defense reactions now. Now I
Oh,
think
no, he can block 9 on this.
This would be a 10 dominate arrow if that last turn cycle had went pretty differently. I do think Colin drew a D-React on this turn, had the one in arsenal, so I think would have been able to cover even the 10, but you have to ask yourself what might have been from that position.
Now it's I'm not dead, but how do we handle this?
Colin saying, I'm not dead, but how do we handle this? He has another D-React in the hand.
And now the jig is
Surely
on.
you commit the
It
boots.
was just a sink below the whole time.
And let's see what he sinks away. Keeps another sink below. Now Jacob Lance has to decide, does he want to get 2 damage over the top? Let's see what the call is from Jacob. Does he want to just get 2 damage over the top? Colin Erickson knows he can keep the Valiant Dynamos around for another turn. No, Jacob Lance is just going to Arsenal. Colin, of course, doesn't know that it's the Rain Razors, but that long think from Jacob.
Colin, I believe, picked up second copy of Provoke. Now that means he's going to have resources on this turn.
And he has a hot streak. He pitches away one Provoke. Does he have a second one? This hot streak, the only way it can get go again is if it's blocked by an attack.
Yep, but he can make it happen. And he may be able to use this Provoke to go ahead and get...
I have never considered using Provoke as a source of go again. That's kind of cute.
And this time there's no frailty, folks. These attacks are coming in for two like they are supposed to.
And now Jacob has to straight up respect this because of Blade Flurry. That's the attack reaction you're always thinking about. This is
Well, he just blocked with the Blade Flurry, so I don't know if you consider it anymore.
The non-attack action, defending the hot streak.
I think it would have blocked with the Sync from hand instead and kept the Blade Flurry.
Let's see what he's got. He's got the Provoke and the Sync below. Here comes the Provoke. This one's got to be given a read. Unfortunately, we can see there's a take aim sneaking in the bottom of your screen there.
Yeah, there's a chance he doesn't have an attack.
Do you have an attack to put in front of this? And if you do, you're giving the hot streak go again. You've already blocked with one card. We saw it was one lace with Blood Rot. And we know that
He could pitch the attack to his quiver, though.
the attack in Jacob's hand, he will have to go fishing another blind Azalea to look for Dominate. But the last card in Colin's hand is that Sync below, giving him once again some real insurance.
Now he can reveal just an action card.
So let's see if it's an action card after this chain link as a defending card. Jacob, the hot streak is in Japanese. Does that mean he remembers what happens if he puts an attack action in front of this? Because hot streak, of course, gets go again if an attack is put.
Oh, they only reveal. What is it? Defending hero reveals a. Oh, okay. They don't get to look at your hand and choose.
As hot streak, of course, gets go again if an attack is put on the combat chain to.
Oh, wait. This sucks.
He's going to reveal. It is the drill shot. He's going to reveal. He puts it down. He adds it to the combat chain as a defending card, and that means hot streak gets go again.
He's gonna check one more time. He needs to know exactly what hot streak does. And Jacob's gonna slow down and rewind a little bit. And I think maybe disaster was averted there.
And Colin, once again, the consummate professional. You see him give the brief nod, but he says, no, you can take it back.
That's partially true, Colin. Partially true. Calling out Provoke used to be the hero ability for Olympia. It's very close to what the precursor to Olympia used to do.
Oh,
it was not fun to play against.
Good guy Colin there, allowing for the attack to be brought back. And allowing for Jacob to make another call. The take aim is put in front. Still gets some value.
12 cards left in deck for Jacob. We talked about the possibility of fatigue early on in this game and how it does not look like I will turtle up and defend. And the turn
we got all those codexes coming back, though.
Colin. Now we pass back to Jacob. We know Rain Razors in the arsenal has that drill shot at the ready, can be loaded up.
He's going fishing. There's no Skullbone cross wrap. On top is an arrow.
Oh, that's a good one.
Okay.
That's a good one. But we have drill shot in hand. What's the other one?
Colin looks to the sky.
Wait, this sucks.
Around the Dominate one more time.
This is what, 6?
It's gonna be 6 though. And Colin's gonna be able to.
He has a D-react, right?
Wait, now what happens if Jacob had actually given the attack reaction, or the attack on the last turn?
This goes up a lot more.
Yeah, it's coming in for 10, and I actually think maybe giving that hot streak go again could have been the correct play. Now, it's almost impossible to know that in the dark, but wow, things could have broke very differently on this turn.
Yeah, you just, like, can't make that play, because if you hit a pump instead of an arrow off the top, then you just don't have a turn.
But all the shuffling from the knock to death whistle, it's really hard
Yeah,
to Azalea
I don't think
to actually set that
was
up.
perfectly known information. It's possible, I'm not 100% sure. Here's a Kasai activation, and now Kasai's going to come in with both these swords at the ready. See if we can get a peek at the hand. Didn't quite catch it.
comes to go again. If an attack is blocked, and Jacob has to defend, his deck is getting thin, his life total is low. He has mounted an incredible comeback.
At some point, Jacob has to make Colin have it. He has to just take a risk,
dude.
has to put him to the test.
This game has been unbelievable. It has had huge swings, it's had comebacks, it's had bluffs, hard reads, and missteps. Which player is going to take the
This is a pretty
final
interesting
step
game.
and make it into the top 8? All right, looking through, Colin counting the threats, counting exactly what cards are in there. Looking at the banish zone, both of these players being so careful.
You need to know everything right now.
Every little bit of information you can glean.
This game is going to end within time. You need to just get as much information as possible on both sides and figure out how to play these last few turns perfectly with a berth into the top 8 of U.S. Nationals potentially on the line.
No go again currently represented, but 2 cards in the hand, and Jacob has to respect this attack. Does he give it go again with the swift shot?
Asking for a play here, and Jacob is going to defend one more time. Blade Runner, Blade Flurry is the play here.
And that means it's going to be face-up damage, but it's going to be a lot.
So take
when
1.
the life total's getting
Nice.
low and the deck getting so thin. Jacob is going to have to commit a bunch of cards once again to the Centauri Saber, and the Centauri Saber will get bigger if any attacks head in front of it.
Yeah, and multiple cards reached for here from Jacob. 2 of them committed to the defense.
Colin got his gold. He's going to get his dynamos back.
We know it's Drill Shot sitting in the arsenal, I believe, from Jacob Lance. That's a fine 1-card hand, but it's not going to pose any threat to Colin. Here's the block for 6, so 1 damage is going to leak on the back of that Centauri Saber, and Jacob Lance falls to just 2. Colin Erickson at a comparatively comfortable 3+ a Valiant Dynamo does draw a no block here.
Azalea, once again, let's see what the top of the deck holds. In comes a red in the ledger.
Okay.
That does buy you space.
Pay for it.
Yep.
And now you can block Tunic.
Got to run through.
And this is going to do its thing, and this means only 1 action for the next turn cycle from Colin Erickson. And I think we have a game again,
We
Pham.
certainly do have a game again.
This was a very good game.
Blade Runner, he has got the riches of Tropple Donny that he needs to pitch away.
Was that the perfect card off the top on the Azalea?
I mean, very well likely the only card that could have really given him the position to actually claw his way back in, keep all the cards he wants.
And just activates gold and passes. Only 1 action, that's it.
Huh?
The action he can do, he doesn't even want to push the card forward. He just wants to see.
Certainly you're supposed to attack with weapon there.
Put together.
And now what can Jacob do? 5 cards at the ready.
A little confused by that play.
This is the turn for top 8 of U.S. Nationals.
If it's dominate, it's gonna do it. If it's raw damage, it has to get over.
Maybe he's digging for a D-React? I feel like just taking a card is probably better than fishing for a D-React, but maybe I'm wrong. Oh, finally done sorting foils.
My heart is pounding, Brian.
I want to look at this hand from Jacob so bad. I'm going to take a shot at it. I don't know if he's sharing. No, he
won't,
is not.
but
He's
let's
going to
see what's on
blind
the top.
Azalea.
Top of the deck shows.
It's an arrow!
He finds the drill shot off the top. It's got dominate. And the release attention says no defense reactions from Arsenal. Colin Erickson is going to look at the hand. 7 dominate. Post 2 reactions and
He's done
nothing.
it!
Jacob Lance with the comeback of the tournament. As
Of the top 8 tomorrow.
let's go ahead.
Of the top 8.
That was a very good game.
Dude, Cornet also.
Alright, chat. That's it for tonight. Time to go get food. I'll be back Friday. Probably around same time. and then we'll finish up the top 8. Yeah, thank you so much for watching, everyone. Have a great rest of your night.